What's happening, people? Thank you very much for downloading and pressing play on episode number 10 of the Over the Hill podcast. Please make sure you're following and subscribed on Spotify, iTunes, Google, Castbox, TuneIn and everywhere else to ensure that you never ever miss an episode. If you'd like to get in touch with the show, the email address is theoverthehillpodcast@gmail.com. On today's show, I sit down with the one and only Mr. E, aka Eamonn James. We had a really cool conversation about his early love of music and how he got into DJing, some of the radio shows that he did, including a guest show on Radio 1. We spoke about how we met through music, our personal and professional relationship and how that's progressed through the years. We spoke about our club nights at Pasha, our radio show, some of the production we worked on together and everything else. In the second part of the show, we speak about Eamonn's career as a youth and community worker, how he got into the work, how he started off as a volunteer and worked his way up through the ranks. We also spoke quite openly and honestly about Eamonn's experience and my experience with the Grenfell Tower tragedy. Now, I do want to give you guys a little bit of a warning that it gets quite deep and emotional at times, and there's a few details in there that some of you might find a little bit upsetting. So if that sounds like you and it sounds like something you're not really going to want to listen to, then the second half of the podcast probably isn't for you. If you do listen to it, I hope you find it inspirational. I hope it pushes you towards some youth and community work or some volunteer work, and if it does, feel free to get in touch with me at theoverthehillpodcast@gmail.com. That's theoverthehillpodcast@gmail.com, and I will put you in touch with the right people to help you maybe get into that kind of stuff. So feel free to get in touch if it inspires you, and I hope it does. In the meantime, turn it up and enjoy episode number 10 of the Over the Hill podcast with my special guest Eamonn James, aka DJ Mr. E.
You are now listening to the Over the Hill podcast.
I don't understand how you've managed to make me speechless before a podcast.
Well, that's a good way to intro it, mate.
It really is. Are you recording? Fuck me. How do you get me, the one who comes... I never stop talking. For a living. I talk for a living, right? And you do something to me before our first podcast with you that makes me speechless.
I'm going to ring your missus and tell her I finally shut you up. So episode 10, it's a good one. It's a milestone, as they call it, and I'm happy to actually be able to finally sit down in a studio with someone, and by studio I do mean my bedroom.
But we've got faces for radio, so we thought we'd do it without cameras.
Special guest today, the one and only Mr. E, aka Eamonn James, DJ, producer, record label runner, promoter, one of my best friends in the world, and former member of the NAP syndicate.
Yeah, fuck, man.
So I want to explain quickly why I've made Eamonn so speechless on the podcast. And for years we've been friends, going back a very long time. And Eamonn told me the story of, like, back in 2001, how he'd done a guest show with the NAP syndicate on Radio 1 on Dream Team show. And basically he was talking about, you know, the process of going to a studio, and you have to go in there with your ID and everything else, and, you know, we'll probably rehash the story in a little bit and catch up on it. But randomly last night, literally just so random last night, that I had an email from the guys that Take Me Back Pirate Radio, and I went down a little bit of a YouTube rabbit hole and started watching a few old pirate sets and listening to music, and I randomly happened to stumble across the recording of that very set on Radio 1, and Mr. E just turned up, sat down, and I was like, right, I've got something to show you. And just showed him that set from 20 years ago that probably haven't even... When was the last time you even heard it?
I couldn't tell you. I've got it recorded somewhere myself, right? But I'm speechless. That is impeccable. Whoever put that on the YouTube, that is perfect. Yeah. The quality of that is unbelievable, Jeff.
It's nuts, isn't it? That's what me and Ricky were talking about on the other podcast, because it's like... the amount of people that are finding old archived stuff and being able to upload it at such high quality, like same with what Ashley J was talking about on the pod as well, with unearthing all of the old freeze videos and things like that. The way we're luckily able now to have the technology to be able to drag shit off of old recordings and preserve it the way we have, and yeah, always unearthing stuff like that, you know. I
was 20. It was 20 years ago.
I was 14.
Fuck it, 20 years ago.
That's nuts, isn't it?
Where's the time out? Like, first of all, before I forget it, because I'm kind of glad you brought this up, because it's something I've always wanted to say out loud to people, is that I've got to send all the love and respect in the world to the NAP syndicate. Let me tell you, I have nothing but good words to say about them boys, and of course Iceberg as well, who's a great friend of mine. Her family are a great friend of mine to this day, because there was no social media back then, nothing. They came and found me through through Iceberg, who lived in my ends and was my MC, and a little brother became my MC after that. Everyone knows MC Linksy and that. All the Pimlico lot will anyway. And loads of stories about him as well, I reckon, as well. But they literally just came up to my mum's house in the bedroom, in the den, mate. They come and sat in the den and were looking at me like, who is this guy? Oh my God, we need to get him in the crew, kind of, in front of me. And I remember going, do you know what? I just love my music, and I'm just playing the music. I always play my music. Next thing, we're playing here, we're playing there. Places like Imperial Gardens and that are long gone, you know? Yeah. And then, hey, we got this set on Radio 1. I'm like, okay.
Pardon?
Oh, okay. Okay, Eddie. I'm in, mate. Like, you know, and do you know what? I'm going around in circles here because my mind is frazzled after seeing it, I ain't gonna lie. But what I'm trying to say is social media weren't around back in them days, and eventually we lost touch through whatever happened, do you know what I mean? And I grew up in my early 20s not really being able to communicate with people that well, too much arguing and fighting and going mad and going crazy, and I kind of fell out the DJing for a few years in that period for different reasons, and I lost contact with them. And even since Facebook's come back, obviously I know Iceberg because I know the family and everything else, but so Stamina and Duke, two of the best MCs I've ever heard in my life. I remember listening to them thinking how gassed I was to be able to DJ for these two. The lyrical content, they played against each other.
Mate, even just literally, I was sitting there listening to the first 15, 20 minutes of that last night, and I was like, this is like levels.
I'd love, I'm putting it out there, you know, put things into the universe, all that nonsense. I'd love to see them again. I'd love to reminisce over a beer or whatever it is they do and just go, that's in stone, that's there forever. And it's a part of my life and a part of a thing that I remember going back to, like, you boys give me the chance, along with Electric, I remember him, gave us the chance to go and do that, and it's a little small piece of that cornerstone of the history that cements me back in that genre from that period of time. And I don't have a lot of things that have been recorded or kept from them periods because we didn't do it.
A lot of people haven't, and you know, it's like we've got that recording now. That's there. We'll rip that later, I'm sure, and I'm sure we'll probably be putting it up on your Mixcloud and all that at some point. But yeah, it's kind of one of the reasons I love doing this podcast. And, you know, I'm only 10 episodes in, but I've fallen in love with it, obviously. Being able to have my own piece of the history and reminisce with so many different people about their time in the industry that we love. And, you know, exposing the ins and outs of an industry that's not really, you know, the underground side of it. There's not that much that's actually known about it unless you're there, unless you've lived it. And the reason for that is because of things like that, you know, because the recordings ain't there. Because a lot of the time, I mean, even in...
It was illegal. A lot of it was illegal as well. We weren't allowed these places.
Exactly. I mean, even the time when me and you were doing like the image shows and everything else, like we've got recordings from then. But when you look at the difference in how we could record a show now, it's night and day even from then. So that's 10 years ago, and we're going back 20 years.
To be able to figure out how to do it back then, didn't we? Get there 2 hours before to set up and check and double check. And
bare bags of wires, bro.
Bruv, come on. I was the Sainsbury's bag for life king, mate.
I've still got one of them under the desk down there.
Everywhere. I said to everyone that remembers me from the parties, even in Pimlico, I remember all my vinyls in Sainsbury's bag for life. Just to bring so many of them everywhere. There's no way I was spending money with them bags.
So
I wasn't buying them. What were they called? What were they called? Them bags?
The UDG bags.
I wasn't buying them for 50, 60 quid, 100 quid, whatever they were, mate. No way. I was too poor.
So let's go back to the start. Let's go back to the start because you know, we touched on the NAP syndicate. Obviously, you've been mixing for a little bit before then. So, you know, I think it's we laughed back in the day when we saw a friend of ours record introduced on Wikipedia as a council estate anthem, but we'll big him up a little bit later. But it kind of is like UK garage music to me. It kind of is like the sound of the council estate for me, like, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way because it's where I come from and it's where a lot of us come from. And you know, going back to the start for you, what was it that drew you in? Was it being in the community and everyone else doing it? Yeah,
it was culture. It was like, I love music to this day. I love every type of music, all types of music. You know me, right? You see me jam to all kinds of shit. Like, some of my dad's Irish records that I listened to in the house when I was a kid are some of my favourite music in history because of the connection I've seen it have for him to his past and sitting in little pubs in the middle of nowhere in Ireland while people are singing it once we're locked in and that. And, you know, it could be any type of music. And I just remember in that period... I was fascinated with locking into pirate radio, fascinated with listening to that tune. Oh my god, I heard it. I got 1 minute of it on a tape with crackly stuff for either end and a DJ that couldn't mix coming in and out of the tune too fast. You know what I mean?
Careful, like, one of them DJs is probably coming on the podcast.
Well, it was probably me at times. But like, I was fascinated by it. And I remember me and my friend James O'Connor. James, shout out to you if you're listening, mate. Right? We used to like get one of them old double cassette tape recorder things, you know, like probably 20 quid in Argos or whatever they were, right? And we used to get one of the recordings we'd made from the radio, put it on, because we didn't have the music, right? This is like 96, 7, I don't know when it was, right? And then we'd put another cassette tape in the other deck and record ourselves MCing over the music. Because that was all we had. We didn't have no decks. Don't be laughing at me, bruv. We didn't have no decks. We didn't have no mixers. And we didn't know what this even was. Like, I just kind of heard of one or two of my olders having this kind of stuff and going to THIIS FM, which was, I believe, local back in the day. And a couple went to Upfront, again, also like South London, kind of local to where I was living and had, you know, people going at the time. And like that was kind of the first thing that I like, I want to be an MC, I want to start writing lyrics. And the way we did it at first, James, remember this, was cussing everyone. Because we didn't have no lyrics. What was I MCing about? You know what I mean? And that was kind of the first thing when I, obviously, because we were doing it off the radio, we were hitting all these pirate radio stations. And I started hearing this music that I was falling in love with, just absolutely falling in love with. I remember being in the third year at school, so this is like 95, giving away my age now, right? And shout out to Filler. I think you've met Filler with me before.
Yeah, we've been out a lot with him, yeah.
And I remember sitting with him in one of the classes. I've got the picture in my head still. And we used to sit there tapping the table to the drum beats of all the jungle tunes and that. And that quickly turned into the garage tunes and that, because the culture was there. These are the popping tunes. This is what everyone wants to listen to and that. You know, and I lived in Pimlico, collies across the road, across literally, see it out the window. Gillingham Village is down the other way where they used to do like Sun City and all that. And then one of the olders in my ends used to be on the door at SW1 Club. Shout out to Chunky. And not Chunky's sonship, as you know, but another fella called Chunky. And like, we knew that these things existed around us at that time. Do you know what I mean? Even though we were too young to go to them and all the rest of it. And I say we were too young to go to it. I'll jump to that in a minute about exposure and some of the first raves we went to. Fucking hell, mate. Some craziness. But fall in love with the music, yeah. So I eventually, like about 96, 97, 98, I don't really remember exactly when it was, because it's a bit of a blur where I didn't have any decks or nothing, but one of my mates did. And we all used to buy records and go to his house, basically. And it became like a proper plot for us. And like in my head, I was doing it and going, I'm better than everyone here. In my head. So, and one of the things I like to be is competitive. Anyone that knows me, I've got to win. Like, I don't care what it is. If you play football with me, good luck, because I'm the last one off that pitch. Mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, your kid hasn't won a game of FIFA in 6 years.
Never. No chance, mate. You better get practicing, right? I joke for any of you listening out there. I don't know social services in the case, but what was I saying? I said, yeah. So then I was like, well, I'm buying these records and that. I need to do something about this. And my 18th birthday come up at the end of 98, and you know, our parents do, they keep a bit of money aside for and all of that. And I was like, Edgware Road, here I come, boss. And I was lucky that my first set of decks weren't belt drives, mate. They were direct drive Sound Labs. I remember it clear as day, going in there picking them out, because I didn't have enough money for the Technics, so I would have got them. You know what I mean? Like, got them, and I got what was a mixer I got? I forget now. I think it was all Sound Lab, and that was it, mate. I turned up with my records, and to this day, I can taste it almost. I can feel that moment of actually, you know, you put the needle on, that little noise, and it starts to play that beat, and that was it. My mum was done, mate, for years. She was Eamonn, what is that bopping music you got playing up there, for crying out loud? Can you turn it down 8 hours a day for how long, you know? And that was it, mate. I started to collect the vinyls because, I forgot to mention this is key for me, because this is actually the real reason, was I hated the fact that I only had 1 minute of Dream Team THIIS on a CD, and I loved the song. I just loved it. I wanted every word of that song. It's such an emotive record, isn't it? Everyone knows it. It's like Tears That I Cry For You. I've always been a sucker for a sad song, you know what I mean? And when I bought that, I was like, I've made it. Like, I don't care about DJ anyway. My career could have ended right there and then, bruv. That's how I felt about that. And that, with about 20 other records I bought at the same time, became my kind of first, or that I had backed up from whatever, became my first little batch of records. And that meant that I'm a DJ, right? Because I've got decks and I've got vinyls.
Well.
Yeah, exactly, right? Not really, but yeah, that's kind of the start point. I can, you know, like I said, I told you I keep talking, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. All right. So I'll cut you off, and we'll get into, you know, how did you start progressing though? Because obviously, like we've had conversations on the thing before. Everyone kind of starts in their bedroom. You know, we always have that laugh and the silliness about the bedroom DJ. It's like, I've never been one of them people to mock the bedroom DJ. We're all bedroom DJs. Like anyone who says otherwise is an idiot. Yeah, anyone who says otherwise is an idiot. So what did you do? What was your first step out of the bedroom? Was it more parties or was it radio first?
Not really. It was a really weird one for me, because I remember having this moment where I stood there and I thought, right, I'm mixing and it sounds alright and things are working and sometimes they're not working. Why? Like my mind, like being competitive, I have to go, well, why? There's a reason for this. How is it? I remember having this thought, like, no disrespect to anyone, but I remember thinking, how is it I listen to EZ on the radio and it's always correct?
Yep.
It weren't listening back, but at the time I was like, why is it always dropping in the right places and the tunes makes it like, why? There has to be a system, innit?
Yep.
And I listened to XYZ other people, I won't mention names. I remember I got the actual DJ in my head. I remember listening to a show and going, that was not the same, yet this guy's a massive name. How the hell does that work? Like, so it's got to be a system. It's got to be a system. So I sat there for ages, as you do. Like, especially when you're younger, you spend a lot of time doing things, trying stuff, getting it wrong, getting vexed, but you don't mind. You're young and you got time on your hands. You know what I mean? And the record that I actually did this with, you'll laugh at, was Chocolate Boy, because it came out really early in the garage scene. It came out in like '98, right? Yeah. And I got 2 Chocolate Boys, and I played them both at the same time from the beginning. And thought, oh, like there's a pattern here, like there's a weirdness to it. So then I played it like 8 bars after. It drops at the same. Oh, okay, right, okay. Let me try this with another record. I don't remember. I think it was Doolally, Straight from the Heart. I played that from the first beat, not from the bit where it goes, I think I'm going Doolally and all that, with Chocolate Boy. And then I noticed that they dropped or changed at the same time because I could beat match easy. Yeah. I picked that up pretty fast. I got the concept of it and did that pretty well. But it was about actually DJing, actually dropping tunes of where to plan from and that. And I did that over and over and over and over for weeks, and it was just like, I got it now. It got to a point where I understood 32, 64s, big drops, little drops, medium drops, inside, to a point where it was almost memorised, like, and it's something about me, you know me now, Jim, for how many years, like, I've got a mad rote memory. I remember things, like, I just, not places and things that happen necessarily, but like random info and how to do things. I don't forget it, and this what happened to me. And to answer your question, by August that year, I was playing at Carnival in front of thousands. Like, Chris De Silva was there. Shout outs to Ilsh. Links, he was with me on the stage at 14 years of age, absolutely holding court with everyone. It was crazy. Iceberg was there. Spice was there. They all seen it, and they was like, this is crazy. It was what happened was a fella that I got to know through college at the time. I was going to St Charles up in Grove. Got us a gig on a sound system up there, and I forget what it was called to this day. It was like a generic word, like bass beats, whatever, or something. I don't know. I don't know exactly where it was. It was in Oxford Gardens, where it meets the road that goes up to George's there. And mate, it was fucking jam. The whole place was rammed to the rafters by the time we finished. I never forgot it. I was like, that's 8 months into me having my own decks, mate. I was like, what next? Do you know what I mean? Like, what do we do here? Like, and that was the turning point, really. That I don't really remember much before that. Yeah, it was little gigs, little stuff down the community centre, or you know, them ones like the youth club, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, everyone did that, you know, back then. Madness.
So obviously, Carnival's to start with as like your first main gig. Ain't bad. Can't complain. So moving through the early 2000s, obviously you said you started going to certain raves and that. What was your early raving experience, and how were you managing to get into Gaslight exposure?
Listen, again, I mentioned his name. James was 13 when he got into exposure with me, and I was 15 or 16 up at Bagley's. And I remember we got in, and it was like, we were like, this is unreal. What the hell are we doing here? Like, whereas my mum thinks I'm at his house, and his mum thinks he's at my house. You know, right? And because that could be the only explanation. Me and my leather jacket got in, right? And
the Gucci loafer.
I've never forget Gucci loafers. Listen, it's the only thing you were allowed to wear, mate. Like, I don't even know where I got them from at the time, but different times, mate. It was crazy. I'd never forget going in though. I never forget it, because it wasn't exposure like everyone remembers. It was. I mean, I don't actually know if I'm right about this, but that's what I remember. It's the story I remember. We got in there and they gave us like feather boas to put round us, and there was geezers in there in like you know, I'd never seen anything like this in my life, in high vis and nothing else, you know, like what is going on here, man? Because Two Step weren't even around. It was like it was proper old school, you know, like the Asking record stuff, the Flakes, you know. I think so. I'm just putting the time together. Like, I don't even remember what was played. But what I do really, really remember, and this could cock up the old timeline, I don't know, but B-Love and Viper were there. And I remember them being up on scaffolding above the crowd in the big room at Bagley's, which took you about 45 minutes to cross. Jesus Christ. So he didn't, right? And you kind of come down into it, and they started emceeing about something. The whole crowd just surged towards them, but they were up above you, kind of in the scaffolding. That was kind of it was just, I want this. I want more of this shit, mate. Inject it in my veins, mate. I want some of this.
I think that's the difference when people like us go clubs and go raving. It's something I've had conversations with. We've spoke about it over the years, and I've told you, like, there's times where we've gone to festivals and stuff, and I can't enjoy myself, and you can't enjoy yourself, because it's like not even necessarily a fact of like a jealousy thing, or I want this, like, you know, this guy shouldn't have it. It's more like I would do it slightly differently, or I would do it like this, or it's like you see things from a totally different perspective than every other person that goes raving. You get these people that are there just, they're your mates, and they're there just to party, but they'll never quite understand what goes on in a DJ or MC's head when they're in that environment. It's very weird.
Do you know what happens to me is I sit there going, please do it right. Because if you do it right, I'll have my moment. If you don't do it right, it's like, why did you... Oh, you know, you've ruined my moment, like, as if I'm the only important person in the room. But that's music, right? That's how you connect with something. Like, I want to walk in and see, you know, DJ, whoever's on the decks, right? Mash the place. I want to see you mash the place up. I want to be there. I want to be there for that. Because when I see that and I'm a part of that, I'm your biggest fan, mate. I'm not...
Well, then, because we can do the things like we do after a rave where we go, oh, do you remember when he dropped that bit and he done that? Like, that's
Listen,
the memory.
We used to walk home from every rave, me and my boys that were out there back then, talking about that.
Yep.
Oh, my God. I never forget the one tune in particular we used to hunt for was Clock the Dough.
Yeah.
Because Clock the Dough was so old school and out there, and it wasn't normal. You know what I mean? It was like, it was hard. It was like, oh, my God, he plays Clock the Dough. And I remember one time in Glasshouse, which was a few years later, they played... It must have been Matt Jam. He played his Hot Pepper's Revenge. You know, like, then you look pretty. Like, oh my God. You know, like, I remember little individual moments like that of hearing them in those raves where they set the gaff off, man. That plus EZ's dub plates, of course. Fuck me, man.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that, you know, ridiculous. Certain moments around them. But
it's mad. I was actually listening last night to that clip. Obviously, I was talking about listening to the NAP Syndicate thing. I was also listening to EZ when he drops the number 6 and PSG rides it from that one set. Oh my God. Jesus. But it is mad how, as I say, your brain processes their memories differently. Like, I remember my first club that I went to was Fez Club in Putney when I was about 14.
Jesus.
And I went there, and I think it was there's a guy called AJ, and I think Russ Kwame was there playing as well, but there was a lot of people from So Solid were there at the time, like the twins, the two girls and that. And Geezer I was knocking around with from the estate in Southfields was used to do some warm-up sets there and that. We were like, bruv, 14, 15, a couple of us, and just remember going there for the first night. I couldn't tell you anything about that night apart from watching, I think it was Russ Kwame, watching him on vinyl doing like the one beat after, you know, like we get two tracks, you do like the mirror mix, you got one beat, and then you go back. And I remember the first time I ever seen someone do it, and bruv, to this day I don't remember. I think the tune was Sean Paul and Blue Cantrell. Oh wow. That's what I feel like. So it's like Charlotte, it's like it just kept going back and forth, and I remember seeing that and thinking, what in the flying fuck, and just thinking, I need to know how to do that. Still haven't mastered it. 20 odd years later, I still haven't mastered it. But it's
did you ever see me do it with Stephen Emmanuel? Hold on.
Yeah.
Billy Wiz and Soul used to say to me, Eamonn, so you got to go to rave with 2 records, mate. Just go play them all night. You'll be sweet back to back to back.
I remember reading. I've got a book upstairs called Energy Flash, and it's all about the history of acid house, and Nicky Holloway and Judge Jules, all the early days and everything else through to Sash. But they were talking about Norman Cook, Fatboy Slim, and he used to do it. Do you know the house track Robert Owens, I'll Be Your Friend? And he used to do it with that record. And he used to keep the I'll be your, and apparently he used to keep it going for minutes on vinyl to the point itself like that, isn't it? To the point where the whole rave was just like losing their fucking mind, and then all of a sudden they go, I'll be your friend, and everyone will go bananas. It's mad how little things like that just stick.
Those moments are just they're everything, right?
Yeah.
Because every pound note you make from this, it comes and goes like anything in life. But those memories and those moments, they stick forever, man. They're a big thing for me. Even to this day, you see the way I am when we go out raving or go and play at gaffs and over the years. It's those moments I care about. I don't care about the fucking 100 quid or 50 quid or 200 quid or whatever it is we've made that night. It's like... It's gonna go in on the Henny, mate, or the Cavassier. You know what I mean? Those moments, even the ones as to jump forward, like the ones up at Channel and the ones up at Blag and all the, you know, when we they were crazy times, man.
Yeah. So we'll fast forward a couple of years. you got your raving boots on. You've done your teenage illegal raving. You've done carnival. You've got you've got your record collection on the go. What was happening? Obviously, a big theme of the show is pirate radio. What were some of your early experiences with radio shows?
The ones that really stick out for me a lot were odd ones because, like I said, in my early 20s, I wasn't the most personable. Like not that I was a pain in the backside or anything, but like awkward or today they might call it autistic even. Do you know what I mean? Like my son's got high function autism and everyone that talks to me says I'm exactly the same as him. Do you know what I mean? So like dealing with situations with people, I weren't the best. I don't like asking for things. I ain't brown nosing no one. There was principles and stuff behind how I carried myself on the road, like in life in general, that would never. I can't break them when I go into this music. I don't care who you are. Like so, if opportunities came my way and I took them, and I was always polite, friendly, and did what I had to do with them, but didn't really get involved in the scene. Like, I wanted to. There were olders in my ends though that, talking frankly, never brought people through. Like I didn't get brought through by no one. I remember actually some of them playing in little places with them, like youth clubs and that, despite them being older than me, feeling like I'm having to compete with them, which I never did to anyone younger than me. There's youngers than me, like, that came through, wanted to DJ like Jack Dash and that I always looked after. I give them every record I could give them, like, because I always said, like, if someone wants to keep championing this music, I want to help them because I love this music, like. But unfortunately for me, I grew up in a little town called Pimlico, dead in the middle of London, which didn't have any through traffic and didn't really know anyone from other places and that. Like, so I remember going up to Supreme once for someone, and I know it's Supreme 961, I know it was in North Clapham, and I know it was in the fucking dingiest gaff I've ever been in my life. And I never forget playing off of I don't know what the decks were, but they were on top of a door, literally one of them wooden doors you get in a house. I
mentioned it on the last episode. It's good you're here to clear it up.
I did actually, I heard it, but it was a wooden door, it wasn't flat. It wasn't flat, it was a front door. It was like a front, like with the grooves and that in it. Right, yeah, so you can imagine the decks and the mixer and that. And no speakers, but a little radio, a boombox radio, 40 quid Matsui out of Dixon's or something, right? Yeah. That I'm listening to my own set on the radio on. Yeah. You know them ones? Yep. And like, I loved it. I don't care. Like, I'm going to, all I wanted to make sure was I got in and out of my records and done my thing, like, do you know what I mean? And the reality of it was then it didn't feel safe to me. Like, I don't really know these people. I don't know what's going on. And so I jumped around between a few bits and pieces. And I remember a couple others from my ends that were doing the music bits were on Up Front. I managed to get a couple of sets on there when Danny Blaze was running it. Although I never met Danny, I just went with them. Do you know them ones? Like, probably shouldn't have. Thinking back, they probably weren't allowed or whatever the protocols were, whatever they were. But to go from that to doing Radio 1, like you said there on that set, and to doing things like that was a bit mad. It was a bit fractured and, just opportunity, I guess. And I think that's why for those early 2000s after that, I really fell out of love with it because the grime come in and all the other stuff happened and people weren't really listening to that anymore. But I never stopped myself. I remember bringing out mix CDs and that from my whole ends are asking me all the time, where's money? To this day, I love it, man. I'm sorry to everyone that's asking me.
We live in the same area and I bump into your friends in the street and people like Alfie. I'll be walking across the road and Alfie will see me across the road in the middle of the junction in Pimlico. There's hundreds of people walking around. There's MPs live around there and everything. Jada Buddha across the road.
Yeah, mate.
All right, Alf, when you doing another mix, bruv? Mate,
I love them for that because they really do turn out when we do something here.
Yeah.
Some of the parties we put on here over the years were legendary. Yeah. Legendary. And it wasn't because of me, it was because of them. It was because of them wanting to come and party and really enjoy it. And there's crazy stories that I can and can't share from them times, but those parties started off around 2007. So the 02, 3, 4, 5, kind of going through that period there. It didn't go quiet for me. I was still always bedroom DJing and doing other bits and pieces. But the things I was doing to make money and bits and pieces outside of my life meant that the music DJing going to Clubland was an absolute vast second. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
I wish wasn't the case, but it's the reality.
We'll move on to our chapter where obviously when we met a few years later, but wrapping up this early sort of, your beginnings, humble beginnings. We touched on it at the start of the show and we touched on it just a minute ago. So the show on Radio 1, NAP Syndicate. Yeah. What are your memories? How did that even come about? And what are your memories of like doing that show and walking into Radio 1?
The way, do you know what? I've got to apologise. There's someone else I didn't pick up. It was Suicide, or he's Mr. Sui now. I have seen Sui on some social media stuff and I spoke to him once or twice over the years. And from what I see, he's doing really, really well. And to big you up, man. More power. All the love in the world for being a part of my little journey years and years and years ago, I'd love to sit down and talk one day just to talk about how it went for you and where it went. Do you know what I mean? So if you ever listen to this, mate, that's an open invite. My world's very different right now in terms of the way I put myself out there and stuff. But shouts out to Suey. What it was when the boys come to me, they were very clear about they needed a different look for what they were doing at that time. So they come to me and said, look, we've got this manager, Electric, who's called Lech. And he said, like, we'll introduce you to him. We want to do things and we'll make this organised. I remember doing like, I don't remember what it was for now, but I remember being at Stockwell Skate Park with them to do some kind of a video shoot with More Fire crew were there. 2 or 3 other crews were there, you know, like, because when that crew thing was a big thing back in the day, like 01, 02, wherever it was. And what was the question again? See, I'm going to do this a lot.
I'm just trying to get into the Radio 1 thing.
The Radio 1 thing, yeah, sorry. And it's evoking so many memories, mate.
That's the thing, innit?
My mind's just going, wow, that I remember that, you know? And eventually Let's come around and goes, look, we've got this opportunity to go and play on Dream Team Presents. Are you up for it? You know, you look at someone and go, am I up for it?
Which at the time was like the show.
Do you know what it was? It's really weird because it was... And
originally, you had, obviously, Tough Jam did the Kiss show.
Yeah.
But then when Dream Team went on Radio 1, it changed the game completely because it was national.
It did. It was national. And also, Radio 1 is actually not the most listened to, right? Radio 2 is, or was.
Yeah.
Because of whatever they, you know, was it the Archers and all that tear up was on there? I don't remember what it was.
Fuck knows.
Nothing to do with it, but I remember them talking about it back in the time.
Middle class Britain, innit?
Yeah, basically. So, but for me, it was like, I get to go to an actual studio. Hello. To other people, that might have been normal or whatever, but for me, mate, like, I come from humble beginnings, mate. Like,
I come from a table. I come from a door.
I'm involved. Like, I want to do this. And I'll tell you how out of sync or out of tune I was with how the world worked with this stuff. The lad next to me while I was in the set was asking me for the names of the records, and I must have been thinking he wanted to collect them or something, because I didn't know what he was doing. But obviously I learned like years later it was PRS and all this other stuff. I didn't know. Like, but I got into that because of Lech, and they said, like, look, we've got this thing coming up, you're going to get paid as well. We got paid. I've still got the contract to this day. I kept it in my box, as you do. Your little box of special things you keep, you know what I mean? And I'm probably the only person in the world that ain't had a fire that's burned them all, but like, I've still got them after all these years. And yeah, we just sorted Lech out a bit of money from what we did and that, and he got us to hook up and got us on there. I don't know how, but I was gassed because there was a couple of records we played on there that we've been given as promos that weren't out for a very long time afterwards. One of them being Daniel Bedingfield, Gotta Get Through This. We played that on that radio station, on that show there, and like I don't know how long it was after it got introduced as a world exclusive, and it had already been played on there. And the same for Jameson's Sex Go Round. Yeah, I remember actually Spoonie on the same show 3 weeks later saying world exclusive. I said, I played it on your show 3 weeks ago, guys. About, you know, them ones. But like, obviously, there's no social media or nothing back then. You can't, you know, there's nowhere contact to people. I don't know, you know. But it's quite cool because, you know, if you listen to the set, we also didn't just play garage. I played because in them times there, people were searching for what can you do that's different. Yep. How can you mix this up and change this? Because everyone's doing the same stuff all the time. And I was playing like, I played some Icons tunes in there, like R&B, like proper deep hip hop stuff because it was the right tempo and that. I was mixing jungle tunes into like Shy FX and that. What was the tune called? The one with the alarm in it. The Message. Yeah. Shy FX, The Message. And then changing the tempos on the deck on vinyl decks, not on those CDJs now. Yep. Changing 33, 45 tempos and changing like it was mental, man. Wicked times. Yeah, that's how that kind of go about. I don't really know is the truth. If you want a straight answer, I don't really know.
It's crazy though, isn't it? But yeah, as you know, we spoke about it at the start of the show, and it was something I was going to kind of pull it out in the middle of the show, but I chose not to. I thought about it this afternoon. I thought no, because if I do that and he doesn't know this exists, you were speechless for a good 5 minutes. At my podcast, bruv, the whole point of it is we talk, right?
Mate, I wanted to cry. I was looking. No, hold the tears back. You're a man.
I literally, for obviously for the benefit of people who are listening, like I literally sat there and said, "All right, by the way, I got something to show you," and I pulled it up on my laptop and I just turned the laptop around and showed it to him, and it was just one of them moments where it's like, what?
Yeah, honestly, I've never seen it, and I'm sure I've got the recording myself somewhere because I'm a bit of a stato like that. I don't know how or why, but I'm sure I have because I've listened to it since. Yeah. But I don't know where or how. You know, I've got boxes full of mini discs and CDs and all kinds of shit.
That's crazy. That set's been on YouTube for 5 years.
Yeah.
And as I say, it's just a random thing. Big up the guys that Take Me Back last night. It just they sent me down a rabbit hole because I spoke to them briefly and they were just, you know, I went on their channel to have a little listen to some of their sets. And once again, I will recommend Take Me Back Pirate Radio. But yeah, crazy. I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole.
It must be at least 5 years since I've looked for it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it must crazy. Be.
Because we would have found it NAP Syndicate. You're not going to. There's not much else on YouTube under that name.
You ever done that thing as well where you try and find even like a record on YouTube and you all of a sudden it pops up and you think, when did that come up? And it's like it's the last time you looked for it must have been 4 years ago, because you would have found it otherwise. You know, them ones.
A couple of anecdotes from that, talking about the records and talking about NAP. We had dub plates of unbelievable songs. You know, we had a General Levy like wicked jungle. Like, back then we had a original Nutter dub plate. NAP, and was it turning it or NAP around the like back then, you know, like I don't know how they did it, like literally see whoever it was who was in charge of what they were doing, but like putting out these dub plates to drop in sets and that. I think at the end of that set we had one from Y Tribe. I think it was his 2-step version of Favourite Girl. Yeah, I played it at the end of that show, like to showcase it because it hadn't been released yet and stuff like that. That type of stuff was, I didn't understand it at all, Jim. I'll be honest with you, especially for the pod now. Well, people are listening, I really did not understand it one bit. Yeah. You got to understand, I had my 2 immigrant parents working every hour of the day. Like, I didn't have much guidance. Yeah. They're the 2 of the best people that ever lived and walked this earth. People around here know them. But, you know, in real life terms, like I heard Steph mention yesterday, I listened to the podcast, like, about, you know, my dad took me down here and did that. And I was like, God, man, I wish. Do you know what I mean? Like they wanted to, I guess, but they never did. Do you know what I mean? And yeah. Don't see it sometimes, parents, that, you know, it's something that I try to look at in my kids now and make sure that I do. But
yeah. But for anyone who's interested in listening to that set, what I'm going to do is I won't add it to the pod, but I will stick, if you're listening on Spotify or iTunes or wherever right now, if you look in the description of the podcast, I'm going to stick the YouTube link up onto the pod. Either that, or if Mr. E takes the recording and manages to get it up on his own Mixcloud or SoundCloud by the time the podcast drops, then obviously I'll put a link in there and everyone can go and listen to it.
If you see me the next 2 weeks, it's going to be in my earbuds and in my car and at work on the desk. If you know, it's...
But it's I will post it up, and obviously, you know, you guys will get a link to it and you can have a listen to it. I've listened to most of it, and yeah, it's vibesy, and the MCs are absolutely sick. But yeah, we'll get into a little bit, I'd like to say a little bit more up to date, but it's still like 13, 14 years ago now. Mad. So obviously we met on a station called Fat Beats. It's come up on the show before. You know, it was an internet radio station. It was one of the very first, if not the first, to be doing not just an internet stream, but a proper live video stream, and it had different channels and everything. It was almost like its own network of TV shows.
Amazing place.
On a website, you know, and it's something I spoke about it on Paul S's podcast and when he came on mine, because obviously he was on there as well. And we were saying it was kind of like, for me, it felt like it was a couple of years before its time. It was a little bit too up to date. You see, like if it had come around, so I think it peaked in 09 when we were really there, and then it sort of died off around 11. But I think if it had peaked in 11, when more and more people were getting on the iPhones and everything else, I think it would have sustained and pushed on. But anyway, it is where it is and it's gone. But how did you get involved with Fat Beats?
Do you know what it was? I remember this quite clearly. I was outside of Pride of Pimlico, and I told you, my rope memory is crazy. Individual moments, I remember so much about them. Like, and a pal of mine, Ramsey, bumped into me on the street, and he said, "Hey, how you getting on?" He said, "Still DJing?" Yeah. He goes, "Our mate of mine's on this station, and they're looking for people. Do you want to give them a shout and see if you're interested in going on there?" And, you know, me being me was like, "Oh, I don't know, man." Like, you know, but at that point, I was starting to change my life. I'd done things like cognitive behavioural therapy and these other things that were new at the time, like to kind of get me head straight. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, all right, sweet, give me a shout for me, Rams. Like, if there's anything you could do, hook me up. And it turned out to be, I forget what he called himself at the time, Alex Madden, it was. And he called himself something. What was he called? I can't remember. I can't remember. Right, some mad DJ name. And, it, you know, like we would call ourselves like Paulie B or, you know, one of them crazy names people had back in the day, right? He probably had one of them, Alex did. And it was Al that gave me the hookup, although I didn't know him at the time. Alex is actually from Pimlico. Yeah. Right? And I didn't know him, but he knew a mutual friend of ours, which is rare because some of my age group, like, basically generally know everyone in my ends, like, but, you know, Alex come from the posh side, so, you know, like, that's probably why. I think, anyway, I don't know, I say that out loud, but he knows
he's just down Gloucester. He's down that side.
He's the posh side then, anyway. He didn't come down to visit us council estate, kids, did you? I mean, maybe, I'm only joking, but maybe... First, actually, big shout out to you. I ain't seen you in a long time. I've got all the love in the world for you. And I see you doing great things out there on social media and that, man. Big it up, because I love ours, like, love for music, you know? And, like, to get me connected like that, he didn't have to. Like, he just did it because a friend of a friend, and it worked out. And I remember thinking, right, well, I've got a motor in out at the moment. Let me fly up to this place and see what it's like. And when I walked in the door, it was like utopia. Mate, them studios. Yep. Aircon. Mate,
So you joined around the same time as me. So
I've never even seen aircon before, let alone in the studio.
When you had the garage, it was when you had the garage and dance upstairs, right?
Do you know, you started to talk about this the other day on one of the pods, and I struggled to remember the detail of that. But I think I do remember it being up the stairs, but not for long.
No, then we built the ones downstairs.
Yeah, not for long. It was there for a while, but not for long. And I remember being upstairs, and I met some characters up there straight away: Joshua Jones, JMP, Johnny P, Johnny Chaplin, Johnny Five. That's what it was called. A few buds. Like it was great. They were great people.
John
great
Black
DJs.
as well. All
I
the
met
Johns.
John later on. I met John Black later on because John wasn't playing garage at the time. He was playing house or something else, I think. And then he played a set after me on one of the. You know, you change your set time around here and there because of different reasons in life. And then we met John, and I became great friends with John. To this day, I still am, but I don't see him, man. All the love in the world to John. And because we really, really got down to the music, we both enjoyed the same stuff. And you know me, I'm always offering lifts to everyone everywhere and never in a rush to go anywhere. Do you know what I mean? And you get plenty of convo and grubbing and all the rest of the bits and pieces as you're living life, you know? It's one of the things I've been very thankful for, Jay, from that period of time, was that I was like that. I met you doing that. Yep. I met Jack doing that. I met John. I met all the boys doing like. If I didn't have that time in my life being the way it was, if I didn't have the wheels, if I didn't have the other bits and pieces and have myself set up, then I wouldn't have had them friendships and had this kind of life path. And I'm quite blessed for that. And that was how I got into it. I don't remember the combos necessarily. I think he put me in touch with AK or someone or Buzzcat or whoever it was at the time. Yeah. And it went from there. And I loved it because it was pure vinyl back then. When I went in there first, if there were CDJs, I never used them.
Nah, they were the ones I was talking to Paul about it. They were like the Pioneer ones. They were actually really good CD decks, but they were like the rack mount ones and they had like the big wheel on them.
Yeah, scary.
But they weren't.
That might have been the Starship Enterprise to me at the time, mate. Because you know what I mean, like.
Yeah, I hear that.
They had a warp speed button on them, I'm saying. Because
it was good. Like all of the studios were not 100% soundproof, but relatively they were comfortable. Things were clean. They were, like there was a toilet there. Like the speakers were good.
Everyone was very respectful and like wanted this place. You could feel an atmosphere there where people wanted this to work.
Yeah,
the ones I came across anyway. You always hear about someone somewhere, you know.
You'd always notice them ones. You'd always notice the people that weren't ever going to fit in and stick around them as well.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I really love my time on there, and it's a it's a place where I kind of definitely hone my craft, especially as I've said on the podcast before, we're doing some of the overnight like 12-hour shows sometimes where I go up there 9
I remember doing one. I remember doing a long overnight one once, and I don't remember how or why or where but I do remember being there late, you know, like on a long one. I remember you doing it. I do remember you doing it. I remember locking in. I remember you talking about it. I remember being there either at the front end or the back end of one in a conversation with you.
Yeah, I did it twice. I did one on a Wednesday night. I went there. I think AK used to do like 11 o'clock or something like that, or someone used to do that. I think he did 11 till 1 on a Wednesday. Yeah. And he had no one to do his show that week. And I said, you know what, I'm going to go there at 11, but I'm just going to stay there till early morning and get the first train home. And I did like 8-9 hours all the way through to the morning until the first people turned up. I think like Darren or Flex or whoever turned up and obviously came in to do whatever. And I was like, right, sweet, I'm going home. And then the next one I done was on a Sunday night. I rearranged my show so that I had cover. And then someone else did the 7 till 9. I think it was D Malice and Dapper.
Yeah.
Did the 7 till 9. And then I came in at 9 o'clock and went all the way through till 9 the next morning. Yeah. Fucking raw. Absolutely brutal. I got home and I just felt like absolute shit. But the thing is, I couldn't have done that in a studio that was like a manky old pirate studio. Do you know what I mean?
You couldn't.
Because it'd make me feel even worse. Like
I did a couple of 4-hour shows there and they took it out of me. I can't imagine what it must have been like for you to do overnight ones.
Brutal. But it's one of them things where I found it. You've known me for a long time. Like I was a bit of a stray back then. Do you know what I mean? I didn't have much of a life. Like mum and dad weren't.
You were
really
younger than me
around
as well, weren't you? So I remember
like
obviously you're at that age where you're like.
Yeah, I was like 20, 21.
Anything goes, mate.
Yeah.
You know I mean?
And I had FOMO as well. I never wanted to go home.
Yeah.
I never wanted to leave the party. I was always the first one out, last one to go home if I went home. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, for me it was a big part of my life, and met a lot of people. Obviously yourself included.
For me, it was a big springboard back into music, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I never went anywhere. I loved the music, still did what I did, listen to radio, all the things you do. Like, never stopped collecting vinyls. Even to this day, you see me upstairs like this, full of. You know what I mean? Because I love them. Like, many people have said to me, "Do you want to sell? When are you going to sell your vinyls?" Never. Because every single one of them has a memory. I can tell you where from, who, what, where. You said to me jokingly before, you're going to pull one out on me, right? And say like where this, and I'll tell you the story straight away. Like, It might be shit. The story about rubbish, found that somewhere.
Yeah.
Someone nicked that and it might be something like that, or it could be I remember buying that in HMV and it was...
Yeah, we were saying
You know
that
what
would
I
be a
mean?
good one for a podcast to sit here with a box.
I'll tell you a good one. I bought, when you think of what type of record this is, I bought Ant Hill Mob Set You Free in Tower Records and Piccadilly Circus. Because I knew it was Mo's Music Machine on the label, Wired It Out. You know, like, there were some crazy ones you could do back in the day when you hunted, like we used to hunt for records, man.
Yeah.
Like, but to go forward to where you were saying at Fat Beats, Fat Beats, that's how I got in there. They gave me an afternoon show on a Thursday, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I had nothing else going on, so I didn't mind. It was around a time where I just started to say, like, I need to stop my chaos that I was living at the time. I need to find something constructive, and it came at the right time for me because it gave me something to look to every week. It was a bit of routine, and the boys that knew me at the time knew when I got there, I weren't in a rush to leave either. I think I was looking for new friend groups and expanding the way that I was doing things because a lot of my pals were out raving and doing whatever they were doing at the time, some crazy stories, crazy things going on, and it didn't really... They were raving in different circles, different places with different money and different, you know, and I weren't really on or in that kind of viable world at the time, and I was in a real soul-searching spot, and finding Fat Beats really helped me out, I ain't gonna lie. It became, you know, you always take from these things what you need to take from them. I don't care what anyone says, it's always about you. You know what I mean? I've got really strong views on psychology and how things work and that, like, and I fully took from that. I took, like, this has given me an outlet. People are starting to talk to me about how good you are, and who doesn't like hearing that? Do you know what I mean? Someone's finally, people in general that are not your mates and your ends, are finally turned around to you and going, rah, I can't wait for your set to come next week.
And you know the mad thing with Fat Beats is it was international as well.
Well,
not just a radio thing. It was like, it wasn't just on ends, it was everywhere.
I wonder if, I've always wanted to say this actually to him, and I've never thought of doing it, but Alex from New York, I remember him listening to one of our shows, and I'd never seen his name come up on anything before that. But I can't remember if it was on Flex or if it was on Fat Beats.
Fat Beats.
Because I did a little bit of time on Flex with Soul around the same time. And he came to the other one. I'm sure he came from somewhere with me to Fat Beats. Because I'm almost certain I remember telling him, you need to check Fat Beats out. This is the must. Like, this is nuts. Like, goes on all the time and it's visual. And I'm sure it did. So I wonder if he ever listens to the podcast. It'd be interesting to see if he remembers that.
He does, bless him. He's on episode, at the time of listening, he's on episode 3. He said to me the other day, they're so long. Because I posted up the one with Steph last week. And he said, yeah, I'm still on episode 3. I was like, mate, you've got plenty of listening to do.
To get involved, mate.
So yeah, he might hear this in the summer.
He's a legend in his own right because even having never met the fella, I've spoken to him so many times. It's really weird how relationships and...
He has met a couple of the guys from Flex, I know, went over to New York,
Yeah, he has. But people like that...
If I go out there, I know you're out there, your family stuff and everything else, but if I go out there, he's one... I'm hitting him up.
About it. While I was out there, I was like, I need to hit him up. I couldn't because of the stuff I had listed and going on. It would have been trying to do something that weren't possible at the time because of the timescales of things that were going on at the time, you know what I mean? But I did think about it a lot. Because I just to say, like, hello, you know, like, it sounds stupid and whatever, but actually these people, these listeners, these people that are invested in you every week become a part of your life. They become a part of what's going on. Like, I don't know if other radio DJs remember that from the radio days, like the way back radio days, because it was probably a little bit more disconnected. But once social media come in and they start following you on Facebook and shit like that, it becomes a bit more real. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're then going to raves and you know what people look like and you know who they are and you know what I mean? And, that was a time of social butterfly, mate. That was a time of real, wow, this is everything right now. And Alex was a regular listener because of the times, I guess, because of over there, it's different timings, and that, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm sure it was a Thursday afternoon that I did.
Yeah, I think Thursday 5 till 7 because I think Jack might have been on the 7 till 9 as well, actually.
Something like that, yeah.
Mate, one of my favourite memories from Fat Beats is another international connection. It was DJ Ambition that used to play on the home studios from Texas with another guy called Jay. And they actually came over. I think they went to a couple of countries in Europe, but they went to Manchester for another radio station they were playing for. And they went to stay with the guys there, and then they came down to stay with AK in London, obviously for like the rest of their trip. And I remember going out and taking them out sightseeing around everywhere else, but it's like, it's mad, like, they're from fucking Houston in Texas, bro. Like, but because we had the internet connection and
makes the world smaller,
doing the home studio, like, and I think that was a big thing for me with you know, similar to yourself, like all of these different people that, as I say, I was a bit wayward back then and I didn't really have a lot, and confidence and self-esteem wasn't there for me, and a lot of problems going on at home and that, and it's like having these different people, like I made like lifelong friends off there, obviously like yourself and other people, but like even just the people that I call them lifelong friends, people like Alex, for example. I don't know the man.
Yeah.
But I'll always know the man. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's a weird one.
It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's crazy. But even you talk Alex from New York, right? But I'm talking to even like Alex Madden.
Yeah.
I got to know Alex through that process, and then when we did passion and stuff, we probably got to talk about in a minute, like.
Yeah.
And you get to know someone, and that's it. They're in your life forever now.
Yeah.
I might not see Alex again in my life. I might see him again in 10 years, but the connection will still be there. There's a lot of people like that I feel very, very blessed to have in life because of those moments, mate. Without getting too deep about it, like you just know you have that connection with them, and you go back into a room with them. It's nice, man.
It's the reason I do the podcast is because I know Paul. Paul had me as a guest on his and finally convinced me to start doing one of my own. Although you lot have been on my case about doing it for the last couple of years.
Mate, I've always wanted to do it myself.
Yeah.
You see me the way I'm always talking with what I do for a living, everything else. But that gene still exists in me. What I'm talking about from the early 2000s, like putting yourself out there and going about things.
We recorded one for the Paul S podcast last night. Big up everyone who hasn't heard it. Go and listen to the Paul S podcast. By the time this drops, it would have been out for about a week. But go back and listen because we had a right laugh and they're talking about this European Super League bollocks and everything else. But yeah, so my missus, like last night, she texted me at about 7:30. She was like doing an online webinar, and she texted me and said to me, "Oh, let me know when you're done." I said, "Oh, we're starting to record at like half 7." Anyway, it gets to like 11 o'clock and I message her back and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm just finished." Obviously she's got a bed in it. She's like, she works in a hospital, bro. She's got to be up in the morning. So she texted me this morning. She's like, "How the fuck can you sit for 3.5 hours and just have these mad
conversations?" I said to her, time limit on this one, mate.
Well, the thing is, I said to her, I said, "How many times do you go out with your friends and you're all talking for 3 or 4 hours? You don't go and sit out in silence, do you?" I said, "All we're doing is sitting down and recording a conversation." So it's mad when you think about it, but we would sit and have these conversations. Like the conversation I sat and had with THIIS, you would sit and have that exact same conversation with him in a club, and you did after that event. Like the maddest one for me was BQ, because me and BQ did a 3.5 hour podcast.
I love that podcast,
but that doesn't even include the hour we did off air about shit we couldn't talk about. Like that was mad.
BQ's another example of this world of social media for me, because I don't think I've ever met him.
No, me neither.
And I feel like I respect him. Like, I like the way he carries himself. Yeah. The little bits of banter on social media. You can hear this. Like, you know me, I'm blunt with things. I talk to people to their face how I'm speaking right now. It's not just because you're behind the mic or whatever. But you find people through this thing that you want to spend time with, right? And I think to kind of bring it back to task or what you're talking about, that was what Fat Beats was like for me. Yep. There was people there that I wanted to be around. Like me and JMP really got on, ended up working with him and everything. Yeah. Me and John, I remember going to John's kids' christening or whatever it was. You know, like things that became real parts of life. Yeah. You know, like you have to be really blessed for that.
Squidge came from Fat Beats as well. Big up Squidge. Yeah, it's mad. It is crazy. But obviously, I can't remember the first time we met. I can't remember, but I do remember the first time I really knew who you were was the boat party. Do you remember we had the Fat Beats boat party? I think we probably met at some of the Fat Beats meetings. There was a meeting.
I do remember the boat party.
Yeah, we'd done a Fat Beats meeting because Bushkin and that got involved. Obviously, Bushkin, Fonty and Mo, they got involved in Fat Beats and they bought a piece of it or they did whatever. And we had a meeting and I remember you being there and I remember we met then. That's probably the first time we met. But the boat party, because I remember John coming over to me and I don't know how the fuck John got into a conversation with you, but he come over to me and he goes, "Here, he knows Dave Withered." And obviously, like I went to school with Dave. You played football with Dave, that's the first time I properly remember going, "Oh, like," because when you have a mutual with someone, it's different. Like the whole thing changes.
I met Nick that same night.
Yeah,
Freeman that same night.
Yeah.
I remember having a convo with Matt on the. We were on the boat over by Temple that way, weren't we? Over by Embankment. There. Yeah. I remember coming out onto the road and they were talking about it to me and how do you know him? Blah 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 blah. But I remember I have pictures in my head of some of the first times I met you, of me dropping you down to Holloway.
Yeah, that's where I lived.
And I don't know, I can't remember the details.
There was a couple of times. I'll tell you exactly what you'll probably remember what happened, but I won't tell you what I got up to the night before. But for whatever reason, I don't even want to know. Don't be fair. Just forget about it. For whatever reason, an incident happened basically, and I never made it home that night. And
shock.
I was supposed to bro, it ain't even a good thing. It ain't even a good thing either.
When is it?
I was supposed to. Bro, I missed my gig that night. And everything else. But my Fat Beat show was on the Sunday because I've been in the horrors, and I knew you always drove past my road to go to Fat Beats, and I knew you were going there with John that week to do his show, and his show was the same time as mine. And I was like, brother, you coming through my way because I need a lift. I'm mullered. I'm absolutely mullered.
One thing I've always been is helpful. If someone comes to me and asks me to do something for them, and I will. Like I've always been like that, and I didn't really understand it at the time, but it was something that changed my life later on. in a conversation with someone to do the work that I do today and all the rest of it.
Yeah,
That's
and I want to get onto that later, actually.
Probably where it come from.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah, there was a couple of times where you'd pick me up on the way through because I lived just off of Camden Road, which is like, you know,
Remember to this day, I'll take you there right now.
Yeah, one of the main roads that goes up straight through, up through to Finsbury Park, up towards North London.
I used to go to that little bit where you go in, turn around, and come out. Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah. So yeah, obviously, like that's how we kind of first sort of, you know, met and everything else. And then I remember we started to get to know each other a lot better when, you know, you were helping to manage, or you were managing the home studio, and I was managing the website. And obviously, we were kind of like, I remember us two like grumbling to each other at times and being just like, this shouldn't be done this way, it should be done this way, and blah blah blah. And it's just like, and I just remembering. Just remembering you had a lot of similar ideas and a lot of similar morals to me and very similar attitudes, but you were further along in life from me. So it was always like someone like, oh, like this guy's cool. Like he's one of the people from Fat Beats. Because at the time you'll remember, obviously I won't say no names and, you know, bygones be bygones, but there were some fallouts at Fat Beats with certain people and everything else and whatnot. But, you know, I was moving away from it and I was like, right, who am I going to keep in touch with if I do bounce from this? And obviously you were one of them, a few other people and everything else. So yeah, I mean, I left Fat Beats, you know, partly because I moved back to South. I moved to Malden, moved back to live with my mum. And I wasn't living in North anymore, and trying to get all the way across London was long. And it was like,
that's not just across London. That's like, you might as well be going to Birmingham.
Yeah. I've said it before on the pod, like it was a question of if I'd have been happier with the way things were going there, I would have made the effort. And we have made effort over the years for radio and gigs and everything else. Like Lord knows we have. But like I would have done it if I'd been happier and if I felt it was going somewhere. But I kind of felt around that time, 2010 to like, you know, end of 2009 into 2010, I kind of felt like it was dying on its arse. And I think you kind of left it around the same time as me. What was going on for you?
Do you know, it's funny you say that because like I said at the start, I can remember individual moments like as clear as day, but I can't remember timelines. And like I remember growing up with my mate, I mentioned him a few times earlier, James O'Connor, he's like an encyclopedia. I remember what you said at certain times. Like, how do you do that? I've always been in awe of the fact that you can do that because I just can't. And it's very cloudy to me because I've not really told the story again and again and again. Yeah. And that's what you do. Psychologically, to remember things, you have to retell the story because your memories die after 6 seconds. So you have to keep... Do you know what I mean? I don't ever remember telling it, so I'm not sure. I don't remember what the routine, what really went on. I think for me, life was changing a lot. Yeah. So if you're telling me it was 09, 10, I was changing everything about what I was doing in my life, and I was trying to get some stability in it. I think what I remember happening was some other opportunities came my way, which meant I wasn't outputting so much because I was almost killing myself. I was doing so much running around, doing things I should be doing and shouldn't be doing at the time, you know, to make ends meet and all the rest of it. And I remember doing a set on Flex in the morning with Soul on a Sunday, and I loved it. And I'm sure it was around that time.
Yeah, because I came down, me, you and Billy Wiz went and done a late show down there one night.
That's right.
When it was still on 94.2 when it first came back.
Yeah, we did. And I loved that. I loved them. I loved the people there. I loved the way it worked.
That was when it was in the shed in Matey's garden.
Yeah. And it was fantastic there. It really was. With Selector Prime Time, Loved One.
I got to send a shout out to, bro.
Mate, them boys,
the thing is, I go way back with them because Prime Time and them went to school with Longback. So
I probably did at the time, but I didn't know that.
Obviously I knew them from when I was a young kid. So when I first started on radio, I knew Steph back then. So old type Prime Time, he actually sent me a message about the podcast recently.
What a guy! What a legend! I love Steph. You're a legend.
I'm going to get him on as well.
I miss you. I wish I could have a catch up with you at some point. But you know, life. How many people can you do it with, and when, and how, and where? And life goes crazy, right?
But this is the mad thing. He's not on the socials. But he hit me up on another website that I'm a member of to talk to me about the podcast under a different name. It took me a minute to figure out who it was. Well, because he heard the podcast.
Them boys brought me in and tried to do things with me there as well, and it didn't quite work out. But that was basically what happened, I think, if I remember rightly. And then obviously Image and all that came along.
So I left it around. I left around the same time as you. We both did a couple of shows on Flex, and then I remember you saying to me one night when we were at Flex we were with Billy. And you said to me on the way back, you were just like, there might be an opportunity. Because I remember Gary was on Ice Cold, wasn't he?
Of course.
Unique was on there,
Was that how we got on there? Was that how it worked?
So he was on there. He was doing the Wednesday night or whatever. He was doing like 10 till 12. And you were doing shows with him.
So I started working with him at the time over in Staines.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Doing some events, Cape Assa and that, doing some stuff over there. Mate, they were good. They were really good events. And we weren't really trying, if that makes sense. It was just a thing to do.
I remember you saying to me, I want to do a radio show, but I want to do it with someone. And I want it to be different to anything anyone else is doing. And you're the person that I know can do it. And I was like, soy me up.
Yeah,
I was ready.
I remember now saying as well. I think I lost my motor. I had a motor at the time, and someone in my family borrowed it to tow another family member's car up to a garage. And
The Audi, right?
Yeah, the A4, and they rode it off.
Yeah.
Someone crashed into it. Basically, because they were taking ages to go over the corner of Battersea Bridge, it was. Some car tried to go up the inside of them on a 2-lane road with 2 sets of cars in there, the fucking clown. Took the door off, done the wing, the whole lot went, but they drove off.
Fucking hell.
So it was a whole big carry on. I think that had something to do with it, because obviously I had no wheels then, and it's like, changing my life. I ain't got a lot of money around me at the moment. I can't do nothing about it. So, mate, transport from central London to there, no, not with vinyls.
Yeah.
No, it's just not possible. I'm sure that had something to do with my decision in the end. I think that
I know that area where Flex was really, really well, and trust me, even just to walk from the nearest bus stop is fucking long.
Yeah, that was either a factor in what happened with. I think that was a factor of what happened with me not going to Fat Beats.
Okay.
It could have been Flex, because I do remember picking up Soul a couple of times. So I don't remember. You know what I said?
Yeah.
It gets a bit hazy because so much happened and the story never really got retold because it wasn't interesting. You know, like, or whatever reason, like, life just moves on. But the Ice Cold, the Image one really was a thing for me, because I thought, if I'm going to do this, like, again, I want to win, innit? I'm competitive. I want to do something properly. I don't just want to turn up and be anyone. I want to turn up and win. I want to turn up and win the game, like, and try it. Even if you fail, try. Like, I'm still that to this day. In a constructive manner, not in a like I want to put people down.
I also think what you said to me at the time, I remember, and it was something that stuck with me, was like, I don't want to go radio just to go radio.
Yeah,
like you know, it's not that for us anymore. It shouldn't be that for us anymore, and it ended up not being that. Just that.
No, Jim, what we created with that radio show is an absolute travesty. We didn't continue. But circumstances happen to you like that you can't really control, both from within that world and within your own worlds, right? And it's just the way you grow, develop, get older, get bored, or whatever it is you do, you know, because I remember some of the feedback we had from that show. Like, people's missuses are in their kitchen cooking dinner for the kids and can't miss our show. You know what I mean? Not even almost caring about the music at times, just wanting to know what we're doing next.
Yeah.
That was great. Like, to hear that type of feedback was crazy. Like, it really was. Like,
from the interviews, the banter, the guests, like, everything was just, it was quality.
No,
it
Akon.
really was good.
You know, spanner in the works, like in the middle of a set, something different, because, you know, we were at a time where things were just flooded with the same music, like it still is today, really. Back then, people were playing what we used to call the cheese all the time, and it's like, come on, man, there is so much good music out there, great music. Like, who was playing at Ice Cream Records music back then? No one. No. Who was playing, like, I'll tell you tunes that I brought them back, like Barbara Tucker, the G-Funk mix of Barbara Tucker, like, what's it called? Keep Together, whoever it is. Got to keep your, like stuff like that. Eeny Meeny. Who's playing Eeny Meeny before me? No one. Not for a long time. Since back in the day. Like, no one was playing them records still. Jack maybe, JMP maybe John Black. Yeah. But that was it, like, and that was only because we were talking about them. You need to bring that back. You know what I mean? We need to be playing them tunes. Baffled, the Zinger mix of, you know, they weren't being played, like, they weren't. Like,
so that was the concept of the show. It was, you know, obviously
education. That's what it was about.
You'd already been doing your education parties and that around the same sort of time locally around here. And I remember you saying to me, like, because obviously I was always quite upfront with the new house. I knew what was coming and everything else. You were as well. We both had knowledge of old school. I had all of, you know, basically my dad's entire back catalogue from when he was DJing and everything else. So we both had everything old and everything new. And it was like, people don't just want to listen to brand new music, and they didn't just want to listen to old school music. So it was like, the show was different. Like, we could just, and it was effortless as well. We didn't even have to plan. Well, we'll play this. As long as we knew.
Did we ever plan?
Nah. But as long as we knew that if we had a particular couple of tracks from friends, whether it was Jo, whether it was whoever else,
make sure that gets on.
Make sure that gets played. But other than that, we just go in there and have fun and just do a good show. And we had, you know, when Alex Madden come down, he got the electric shock off the ceiling. Like, there was so much stuff that happened, like, in them shows. Do you know? That was just hilarious.
Do you know
what
would be fascinating to do is to try to go back and piece together who we had on as guests. Because we had everything from, I mean, we had Kimono come on there. We had Siobhan come on there from FHM. Remember that?
Oh my God, do you remember that?
Legend she was. And it was a brilliant interview. She was a legend. Like, and she loved it.
Yeah.
Like,
someone said to me, how did you get an FHM model on the thing? And it's like, you do realise these people are just regular people that live in the area and have friends. And it's just like, well, how? And it's like, because she's a regular person that lives in my area and she's my friend. Like, what do you think? Like, people are like...
Who else? Where Billy and Sense, that drum and bass set with Billy
incredible.
and Sense was
the THTC boys. Yeah,
and I'm not a drum and bass head at all. I love my old jungle from back in the day because of the culture that was
Fathom
involved.
Audio, big up Fathom
But
Audio.
Fathom Audio, I've to this day I have visions of that set sometimes. And I think about it like as you do randomly, and mate, his lyrics and Billy's DJing just game over stuff.
Superb.
I see him the other day. I think some in one of the socials saying about we need to do a reunion set, and I'm like,
Please.
love. Okay,
Obviously, we had Major Notes came on, and then we did the other ones where it was.
We have to give him before he came unbelievable, immense props because Joe gave us every type of dub plate you could think of.
Yeah.
And we battered all of them everywhere all the time as well. Like we really did because they were amazing.
Yeah.
Mate, some Regular Lover was like, it's personal.
Yeah.
That tune got personal with me, mate. Like when he gave us one dub plate for the show.
Friend
had
of mine.
Both of our names in
friend
it.
of mine, yeah.
She's singing both of our names through the dub plate. It's like, wow. And what a friend of mine was, as a piece of music, was just crazy.
Really,
like,
really good. Yeah, big up
Heartbeat.
Major Notes. Yeah.
When I hear the woman singing Mr. E, you make my I'm like, yeah, I just want to go home now. I can't play. You know what I mean? Like, and you know what? And he didn't get lauded enough for me.
No.
His music wasn't pushed. I mean, it might have been, but it wasn't pushed as much as.
No, he wasn't. He was never. He obviously always made great music, but just for whatever reason, even the stuff with like the V-Boy stuff and everything else was superb. All of that sort of camp there. And speaking of that camp, one of the things I was going to mention was obviously some of the just straight shows that we did.
Yeah.
That we had like the shows where we had to have Sharky, Hypes, and RB on the same show. You know, like when Hypes kind of brought RB out of retirement, like, and just dragged him down radio every week. He was bringing him to our show, and like so many people, like, you know, I'll come out and say it. A lot of people back then were paying MCs to go on their show, bro. They were asking to come on our show. Like that was what was mad.
See, those are the principles I talked about earlier. I will never do that in my life. I don't care if someone says to me, "Yeah, but you know what? I don't care. Go away." No. That's just against the water of how I live my life. Forget about DJing. I've always got stuck with that, with people over the years, like doing things to improve their status or, you know, their life as a DJ or whatever. I'm like, I just love playing music.
Yeah.
I kind of actually don't want to be a DJ, and you've seen that in me, right? You must have done over the years.
Yep.
I don't really care about. I do, of course you do, like eventually, but like I don't like. First and foremost, I love the music.
Yeah.
The rest of it, the fact that I'm able to play it to people is something that happened to me. It was never something I went to look for.
Yeah.
It's like, well, Amy, you have this skill, you got to do it, kind of thing. And I was like, okay, cool. And then everyone goes mad, and you're like, I like this. Everyone's patting me on the back and paying me money and shit. Like, okay, I'll do that again, but I'm not really searching for it. And I think that was why, again, to go back to it, I fell out of it quite a lot in the early 2000s because it got grimy and all that. It was all about clashing and all that. I remember it, and I'm like, I'm not really in it now. I love the music.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'll play the music as well as any of you, like in my head. But that's not what I'm here for. So I'm not really interested in that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just remember that back in the day that a lot of the time people would like, some of the MCs would say to me like, "Rah, like this geezer wants me to go on his show. Like, have you heard of him?" And I know he's like, "Well, he's offering me X amount to go on his show." And I'm like, "Right, people do that." Like that to me was crazy, bruv. Like,
I don't knock the hustle.
No, of course,
because you know sometimes people get high horse, uppity about these things, but I don't knock the hustle. Everyone approaches things in a different way, and if that's what works for you, that's what works for you. But just didn't work for me, man.
But them times, obviously, yeah, it was another one of them formative times as well. Though meeting people like, obviously, I had Ashley J on the podcast a couple of weeks ago, and you know he was there around them times. Is when we became. Like,
I love his shows actually.
Yeah, it's when I became
Evo or someone was it?
Yeah, Evo. Yeah, Craig. Yeah,
Ashley J and Evo. It was like a drive time thing. I remember.
Yeah, really, really good. Obviously, Listener and Pressure used to have the show before us. Became friends
Top
with
boys
them
as
over
well,
there.
man.
Yeah, really good guys. Frenzy, Night Shift. Obviously, we've got a big shared history with him.
Man.
And obviously, becoming more friends.
Frenzy, I haven't heard called that for a long time. Jesus. Unique Gary as well, because you clicked a few memories in my head.
Unique was
actually.
on Fat Beats with us as well, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah.
I think I have it in my head that I might have brought him to Fat Beats.
I think so. Yep.
Either before or after he then brought us or me to Ice Cold or whatever way around it worked.
Yeah.
Because I remember being on Unique's show.
He's one of the funniest people.
Some of the earliest videos on my Facebook are being on his show, doing some tricks with the vinyl.
Yep.
You know, like I don't know what they call them, the hip hop tricks I used to call them, but I did them with Garage, you know?
Yeah, with a waiting track and that.
Yeah, you seen that?
Yeah.
That was I don't know what the fuck I thought. But it worked. It was crazy. The mix was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And to do them things live in the studio while someone's looking, you know what I mean? And you know, I did that mix that night. It was never pre-planned.
Yep.
It was that I had the original vinyl in my bag, and I had them bootleg vinyls. You know, you've got like 4 white label tunes on one. I had loads of them.
Yeah.
Because they were easy to carry around, and I didn't mind if I got them taken off me.
Yep.
Honestly, that was a lot of the vinyls I used to not bring them with me and bring them ones with me to the radio and stuff. And I noticed I had the 2 of them, and I'd been doing that colours. Where's it? For years, like for time. And I was like, something different today for Gary, man, because he's a real music connoisseur.
Yeah.
Like, he loved the garage, loved it. He draw that old school thing that he didn't know about. You know, like, he loved me doing that. And I said, watch this. And I did that mix kind of off the cuff, and I did some mad stuff with my spin. I don't know what it was, and he just went to me.
The video's still on YouTube now.
I think it's on my Facebook
and
somewhere.
there's another video on YouTube of when we had Uno on the show, and man. I was filming and you were mixing, and Uno was at bruv.
I remember that set with Uno, and I remember doing about 20 records in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's what the video is.
No.
Yeah, I swear it's on YouTube. I did it the other day. I think you've got an old YouTube channel, and there's sets of you on there.
Uno, a lot of people give him a bit of stick over the years, and I didn't understand why. Because I'm an old school original listener to this music. I remember listening to this in the 90s from way back and going to the raves from the mid 90s.
Yep.
And I remember being with Spice in college and school, and Edward, right? And Ed was MCing in these big raves. He was on London Underground. Yeah. He was Divine FM, all these old school radio stations, and he was MCing in these big gaffs, right? I don't want to put words to which raves because I don't remember, but he'll tell you. Someone should have on the pod, man. He'd have some old school stories. Yeah. And I remember Ed saying to me once, I don't really like doing that anymore, Aim, because it used to be like shout out to Fred from Dagenham and Dave from Camden and that. Now it's shout out to MC Styley J and like, you know, like now it's everyone's an MC and a DJ, and it's kind of lost this buzz for me. So that's how old school Ed is, right? Yeah. And I remember talking to him about his type of MCing was what I loved. Yeah. Because he knew how to host, and when he MC'd, he only MC'd in bits and breaks that really hyped you up, like really made you feel like it's man, like you'd feel the vibe, but then he would just like stop and okay, like the little ad libs and that was sick, you know. And I think Uno does that unbelievably. Yeah. Some of his lyrics are so obvious and straightforward, but they're perfect. They are what you're supposed to hear for this music. Yeah. We're actually not supposed to hear geezers doing their entire nursery rhyme. Nah. We're not supposed. That's not what this was for. This music wasn't for this. You're supposed to complement the music and be a part of it. It's why when Creed does his chats and stuff, they work so well because his timing is impeccable. He don't start MCing all over tracks that have got vocals in them and stuff. No. You don't hit like, so you can be good at what you do, in my opinion, of course. This is only opinion. You can be great at what you do, but you've also got to understand how to do it to be great. You've got to understand where to do it and how to do it and when to do it. Like, when we done a radio show, you didn't hear us talking over vocals. No. We'd speak at the right intro points before tracks as they drop, let them go. Yep. Because I'm telling you now, to this day, right, I think I posted a video the other week and Rude Boy Brand hit me up, cracking up. Like, because I did something like, oh my God, this tune's just coming. I had to put this on my Instagram. You can't fucking be quiet. Shut up. Because the geeks started talking over the tune as it come in. I was like, no. And I thought, you know, I'm leaving that go. I'm putting that on my Instagram because it's funny, you know, like, and he hit me up and goes, that's the worst thing ever, innit? Yeah. And to this day, 20 odd years later of talking about people should never do it, people still do it. And you just think, ow. Why? It's crazy. What bit of your mind has been deleted that's made you not...
How long have we all been doing this?
To go back to the point, I was talking about Uno, like, loved doing radio with him, loved doing shows, big up EJB as well. Like, you know, like, we might not see each other anymore, but it's like family to me. The Resurrection thing they brought out, and I was part of that, just felt like family to me, and I miss it, I really do. And I'm kind of upset with the way I ended up not being a part of that, but I have morals and principles to stick to that I have to stick to, and I did, and that was why.
But that time was great for, again, merging more friendships. And it's around the time that I think you knew Spenny before I knew him when we was on Ice Cold. But that's when I became friends with him, and obviously Spinny B as well. And there was just such a good group. And I got a big up. We bigged him up on the podcast with Ashley J. But I got a big up Steve Williams and all the work he put into that station.
Love Steve to bits, mate.
Obviously, we made friends with the likes of John Warren and that when we were there as well.
Steve's missus actually went to college with me.
Oh yeah,
I met them in Pasha at one of my nights, and he introduced me to his partner. I was like, I've seen your fucking class.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I think her name was Kim or something. And I mean, that was 10 years ago. I got reintroduced to her, and 20 years ago since I've seen her. So like, forgive me if I've got the name wrong, but that's what I remember being. And I remember thinking, goodness me, man,
so many friends made them times. Like, you know, as I say, John Heavyweight Warren, another one,
another family member, mate. John, me and was at, and I beat for 10 years ago this year.
Yeah. And
10
then-
years ago this year, playing to 2,000-3,000 people.
crazy,
Like,
isn't it?
like, whoa.
And then obviously the likes of Wes Wint, who we're still pals with
Yeah.
now, who's obviously doing massive things at the minute.
Yeah.
Big up Wes, he's going to be coming on the podcast ASAP. And he's now working with, one of my oldest friends, Si. Like, it's mad the connections that we've made over the years, and everyone kind of knows each other. I love that shit. I actually love that shit. When I see it, I said it to Si,
Mate,
I think
I'm
even
all
off
of
the
these boys'
podcast.
biggest fan, and I don't think they realise it. Like, all of them.
Yeah.
They're all so good at doing this stuff.
Yeah.
All so good at the music. I just love it. I love championing what people do and being a part of that. But
Even Greg Brazil, one of our
Yeah.
best mates in the
Yeah.
world. I've met him them times as well. Obviously, like, he knows a lot of the same people that I know from the ends and that, but doing them, moving the show to Sunday, randomly end up like making a friend for life in him. Do you know what I mean? And it's nuts, bro. It's nuts how that stuff works.
but yeah, I got to know Spenny because Spenny's about 4 or 5 years younger than me. And the boys that are 4 or 5 years younger than me where I live have got a great connection with Spenny and all his mates.
Yeah.
So Pimlico and Ladbroke Grove at the time were great mates.
Everyone knows each other, yeah.
The reason it came about was one of my MCs along with Linksy was Linksy's good mate, Busy.
Yep.
Busy's from Grove.
Yeah.
And Busy was Spenny's mate. And it kind of all happened like that. So once we ended up out of places and playing and stuff a lot around them times, it's actually where the two of us name came from. It was really, really weird because I'd literally be in a rave somewhere like Blag or somewhere and playing somewhere, and Spenny be there as well. And the mutual friends between us would be like, "Hey, Eamon, where's Spenny?" I say, "I'm not sure, but the two of us are playing here tonight. Don't worry." That's how I spoke when I spoke to them. And I kept noticing that. I kept saying, "The two of us are here tonight. The two of us are here." Like, "Don't worry, the two of us are here tonight." So when we ended up a year or two later, or whatever, getting together and deciding to create something, it was
Just
like,
natural-
we're the two of
natural
us. So the fucking two of us are here every time, like. And that's where that name come from. Jumping around the gaff gym like I said I would, but sorry.
No, but yeah, obviously, so Ice Cold became Image. We had a new studio. Everything was decent for a while there. I remember we stopped being able to do a show together because you had to give up doing the Tuesday evening. I couldn't do. I think you moved to a Saturday. I couldn't do it. I did a Sunday, and
Why did we
obviously,
stop? Can you remember?
I think we moved the show initially to a Sunday, and then you couldn't do it. Obviously, you had like your first kid at the time. A lot of things were changing for you as well. And then around about, I can't remember when it was, sometime in 2011, obviously I bounced. But before we bounced, I stumbled. I just fucking stumbled into the opportunity to get the room at Pasha. It was just one of them random ones where I was talking to Tom and Steve one night, and basically he just gave me a ring, and he was just like,
Is that how it came about? I always
Yeah.
wondered what the convo was. I could
yeah,
never
it was
remember.
either Tom or Steve,
mad.
and I spoke to one of them, and they were running Flawless in the main room at Pasha, and I'm pretty sure it was Tom, because obviously Tom Upton built the website for Fat Beats, and me and him had a great connection anyway, and I kind of met Steve at a couple of their events. So Tom just said to me, he's like, "Oh, it's your birthday, innit? Do you want to play a set?" And I was like, "Yeah, all right." I was like, "What do you do with the other room?" And he was just like, "Oh, well, we usually have a co-promoter, but we haven't got anyone at the minute. Like, they've kind of just pulled out." I said, "Well, I work with Eamon all the time. Like, we do a radio show together and that. Like, it's fairly local. It's West London. Like, he lives like 5 minutes from there."
Yeah.
I said, like, is it going to cost you anything to give it to us? And he was just like, "No, you can have it if you want it. Like, we just split whatever." And I went, "All right, sweet. I'll do my birthday party there. I'll get Steve and the radio involved in that, and obviously me and Eamon will run it, and it'd be cool." And that was literally that it. And I remember talking to you about it very briefly, and then I rang up Steve, and I was like, "Steve, you cool with me putting the radio's name on it and that on a flyer?" And he was like, "Yep, sweet." And that was it. Like, that was how the first Passion Night came about.
I remember, so just as a prior to that, something we didn't touch on, I think these were 2007, 2008. Me and Peter Arbuckle, Plops as we used to call him, put on a couple of events in Pimlico.
Yep.
Now, again, this is me being me. Like, I need someone around me to be the catalyst to do something. I'll do it and I'll graft and I won't finish it till it's done.
You just need
But
that first
I
spark.
need someone to say this is worthwhile.
Yep.
Like, to get me away from that awkwardness or that desire to be introvert, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't really want to put myself out there, Not because I can't or I don't want to, and I've learned how to deal with that over the years, and that's not a problem for me now, as you know.
Yeah.
The craziness of my life nowadays, but that was still a factor. He was like, "Listen, we can get this gaff. We'll have it rocking." He is. I spoke to him today, actually.
Yeah.
He's actually working on the site with Jalen. And he video called me with him, and I was like, "Oh, give up! You got off my ends in your bloody building site at the moment." Like, because he hit me up. Jalen actually hit me up 2-3 weeks ago with someone else as well. I was like, "Oh, dear, Garci." Shouts out to Garci, some old school Pimlico name there, mate. And from the Corridge House days way back. And he just said to me, "We can do this, easy." He said, everyone wants your music. Everyone's asking you for CDs every minute of every day, Aim.
Yeah.
I'll do the security, because he'd just got into working doors and stuff at the time. He was quite young himself. He was in his mid-20s.
Yeah.
I'll do that, no problem. Bring in a couple of my boys from wherever. We know the fella that runs the pub down the road. He's trying to make as much money as he can because he's only got it for a short period of time.
Yeah.
Let's do it. You got the speakers, you got the gear, bring it in there. Mate, we had easily 300 people in the King William.
And there's videos of this on YouTube as well.
Well, there's videos of later on. The first one or two, they might have all been on there, because I remember Lisa, my partner to this day, like recording quite a few bits and pieces on her phone, looked like it'd been recorded on a, I don't know,
potato
through a hamster's jogging wheel, like you can see it flicking around. And like one of them old, like a fucking, somebody got the book and flicked the book and you see it, and he said, yeah, hey, look, man, we just call up these people rego and book them. We just call Sparks and Kaya. What? Like, I know, and I think Plops knew one of them through someone or something like that. Anyway, we got them down there. It cost us X, Y, and Z, and we made about 86 times what it cost us to put the rave on. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we had every different type of person in the ends wanting to come to this rave. Half of them sitting outside, couldn't get in, didn't care. It was mental. And that first night we did it, we had Sparks and Kaya and Be Live. I mean, you couldn't get a better, you know what I mean? And I kind of semi-knew Sparks at that time through different things. He was friends with Hypes and other people, and it turns out some of my olders knew him, like that. Like, it was nice. He was not, like, in particular, RIP to him, because in them parties and over that period of time, we kind of all become friends with him. Not just me, everyone.
Yep.
Like my missus, all my mates, like everyone had like a real soft spot for us there because of what that party was. Because what that party wasn't only, for everyone that was there will remember, that party wasn't only a party, that was a moment in time.
Yep.
That was roof going off for every single record that played. It didn't matter what I put. I could have put on Jingle Bells and the gaff would have gone bananas. At one point, the speaker got knocked off the stand, landed on the decks, and it was meant. It was popping. Ain't even a word for that. I'm not sure if they made any money on the bar or loads of money on the bar. I don't know what happened because it couldn't move in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the atmosphere was just crazy. I remember coming home from that and packing up the gear, trying to get home, thinking, "What the fuck just happened? How the fuck did that gaff get that packed?" And they were like, "Same next month." I was like, "Same next month, let's do it again." And then it was I tell you what, I've lied. It was Sparks and Kaya. And who came after them? It doesn't matter now, I remember.
But at one point, you had pretty much every single MC come
Well,
through.
I'll get on, because that was the big one at the end. So then it was Creed and PSG.
Yep.
And someone else was before them, I forget. But the Creed and PSG set, to me, to this day, is the most important set of my life. Without a shadow of a doubt, because I'm playing original old school vinyls that I've had for years to a pub of people who love them inside out. Now, do you know what the biggest record on my set that day was? MK Always. I well up almost thinking about it, because that track should not be known as a massive garage tune. It's not.
No.
If you ask anyone from any other manor about that tune, because I was playing them, you see, at every rave, at everything I was doing, at every CD I had, because this was my music. Burning, Always, all them old school Bette Midler, them old school rockers, like, they were my jams, and I was playing them on mixes and that. So I remember going, you know that MK Always, the version I played was that underground kind of dub cut one. I forget what it's called now, because I had it on a black label thing, but actually the original record says the name of it on it. Because it's from like 92 or 93, way back, you know what I mean? And it goes, "Can I be the..." I remember dropping it in the whole gaff, singing every word.
Yep.
How? Like at that moment, it was special. But anyway, the reason why that was so special to me was because Creed and PSG were the originals to me. They were the original old school. I remember them from like, I don't know what the raves were because I can't piece together what it was, but like going to Sun City or somewhere old school, like not like newer music garage stuff, like real stuff that like someone just played a set and I don't know one of the tunes, one of them ones, like. And to hear them go, like, Creed was supposed to play before PSG and leave to go somewhere else, and Creed never left. So for that to happen, for me, I was gas. And then all of a sudden PSG's come in and they're both on, and I'm in that mood and I'm going, I'm drawing for the old school. I'm drawing for the clock, the doze and that. Yep. I'm going to relive my moment in this game right now because I don't care about nothing else. We're going to make money tonight. Everyone's going to have a good time. I've got the crowd who all want to listen to all the old school. They don't just want to hear the new stuff, because over the 5 or 6, 7 hours of the rave that I was playing the entire night of,
Yeah.
by the way, bar like a warm-up set that someone done for me. Eddie come in and done a set for me once there. JMP come down, John, some of the boys come down and warmed up for it. But you couldn't have played that set if you weren't me, because everyone knew who I was. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It weren't possible to do that because of that reason, which looking back is quite crazy to think of it. I played for that many hours back to back to back to back non-stop. And I just remember this one moment. I drew for One Tribe, innit?
Yeah.
And I played One Tribe, and I remember Creed just turning and going, "Oh my God, archive business." No, or PSG, one of them said, archive business this. And it dropped, and they went back to back to back to back to back and wouldn't stop. And at that time, Jim, I remember the MCs when they were new, when they were coming up and they were hungry. This was 10 years later and they weren't as hungry. I remember listening to sets going places and they didn't really care, and there wasn't that much of an atmosphere when they went there because it was just getting paid and keeping it moving.
Yep.
And they can argue that with me, but that was what it was. As a listener at the time, I remember going to listen to so many parties, so many raves, and that's what it was like. And to hear them do that for my set, and I'm drawing for the original old school stuff, oh my God, who's the bad man? Like them kind of records, and they're just going bananas, and it was like, again, for me, the Radio 1 thing's special because of what now, years later, it signifies. Yeah. Being on a legal radio station of that size, something that someone's found and put back on YouTube years later and all the rest of it. But that set there, mate, at the start of that set, when it was not busy and Creed had come early, right? My dad was there. My dad was in the rave. 60-something years of age.
Big up man like Steve Fred John.
Listen. He was doing Creed's weird like that.
I remember
telling
me that.
It's brilliant. It was brilliant. Had all that craziness to it. So those moments were crazy. And what that ended up being at the end of it all was a friend of mine decided he wanted a birthday party and he had a few bob. How many MCs can you get me? I was like, what? He goes, I'm serious. Because he'd started DJing when I did back in the day. He started collecting the records the same when I did, but never stuck with it.
Yeah.
But we were at the same time back in the day before that. And it's a very pity circumstances have gone the way they did over the years that we're no longer friends and can't be. From 10 years ago. Yeah. It's just one of them things.
It's just I've just tweeted that you're talking about. Yeah.
And that can never happen again. But not to go down those routes, like... He just said, how many can you get? And I said, well, let me make a call and I'll find out. So I called THIIS, said, THIIS, look, Powers got this dough. He's putting together this thing. How many of the boys can you get down here? Next thing, we've got 11 MCs back to back. Mate, 11 MCs back to back. We made it £50 to get in, free drink all night, and you have to wear orange or yellow just to make it just the worst thing you can think of.
I think, is there pictures floating around of O'Malley and them in that
must
rave
be.
as well?
Worst word in the world is banter. You know me, I don't like saying that word, but that was a banter. That was, how dare you do that to everyone, yeah? But he did, because it was his party, he didn't give a fuck, innit? Like, this is what I'm going to do. So you didn't have it packed out like before, but you probably had 50, 70 of us in there, which actually made it a better party.
Yeah.
Because we're basically having a showcase of all these DJs. Mate, we had the decks on a door or a bit of wood on top of a foosball table. I've never forgotten it. Like, it was raw to the core, old school, just stick the decks on and play them and that, and everyone have the night of their lives. And, I mean, I wonder if I can remember him to this day who was there. It was everyone but PSG. Teller was even there, because Teller knew some of my olders and that, and he's from the same manner as Hypes and that. Sparks, Kaya, Teller, B-Live, Viper, Kai, Creed. Did I just say Sparks, Kai twice? Sorry, Kai, Creed. Who else? CKP was there. Mate, all in the rave at the same time. Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened?
Crazy.
At the same time?
In a pub.
In a pub.
On the river.
Yeah. Like, when I look back, I think, what the fuck?
Whenever I cycle down that road there and I go past that pub, I always just think of that. I found out stories about them parties years later at one of our mates' christenings for his firstborn, right? And I'm talking like a couple of years ago, so at least 10 years have passed. Yeah. And a couple of my boys I hadn't seen in years are sitting there, the old school, the mafia, are sitting around the table, the ones that I'd known from for my whole life. Yeah. That I hadn't seen in years, and we're all talking. They go, hey, remember that party you done at such and such? Yeah. He said, that such and such MC never left. When he left, we had him up in the block throwing £20 notes at him, telling him to MC his lyrics for us. I was like, what the fuck did you not try and do to me?
You did that, and they were like, "Well, he got paid that night because these lot were flossing." You know what I mean? They didn't give a shit. They were billing zoots up at the top of the block, wherever, above the pub. You know, and they were like, "Come up, man, come. We'll pay you to come and while we're strapping zoots, we'll pay you to come and MC for us."
That's nuts,
mate. Imagine old Biddy up on the 8th floor looking out her door, such and such an MC out there, busting. I just sat there with this Christian looking at him. You did what? Like, no one told me ever. Like, they didn't want to because, like, they couldn't, right? I'd have been upset with them. Like, it'd have been like, this is my bread and butter type thing at the time. How dare you? But they didn't care, you know. Like, it was just, they weren't trying to hurt me or nothing. Just before anyone gets that wrong, it was just the way they were. Yeah. They were mad like that.
And it is mad because I remember we bumped into Creed at Southport Weekender a couple of years ago, and I remember one of the first things he mentioned was them parties.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of time for Creed, you know. Like,
bro,
he's a
every time,
like me
every time we see him, no matter where it is, that he's one of the nicest people. And Sparks was the same. Sparks was exactly the same. Whenever you see him, like, bruv, I remember walking.
I had all the time in the world for him.
I remember walking into Resurrection. I didn't even know him that well, and he made a point of coming across the room to say hello to me.
Yeah,
like that's
very
how
nice
pleasant he was, man. Like, what a nice guy.
I remember after one of the raves, we paid him, and we gave him a bit extra because of a reason I won't say on air. We gave him a bit extra, and because it was an iffy bob, you know what I mean? Like, we made fortunes and everything. I don't care, like an extra 50 quid.
Do you remember the night he absolutely bodied it? Was it Hype's birthday? And someone dropped Melody.
Oh, yeah.
It was Spinny. I think Spinny dropped Melody.
I'll be honest with you.
And Sparks hit it. And oh my God, the place went
I'll tell you something that might be controversial, might not be. 90 to 95% of the music heads who know Garage know Sparks because of Sparks and Kai and Flyby.
Yeah.
I've got a CD in my car from like 99 of him with EZ. And he does his peanut on you. Mate.
Yep.
There's levels to that set. The fire that come off that set. I got goosebumps saying that. Look, because we were original like music lovers hunting this music down, and that set he done there with Easy. I've still got the CD in my car to this day. It's like he plays Scrappy or Down on You. One of the two. I can't remember. Is it Scrappy? I think it might be Down on You. Whichever way, it doesn't matter. He plays it, and as he hits the drop, mate, it's just. It was a different level. I remember going to the raves, we'd be like, I hope you hear CKP tonight. I hope you hear Sparks tonight. I hope you hear Blakey tonight. Throw some old school names at you. I hope you hear Dollars. Oh, Dollars is here. Like that vocal fusion. Yeah. Like, you know, I want to hear these, you know. And like we used to do that back in them days. We didn't know who would turn up. We might be on the fly, but we didn't know who'd come. And
I remember that night.
I'll never forget that.
I remember that night, and I think it was Spinny and Spenny were playing back to back, and me and you were playing back to back. And
was that in Blag you're talking?
Yeah, Reese was there. Martin Lana was there. Like, bro, there's a picture of me. I've still got somewhere on Facebook. And I'm DJing, and I don't know what I've dropped.
He bodied it that night.
I don't know what track I dropped, but Mystic Matt standing next to me. You're standing next to him. Martin Lana's standing the other side. CKP standing next to me. Yeah. Hypes is there. Spenny's there. Spinny's there. And Sparks is there. All in the same picture. And everyone's going like this because of the tune that's just dropped. Mate. Bro, that night was one of the fucking craziest nights ever.
It was.
It was hilarious. It was the first night. It was actually, I think it was the first night that Reese actually met me. And he met me outside because some bird slapped me in the face. And he was like...
Shock. You're going to hear me say that a few times in this podcast. Shock.
We were standing... I won't go into why she slapped me in the face, but we were outside and I could see him out the corner of my eye.
There's only 3 reasons, probably, anyway. There was one of the 3.
But I could see him out of the corner of my eye. And I knew he was coming over to say hello because we knew each other from like, again, the socials and whatnot, and obviously running the same circles, but he was coming over to say hello, and I could see him, and I'm like, let me just like dodge this convo so I can like say hello to Reese kind of thing. And then literally whilst that's going on in my mind, I don't know what I don't know what I'd done, but I was basically, she slapped me across the face, like horrific slap, you know the ones. And rather than like do anything or react in any way, I just turned around and I was like, Reese, what's happening, mate? Nice to meet you. And he was like, you're a fucking legend already. I was like,
what an intro.
And he was there with Steve and Steve's missus at the time, so that's how long we go back with them. But yeah, no, that night was absolutely bonkers. But I just remember Spinny dropped Master Step's Melody, and Sparks just, for whatever reason, hit it perfect.
Melody's a crazy track.
Oh my god,
Melody to me, like,
bro, we got pulled up 5 times.
I remember,
and they kept making every time Sparks kept trying to leave.
He rewinded it when he's not even there. He's jumping over the thing and doing it.
Sparks kept trying to leave, and people were going, no, I can't. Do it again.
See, there's a pureness to that.
Yeah,
there's an excitement and a childish,
especially at a smaller venue like that.
Yeah, there's a childish kind of excitement in that was like love. It was love.
Yeah.
It was love, and it was even love. Why the guys all in the pub in Pimlico sang MK Always? It was like it was an ode to those mix CDs. It was an ode to the feelings that these individual people had all had in their own space and time, listening to these mixes and that. You know, that's powerful shit, man. I feel that when I'm at home listening to stuff. I feel it when I listen to the podcasts I've listened to.
Yeah,
it's fascinating. It's filling in blanks and pieces of something that I fell in love with. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a big part of my life. Like, not that that's important to anyone else, but to me, it's everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, those songs get you through your down moments. They have happy memories connected to them. They have everything, don't they? And like, to hear that, some people will listen to what I just said and go, "What the fuck you on about?"
Bro, there's people
they don't understand music.
They don't get it. They don't get it.
And they don't understand music. They don't like music. Don't care about it. They just listen to the top 10 that comes, and that's good.
Yeah,
Luck to them. That's up to them, innit? Right? Yeah. But when you really connect with music the way I do, in a way that so many must do in our kind of world.
But it's like anything, though. Anything you got a love for. Like, we're both football fans and we're both MMA fans. Like, there's a particular fight you remember. You'll remember when
I'm
were.
I'm a football fan. You're a Liverpool fan. Don't know if you know.
But you'll remember like where you were when you saw. You'll remember exactly. I'll do it right now. I'll do this right now. Where were you when Di Matteo scored that goal in the FA Cup final in '97?
I was there.
There you go.
I was there. I was actually standing on my seat. And I landed 3 rows down in a heap on top of people I didn't even know, because the game kicked off, and I'd been at Wembley at '94 when we lost. So in '97 when it happened, and I was there. Yeah. I was there. Like, I was in the opposite end, facing down the barrel of that shot. Yeah. And I was sitting on the stools at the front in old school Wembley. I got mad goosebumps, bruv. Who was with me? Was it my mum or my dad, or both? Because it's a family thing for us. It was always, we all went, I think it was my dad. And all the boys from my ends, everyone was there, because we used to do like a big community thing back in the 90s for us here. And we all literally used to migrate to Chelsea, walking down the embankment there, like 45-minute walk, whatever it is, every week, for £3 to get in the shed and an extra £1 to get in the benches. But that's back in the day.
But see, that's what I mean. Look at what that sparks up from mentioning that.
Yeah, I mentioned the whole thing,
and that's why that does it for us with the music. And we've gone off.
You're right. You did right.
Yeah, and we've gone off on a tangent because we started talking about the Passion Night. And
you did right. You're dead right. Because again, like the music moments, I have a picture of me as if I'm looking, like that on the operating theatre, the ghost looking at me. I have that of me looking at me doing it. Yeah. Like, although I still remember it happening. I remember standing on my seat because no one had sat down. The game's just started. You're 20 seconds to go for it. Go on, and it's gone in. Yeah. What the fuck? I remember getting launched because they weren't seats; they were stools. They didn't have no back on them. Yeah. So everyone behind me's falling over me. And I remember like waking up, like getting up off the floor. Like, where was I sitting? I don't even know. Like 3 rows down on the right in front of me, and everyone else falling over. They go, yeah, they were crazy.
But see, people have that for all kinds of different reasons, and we have it for music. Yeah. So yeah, going back to it, obviously, like I told the story briefly about how the Passion Night came about, and bruv, there's so much of that night that probably halfway through our set and definitely after it, a lot of it I don't remember because it was my birthday, mate, and I was absolutely.
What I can't do is give you the timeline, but I know the stories and the memories from the individual moments. I know. I remember walking into one of the pubs on the night beforehand and selling 50 tickets in one go.
Yep. Like,
just walking into the Elusive Camel down the road and going, right, there's another 50 tickets sold. You know what I mean? It was supposed to just walk in and let everyone know we're on our way down there. There's another 50 tickets. I remember someone giving me $9.99 for the tenner ticket, bruv.
That's crazy.
That's how mad it was. We were attracting everyone. Like, all the younger ones, all the old, everyone wanted to come because those Passion Nights were an extension of what we were doing at the King William, you see.
Yeah.
They followed on from that, if you know what I'm saying. And people wanted that buzz still. It got to be part of the thing, innit? Part of the what's going on, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
A pity those things didn't continue, but then the story got written in a different direction, right?
Yeah, we did quite a few of the nights, so that's the only thing. Like, obviously,
what did we do 4 or 5?
Easily that.
Must have been that.
Yeah,
and we brought people in as well, man. We tried to bring, because Pasha then was Pasha.
Yeah,
it was like a venue that you like. No one had really played there. That's a big venue, you know what I mean? It weren't like no disrespect to them, the Black Clubs and the other places, but it weren't like a local kind of spot like that. It was a big venue and a big deal, you know what I mean?
And I'm just looking it up now. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here's my memory, and here's what I always associate the day after Passion with. We got back to yours at like 5 some odd in the morning. And it was Cain Velasquez versus Brock Lesnar.
Fucking
that to see how we associate different things with different times. So that's when that was. That's how long ago that was. But yeah,
2010.
So it was my birthday, And obviously, you know,
Bloody hell.
yeah, it was crazy. But that night, I remember it. I remember it being rammed from when we first got there. I also remember we had, you know, a certain Adam Cotier playing that night before he was Adam Cotier, before he's gone on to do what he's gone on to do.
Jack Swift was there.
Yep. So yeah, Listener and Pressure, aka Jack Swift.
Spenny.
Yep.
Tearing the arse out of these places.
Yeah.
John Warren was down there.
Crazy.
I remember a set John Warren played down there. John Heavyweight Warren, and John, he liked to play warm up sets.
Yeah.
Because he played a different type of music, and the music he played that night set that night off, mate.
Yep.
He played like house music with vocals in it that people kind of knew, that was quite hard but not quite hard, and it was just in the right place to set everyone's tone like for that, and it was the perfect set.
Yeah, and then I remember actually Adam and Benny went on afterwards, and then we went on. But yeah, that was a crazy set of parties. But that first one, though, obviously being my birthday, it was a great night for me anyway, and various people came and whatnot and made it fantastic.
Is that why we did it? Because it was your birthday? Is that why we said let's do Jay's birthday and make it a thing?
It just happened to fall on that same week, because Tom said to me, "I'll come and do a birthday set."
Which is around Spenny's birthday as well, right? About the same.
Yeah. So I'm a couple of weeks after Spenny. But yeah, that was mad as well. Spenny gave me a guest list of like 80 people.
Yeah. And
I'm like, fucking hell, even if half of these turn up, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah,
it was mad. And then I think we did the January one. I'd have to talk to Jack and Listener about it, but I think the January one, was one of their birthdays as well. And they bought 40 people. I
think you're right as well.
Yeah.
I think on at least one of them occasions, I've also now got a memory that's just jogged, where some of the guest lists just couldn't get in.
Yeah.
It was too packed. It was crazy. It was like 1,200-1,500 people, whatever could hold, was just ramming. Sorry, lads, you got to guess it. It's too bad. Like people, if they're in, and the gaff's massive and it's flying, and the floorless downstairs, we're putting on a real party, man.
Yeah.
We're putting on a real. It's a pity. It shows our management of things and time and situations can go.
Yeah.
Sometimes things can happen to you where you just hit like a point of where it all kind of just works. And if you don't work at it, it goes away. You have to work at it. You can't take it for granted and let it go. Like, because our parties in there would have gone on forever if we'd have been allowed to do them in there.
Yeah.
Because I live here.
Yeah.
I live on the doorstep of the gaff, so there would always been 100 people that want to go raving once a month. Do you know what I mean? Like, or because they knew they were going to get a good time out. You know, it was a real party. It was, you know, I can say it now. Pasha's gone, right?
Yep.
Do you remember me bringing the bottles of drinking there?
We went up there.
Tom and Steve and everyone else listened to it. I don't know if you ever knew this, and apologies, but
they knew. So basically,
they must.
My mum still had the pubs at them times, so I was bringing up.
It's a good story.
I was bringing up bottles of Italian vodka that we were bringing into the pub. My old girl was selling them to me at like cost price, which was like worked out about £6 for a litre of vodka. We were using it because, you know, when you go to a pub, you'd have house vodka, and you get like a double for the price of a single because it was just some cheap shit from wherever, and then you'd have like your Smirnoffs and whatever else. So the house vodka, it was costing us £6 a bottle. And I remember bringing up at least 2 or 3 bottles and putting them in a bag because I think Lisa and everyone else was drinking vodka. And then me and you had a couple of bottles of Courvoisier. And what we done is we pulled a fast, and it's funny because the mixer's sitting on my table right now, the mixer that we took to Pasha. But they had in the box up there, they had CDJs, but they also had one of them long Pioneer mixers. And don't get me wrong, they're a well-built mixer, they're good, but that's not what we were using. We were used to using the Pioneer DJM 600. We used it on radio, we used it at home, we used it for everything.
And the show was going to be better with it.
Exactly.
We were able to do things.
And we got permission from Pasha to be able to go there during the day to change the mixer and do a sound check. But what they didn't know was in that giant bag with the mixer was about...
There's something else though. That
£100 worth of alcohol.
I don't know if you realise, because what had actually happened as well is I'd realised 2 things. Right, one, I knew from day. When people are drinking and feel like they're getting something for free, I feel like their glass is topped, they're always going to feel like it's a better experience.
Yep.
It's just one of the things. You do, I do, everyone, you know, you feel like you've been looked after.
Yep.
And almost everyone in the venue is going to be friends of mine. Do you know what I mean? So I want all of them to have that experience, especially the first time. Yep. So when he asked me to go up there, I was being my industrious self, looking at how can I get a few bottles, whatever it is. So we put the gear in, and I noticed they had panelling on the wall behind the booth. Right? So like, this is actually what happened. And I remember, right, there's no one here. I said, I'm going to take the panel off and see what happens. And luckily for us, it just lifted off.
Yep.
There was no screws or whatever there was in there. So it was basically a void in the wall behind the panel.
Yep.
So what I literally did was I said, lads, I've forgotten something. I'll go back and get it. Blah, 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 blah. Took the sports bag out with me and filled it up with bottles. Like, how they didn't hear the clinking. What did I put it in?
Towels. We had it wrapped in towels.
That's what it is. So I knew there must be saying, right? Wrapped them all up in towels. gone back in, and I must have been a couple of £100 worth at least cost price of bottles of everything in behind that thing. So we were saying everyone.
It took us 2 minutes to plug the mixer in, but half an hour to put the booze away.
And all night this panel was getting lifted off for a new bottle to come out for someone. It was brilliant. But like those types of things made the night. I remember.
Do you know the crazy thing though? And where obviously it's closed, it doesn't matter and whatever. But the crazy thing is the bar still done like a record number that night.
They did, yeah.
That's what was mad.
But they've always gonna, you see, they're just greedy.
Yeah.
Like what we gave out is a couple of £100. They did 12 grand or something, or
just in
15
the
22 grand. I'm making numbers up. I don't remember what it was, but they made ridiculous. I remember them saying to us, that's the highest upstairs spend in Pasha for X amount of years.
Yep.
Like they hadn't had it in that long. So like they were selling out of shit in Pasha, like unheard of. You know what I mean? So they were buying up the bar. That wasn't an argument. But then, you know, like I said, we were just showing people that were close to us, have a good time. It's gonna be a great night. And you know, Alan T will tell you, 1 minute he's there, next minute he's standing on the speakers MCing. That's what happens when the drink's free, mate. Do you remember
he was on the speaker doing like the funky chicken?
Oh, it was brilliant.
And he was grabbing hold of you going so bananas. I remember Fardy coming over and he was like, do I need to move this guy?
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, that was funny. I forgot all about that.
And he was like, no, we know him.
I forgot all about that. Fucking hell, Fardy, man. He's funny. Like,
that's a guy you don't want to ask to move someone for you because he'll fucking move him.
No. He thought, he didn't know him. He didn't know Alan at the time, whatever. And that was funny.
That was funny.
The way Fardy does it as well, stealth. Do you need me to move him? No, it's all right, Fardy. Okay. Just like that, you know, like. But that's if I said he'd have got moved.
Alan's not a little fella, and you got some big geezer screaming at you from a speaker, screaming at you to fuck off. You're just like, hang on a minute,
it's ain't going on. That's funny
because before then,
part of the hard drive, Jim.
Yeah, before then, I'm not saying that we originated this or I originated or anything else, but before then, especially in house raves, there weren't many people that were climbing on furniture screaming fuck off before that, before the shufflers, before all of that stuff, because I used to go drum and bass raving and we used to do it there.
The first person I heard doing it was you.
Yeah, we used to do it at drum and bass raves, me and Nick. So it was always me and Nick.
Because it wasn't a thing, we were just doing it. It was just who you were. You go, fuck off. Like,
literally, we used to go to like all the Ram Records events, and I used to be a massive drum and bass raver. Like, I still love the music now, but we used to go to all of them events and literally be by the DJ booth, and it wasn't just us, it was other drum and bass heads who were like, fuck off whenever a double drop come in or something like that. So when I started doing it at house raves, but I remember Spenny looking at me going, you're fucking bonkers. I'm on top of a sofa going, fuck off. Like, but then obviously everyone...
If there isn't broken furniture with Jay around, it's not a good party.
But like 3 years later, when everyone's doing the shuffle thing, like, it's like everyone's doing it.
Fuck off is a thing. I remember that.
And I'm not, as I say, I'm not saying... But a lot of people...
I was there, Jim. I know. I remember it. Like,
a lot of people say what you just said. Like, they don't remember anyone else doing it before me.
Become a thing until of course I took the mic at Channel that night, or what was it called, Studio 30, what was it called when we did it?
Club Life.
No,
was it not Life?
I don't remember it being Life. I remember Studio 33 338.
No, that's
the thing over there. Studio 33 or something it was called. Channel before that and something else in between.
Fuck knows.
Well, I remember, and that night was Steve when he had Lavish or whatever over there. And I remember there was no MC. So I was like, all right, boys, hand me that can of Foster's. Let's go. And it worked.
That was the night I did that mix as well, wasn't it?
And it worked. Yeah, with with the live mix with One Tribe
with and the loop. Yeah,
you see, we're talking about individual, specific, like 2 minutes
mixes
of our life.
Yeah.
And you don't forget them because of how connected they were with that moment of what went on.
But that set was crazy, and I remember. So obviously, you know, we'd done the Passion House, but at the same time we were playing. We were residents at Lavish, which was the Ice Cold / Image Radio event, and we were doing loads of other stuff. You know, we were doing stuff with Terry Stewart, various other people, like, you know, across the city, as well as you had your own things. I was doing my own events as well, and you know, like we were doing so much stuff.
There's a lot going on. You don't realise it was a lot going on.
But I remember that night at Lavish. That set, if you remember, we turned up quite late. I can't remember where we've been. We've been out with like Haley and a couple of other people. We've been doing Resurrection. Actually, we were at Resurrection.
Was it?
Yeah, we done Resurrection. You played there.
They had some great parties, man.
Yeah, we were in, but it was in Brixton, so we went all the way. No, Herne Hill. It was a gaff in Herne Hill.
I remember that.
Me, you, Haley, and Paulie. We went all the way up from Herne Hill up to Vauxhall to go to Lavish. And I remember walking in there, and I won't say the two DJs that are wrong because I quite like at least one of them, but they cleared the floor. Like, it was dead out in there. Like, names that you would know as well. Like, it was like bad. And like a fight had just kicked off when we walked in, and the dance floor cleared because a massive rumble happened in front of the DJ booth. And, you know, one of the DJs, like, I remember he turned around and looked at me and he just went, good luck. He went, it's been fucking awful. Like, good luck. And I was just like, Jesus, one of them nights. Got up, stepped up, and within, I would say, 2 tunes, the place was going nuts again, like just for whatever reason. And I didn't even know that many people in there that night. I remember Spenny being there and he was standing on like the little back bit at the back. And when I did that one mix with the loop at the beginning and dropped that tune, the whole place went off. And then we dropped like Kerry Chandler, all the downloads, and it went off again. And it was just one of them nights where it was like, that's why.
We didn't do anything out of the ordinary.
Nah.
And that's when I talked to her earlier. I said,
just play good music well.
Just do it good. Just stop trying so hard to like be EZ or be something else. Just play your music your way.
And stop trying to play silly, obscure stuff to be different. Which I think was the DJs that were on before us. I think that was a big part of the problem.
Do that. A lot. I don't understand. If you're going to play obscure stuff, play good obscure stuff that fits the moment you're playing it. Like that.
But know the crowd as well. That crowd wasn't there to listen to that crowd was there to listen to the stuff that was being played on the station. They were there to listen to UK funky, to garage, and to a bit of like electro house maybe. Do you know? They weren't there to listen to some new. It was a funny time that, wasn't it?
Electro house.
Well, it's funny. Me and Steph were talking about it on the last podcast where that period from that period from like 09 at the end of funky all the way through to the emergence of the deep tech stuff. There was like a really weird crossover time there where there was no proper set genre that loads of people jumped on. There's a part of my journey that we missed that we didn't talk about in them early years. Because what I ended up started doing then was there was no garage to collect anymore. I collected house music. Yeah. And I got a big collection of defected records and all this other stuff from the time. All the Head Candy. Because Head Candy was at Pasha. Yeah. So when we used to go raving, Pasha's at the end of the road, we used to go to Head Candy, Posh the Funk, Red Velvet at SE1 Club. Yep. Oh God, what else was at Pasha? There was other stuff at Pasha. Yeah, you would have had like Kinky Malinky sometimes.
Kinky Malinky definitely. Kinky Malinky went more into the centre of town in the end. I think they went into like Cafe de Paris.
I think they had Terminals residents and places like that as well.
I played at Terminals as well. Fuck me, that just reminded me of another one. I played at Terminals. That's old Farringdon way, right? That's old school. I remember playing there for Bobby Breslin. I remember Bobby, THIIS used to call him, because he got the scar and stuff on his face, and I like they had a great party that night. And I wish I could have done more for them. I don't think they did a lot more parties, but
I remember playing. Did a party with him there as well.
I remember playing a Head Candy remix of Lisa and the Cult Jam that the beat hit them, and the gaff going nuts. And that show you where the music was at the time, because I wasn't really necessarily just playing garage or anything. It was playing everything. It was like, I wonder what year that came out. That'd be a good one to look up at some point. It was a purple. They had their own style of vinyl covering, and it was the same all the time, just changing the colour.
Yeah, the brand was very specific.
And this one was purple, and it was a big tune. I think it might have been like a Chris Lake remix, or someone who was doing
someone under another name,
Hadji and Emmanuel or someone like that. Yeah, but what happened, Jim, was that music then was the first time that house music became a love for me. Yeah. I loved it, the all that stuff was coming out. Tom Novi, I don't want no, all that. Yeah, and
Fade would have come out around them times.
All that stuff. And where I was doing regular parties in the ends, like I was doing, like the pub owners were on me. Please come and do a party in my pub. I will give you crazy money, because when you come in, my pub's going to do a ridiculous night.
It's the gaff there that we used to do next door to the Mexican place.
Dijon's,
yeah, the Dijon's parties.
Dijon, Angie's Den, right? Dijon's is legendary round here. Yep. Everyone knew everyone. 50 people in the gaff, right?
And it was literally you could only just about get 50 people in there.
Your head's touching the ceiling.
Do you remember we did it? We DJ'd. It was in the cage. There was a cage in the corner of the room. Yeah,
forgot about that. Like those nights were great. I mean, rest of their soul, Serena had organised for us to play it. Do a cut of them for her. Yeah, and we smashed them to smithereens.
Yeah, that was great.
Because they love music. They didn't care. Like there was no like. Didn't matter how you looked or what you were doing, all that nonsense. It was like, we love this. We want to rave. We want to have a great party tonight. Do you know what I mean? But it wasn't just there. It was the Pride, the Tram, I was in everywhere. I was in the social clubs. Oh mate, it was mad times. Like, because you're intimate with the people there, so they were really understanding what I was doing. And I was playing the fades, the Cure and the Cause. I remember Cure and the Cause. I was going into HMV so often. I got to know one of the guys working behind there. And I remember him, some gay fella, like proper camp as anything. And he was like, Eamonn, this week, I've got the record for you. I never forget. He said, this is the record they are all going on about. This will be the biggest record of whenever. Like, he was proper at it with me. And I was like, what is it? He gave me a double pack green vinyl, dark green vinyl, an Irish green vinyl, Defected Records, with this tune on the B side of the second record. Yep. And it was Cure and the Cause, Dennis Ferrer remix, whatever. And I remember putting it on the deck going, that's all right. It was all right. what is this? It was a bit different, you know. Like I remember getting it home, sticking it on at home. Oh, this tune's getting better and better every time I listen to it. Next thing, my mate Lee come round, ending it, and he come round and he was like, I have to come round to your house every day to hear that record. Like he was literally, Aim, can I come in and stick that record on every day? I was like, fucking hell, man. Like, and then it blew up. It blew up a long time after that.
Yeah.
I was playing it for a long time before it became a tune. I remember even EZ playing it. I remember so many people playing it in their sets, like because of the drop in the bass line and that. It became a big thing, you know?
Yeah, I remember the first person I heard play it was THIIS, and it was when we were on the same radio station. The radio station had an event in Croydon, and Si used to play with Soul Session. You remember Charlie Wilson?
Yeah.
They all used to play.
Oh, Charlie, God.
As I say, they were all...
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, they were all influential to me. Like, so I was like always following what they were doing. So we used to go to... I used to fly for the events. So we used to...
Yeah.
And then when I'd go there, we had like tables and everything else. So
I
I'd
playing
go.
for them over in Lavender Hill, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I dropped... I was there, and Si dropped Cure and the Calls. And it must, bruv, when I tell you, it must have been a year before release. Like, and Si will probably tell you the same thing himself. That record...
I actually never looked at the story of that track before, but it must have been released and then re-released and then picked up.
Do you know what it is?
I don't know what it was.
It was one of them records where quite a few proper house DJs got it, if they had the connection. Someone like Si says obviously would have. And then, it came out. It took a while. It took a while before it came out. And it was never... when it came out, it was one of them ones... It wasn't like when MK came out, where it did get re-released. Like, the dub Look Right Through, whatever. Like, it never properly got a release. It just got a promo release. And then it went, like... Because it was... That's how it was with vinyl back then. Like, even with house. Like,
so many garage tunes did that.
Yeah.
So many garage tunes that are known now as cheesy big records weren't big records back when they came out. It's funny how that works, isn't it?
Absolutely not.
Like, people didn't really play them the first time around, even though they were around, like, you know?
It's mad. But Cure and the Calls was a game changer. But the thing is, I knew it was going to blow because I remember playing it myself there's a bar, I don't know what it's called now, but it used to be called Bar Sia in Wimbledon. And I really want to get John on a podcast to tell the full story about that night, because it was the first gig I ever played in a club, and it was fucking crazy. So I won't go into the full details of what happened, but I think the second or third tune I played in this set was Cure and the Calls. And when I tell you, like, I'm talking about a crowd of people, 17, 18 years old, just from the Manor, who barely knew garage. They were like quite commercial. They didn't really know it. But they heard that and everyone was like, oh my God, this is a fucking tune. And that's when I was like, all right, well, that tune Si gave me is going to be really big.
Trackheads Feel was a massive tune when it came out.
But
I remember playing that at one of Soul's events up in Ealing somewhere. I think it was at Hyperactive's birthday and something else was going on, and Soul organised it all. Bar 142 or bar 421 or something like that.
Yeah.
And he was going, hey, come and DJ. You know, you do some of these events a lot, not that organised, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I said, put that on there. He had Feel on the deck. I said, let me show you this. And I mixed it in live to the club from the wrong side of the decks. I was over the booth, did it backwards on the thing and dropped it and played it. And he went, he looked at me, how'd you do that? I said, because it's got like a 16 bar intro and just drop it, play it like that. It's really easy.
Yeah.
And he was like, I was like, yeah, because my mind is, like I said at the beginning, like this autistic mind of like, it's a pattern.
Yeah.
I do this, and that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
And you just do it every time, and it happens.
Yeah,
and
I think
like,
quite a lot of us have got that. Like, it's a weird thing, like counting beats and things like that. It's I think you have to have it really. If anyone who's worth their salt has to have it. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, man. So a lot of good times, a lot of good memories. But you know the mad thing is, right? Is we've done nearly 2 hours and it feels like 10 minutes. You know that's what's crazy, and crazy. I'm so happy to have you on for the milestone episode. So obviously, try and I don't want to be sat here till 3 a.m, but we'll get through some of the other stuff that we've got up to. But obviously, like those times were great for me, man, and I really appreciated. Obviously, you bringing me through and introducing me to so many people, and it didn't matter whether we were working.
Yeah, but there was a reason for that.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you out. There's a reason for that. It's because you were good. I've always said it to you. I'm straight to everyone. Like, you have to take what you like. You elevated me.
Yeah.
Like, because I knew I could do this well. Like, but I have to be around people that push me. You have to be around people that give you that impetus to want to do it more. Like,
you have to be
on
a radio show watching someone do something sick to want to go and do something better yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, when I read Frank Lampard's autobiography, he talks about professional jealousy. And I think that's something that's always stuck with me since I read that autobiography. Probably that and his hard work ethic. Like, professional jealousy is a good thing. It's a positive thing.
Yep.
You use it to harness what's inside you to make you want to be better. He talked about having that over other football players.
Yep.
And instead of making him be like side-eyed at them and going, no, look at them, it was like, now I've got to go back out on the training field. I've got to get out there again. I need to work harder so that I can get better, so that I can be at that level. And like, that's what the relationship with you ended up being for me. There was a zest for this music from you, and I caught that again. Like I caught that bug again. Like it wasn't just you at the time. It was John and Jack and
Spenny as well.
Even Johnny Five, Joshua Jones, some of those guys that I met early on in the Fat Beats thing. Spenny after that as well. I mean, like to this day, Spenny doesn't stop hunting music daily.
Ridiculous.
Daily sending me stuff that's like, oh, wow, like and that's why, Jim. Sorry to cut you to say that, but it's the right timing to say that because like. There's very few times in my life I've met someone who's younger than me that comes through, whether it be a couple of years or much more, that I look at them and go, I don't even have to tell them what to do. There's nothing in this that I have to go, mate, listen, try that a little bit better like that. You know what I mean? There's always something you see with someone, in my opinion, because this is only my opinion. This isn't like gospel. This is just where I look at things from my eyes,
Listen, mate, if it's complimentary, it's true.
But like, Jalen's one of them now.
Yeah.
Like, I remember hearing him, listening to him and going, all right, actually, if I want to be hypercritical, I could say maybe try this and that, but no. Because the way he plays and the sound that he has and the effort, it's effortless. Yep. It's his, and it's his style, and it works, and people love it, and his energy is so positive. You were the same. Yep. I remember watching your Sunday sessions on, what did you call them? The weekend wind down.
Yeah.
Mate, I remember watching them on the thing going, banging away the table, like, this is what I want to hear, because it was seamless. It was like, I don't want to hear the transitions between the music. I don't want to hear like someone talking about their mum's aunt's roast beef that's ready for them when they get home. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I listen to music.
One of my favourite tweets of all time. I remember I did a party for a DJ friend of ours, ex. Do you remember Lee Marley? She used to go out.
Yeah, I do. Sorry, I had to think then.
So she had a party. I think she was going travelling.
I remember the exact set. I remember up high on the thing.
Yeah, I think she was going travelling. I remember I was in there playing, and I said to you, come along and play a bit later on. You come along, and I remember I was mixing, and I finished, and I was playing that Head Candy House, which was like my forte, like that funky soulful sound from the early 2000s was my thing. And I just remember I looked at my phone when I got off the decks, and I went to it and I looked at my phone, and it just sat a tweet, and it just said, no one, and I mean no one, mixes house music as seamlessly as Jada Buddha. No one. And I was like,
but I wrote that too.
Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't remember
said
that.
it as a tweet. It was one of my all-time favourite things I ever heard.
I that night I remember going on the decks and playing Live and Joy, Angie, what was it, yo DJ, pop this party. I started doing all of that because there was no way I was touching house music after that set. It wasn't allowed. You can't do that. You have to know when is the time to.
That was one of my favourite nights actually, just to play like that kind of music. And I'm very similar to John Moran in the sense of like I love to play those earlier sets, especially because
I really enjoy them as well.
Yeah, it's so nice to not have to play the bangers. Do you know what I mean? It's so nice to not have to try and maintain a big energy at the end of the night. And I remember, as I've said, I don't want to get too late into the DJ career because I want to sit down with you and Spencer and talk about the two of us. But I remember a lot of the time when you two would do parties, it's always like, Ring J, like he's going to do that. And I was always happy to come down and do that early.
And we'll be touching it when Spenny comes down at some point. And Spenny knows this. I said to him, and I said again, find me a better DJ. Find me a better DJ. There isn't one. Like, for him and me to work at what we did and do what we did was, he'll tell you, it's my craziness and my, I'm not having it, this needs to be done this way, that made us get where we were. But it was his graft, work ethic and quality that came through. Like, his relationship with me is different to mine with yours. But the same at the same time, in that, like, you've got this, like, seamlessness about the way you play, and there's like a heart and energy that feels that you're connected with it. Where Spenny's just walking in and going, this is mine.
Yeah.
I own this shit. This is easy.
I am about to fuck shit up.
Like, two shit flying fuck was looking for this man and he was nowhere to be found. Like, swear to God, bruv. Like, you see him go on the deck, just go, and everyone goes bananas, creaming in the pants. All the ladies going, hi, here's my knickers.
He's got that thing about him. He's got that thing about him where I've watched him play over the years.
I'm a passenger to that with you boys.
I've watched him play, and I've played with him at all of these parties over the years, and I've watched him. There's so many times with him where, even whether he's pissed or sober, where you'll watch him do something and he'll be looking at a decks and you'll think, what the fuck is he doing? He's like, and he's sort of just fiddling around with stuff, and all of a sudden he'll just do something, and you're like, all the people are flying, there's drinks going everywhere, and it's just like, because he's dropped something fucking ridiculous.
And he elevates me more than anyone.
Yeah.
He makes me. It's like we have a language where we don't even have to speak.
Yeah.
Me and him. There's just a symbiosis or whatever the word is that like it's unnecessary for conversation here.
Yeah.
Like to this day, when we play anywhere, our running joke is 2 minutes before the set. What are we gonna play first? I don't know. Because we don't need to know.
Yeah.
I don't need to know what he's doing. He don't need to know what I'm doing. It works because we know. Does that make sense? There's no conversation needed. It's none of this. Aim, I think we should start with this, or Spin, I think we should start with that. I'm going. What you do, I have absolute, complete trust in, and I know you'll do it right. You know them ones. And then I come in with this, like he does a little 2 mix. I come in with my 2 mix, and as he's coming off the decks, I'm like pinching his shoulder, going, "Well done, son. Well done." And also going, what the fuck am I going to do next? And all of a sudden, I'm like, I've got to do something. He's pinching my shoulder and going, okay, it's game on. It's like...
It's mad how dynamics like that work. And it's crazy because when me and Spenny do sets, it's not like that. When me and Spenny have done sets together, it's just wild. It's like, which one of us can do something fucking more stupid or mental than the other and make it work? Like, I remember one time, I was playing, it's one of my favourite sets of all time, and big up Greg Brazil if he's listening to this, like he'll remember this day. I was doing Lockside Lounge in Camden. It was when me and Spenny used to do a lot of them Sundays, and Greg used to do them as well. And I remember I was playing on the balcony, and Adam Cotier was his event. He was there. A few others were there. And for whatever reason, I was the first set on, but for whatever reason, it was round by the time we even turned the decks on. And to this day, it's one of the best sets I've ever played in my life. And I remember, I remember dropping, it was like Reckless for Your Love or something, and I mixed in that Phase Action remix of Creature. Yeah. And then I just looked. Spenny wasn't even playing that day, but I just looked at him and went, "Take this," and I gave him the headphones. And he was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Wait." And I went and picked a bird up on my shoulders, and put her on my shoulders, and walked back over to the decks and started mixing with her on my shoulders. Yeah, and he was like, "Bruv, what in the fuck?"
That was crazy.
You got to do something different.
I remember it was crazy.
But like, yeah,
silly.
But
hilarious.
We would always do things like that. But yeah, the dynamics are mad. But as I say, I was always
fun.
I was always happy when you two were doing your events to be that early thing, not just because I liked them sets, but also because I knew what you were going to do.
But the only reason you weren't involved is because you didn't want to be.
Yeah.
Because you'd fallen out of it at that point, remember?
Exactly.
And actually, that's how life works sometimes, because our story wouldn't be written the way it was written. Yeah. It'd be a different story altogether. It could be worse, could be better, who knows?
Yeah.
But what's happened to us, I wouldn't change for the world, because the memories I have with yourself and with him, it's like I've got brothers that I didn't have before.
Yep.
It's real family members that will be with me forever, like irrespective of what goes on from here on in, like, because you can't share that level of emotion with people and not be close to them.
All of their memories as well. All of them. It's like having a missus.
It's like growing up to someone. It's like growing up with someone. You grew up together. It's like re-growing up. You know what I mean? You went through, because we did it on the dance floor, but then it became personal. Like we know each other's families inside out. Like we know all. Do you know what I mean? Like all of us. Like it's crazy. It really
as I say,
crazy.
I always, much like we were talking about our mate John Warren, like always. But I loved when you guys were doing, your events, whether it was like the two of us nights or the Vinyl Friday or whatever night it is. Like if I could be there and do the warm-ups, I loved it, not just because I love playing that time, and sometimes I even like going home early. Like it's one of them ones where I loved it because I knew that I could do what you needed to be done better than anybody else because of that relationship. Like, and it's just like,
how blessed were we to have that?
Yeah,
like we knew, because there's an intelligence to this. It's not just about skill.
Yeah,
like there's an intelligence to knowing what to do when and how to go about it and how to hold back. And
I remember one of my favourite ever sets was I came up and played. I think it was at one of the Frames nights, and I know I had to go and play in Croydon later that night. But I know I came and done the warm up set, and I remember I think you like Dolores and Christy, like all of our proper house music friends were there.
Yeah,
and I remember playing the early set, and then like having to, and everyone's like, "Oh, where you going?" I was like, "I came to do what I needed to do." The floor is yours, and I went and done it, and I just knew, like, I felt like I was missing out, but at the same time I didn't, because I felt like I've played my part. Like it's a weird one, because I used to, as I say, I used to have that FOMO. Like, I used to have that fear of missing out.
I wonder what your take is on this. We've all played together so many times.
Yep.
I don't ever remember a bad event.
Nah.
Never. I'm sure every DJ will try and say that out loud, but there's hundreds of people that have been to them.
I definitely remember a couple of bad mixes, but
that's nothing. Yeah, but that's part of the course. No one's perfect. It's normal. It happens. But my point was, like, God, what was my point? Now you made me think about 50,000 things now.
We're just saying, never really having a bad event. We didn't. Like, it just didn't happen.
Yeah, but I wondered what your take was on on like the way those events went down. Like, oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. So like, you heard us all play the same sets, but they weren't the same.
No.
Ever. You've heard us play the same music. I've heard you all play and me play the same music again and again and again, because a lot of our sets, if people don't know that haven't been to the events and stuff, they would be garage or they would be house music, or obviously me and Spenny did, two of us was all deep house and that. But when we do our local events and other bits and pieces, we play everything.
Yep.
Everything, like across the board. There's not one genre we don't have and can't play. And some of us are stronger at one than others, right? Like Spenny hit the hip hop and R&B, you can't touch him because it's what he does with his weddings, all the other bits and pieces. The garage was always my bag, right? The old school, the rare groove, the soul, that was always you. Do you know what I mean? And we filled in the gaps between that amongst us. Like the old school house stuff, you'd pull out a gem, then I'd pull out one, and then Spenny would drop something that you know.
The carnival parties are the best.
The carnival parties are absolute elite tier events, mate. They were like, to this day, people still can't believe.
Bruv, I was at Southport Festival when we were there.
Mad. And
someone come up to me, like, bruv, bear in mind, Southport Weekend Festival was in June.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the August previous. A guy came over to me and he went, Jay from Carnival. And I went, yes, bruv. And he went, why weren't you there last year? And I was like, fuck me. Like, you've come over to
a year and a half before. He'd been there, not just a year. I mean?
Yeah. Like, he'd been there 2 years previous and he'd come over to me to ask me why I wasn't there a year ago.
And you weren't there because of the egos that exist in the world of music, right? Well, yeah. And it's very sad because I don't really care about the money. I've said it many times to you. I've got a full-time job that makes me way more money than this probably will ever do for me. Unless I hit that hit record by luck at some point, which I doubt, but we keep going because we love it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want people to remember those moments, to have them for their lives, because I want them for myself.
Yep.
I'm understanding enough of my own psychology and the way the world works to understand that I'm selfish, like all people are. That I want those great moments for me.
Yep.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Don't you all? Like, we all want those great moments for ourselves, and like, having a great moment on your own is boring.
Yeah.
Having a great moment with someone else is fantastic. Having a great moment with everyone is fuck, mate.
It's one of them things, right?
I mean,
over the years of festivals and parties and everything else, there are DJs that have made you feel a certain way in a moment in time.
Mate,
and for me, if I can be that person who's made someone else feel that,
listen,
that's all I ever need.
If I hear Spenny play Marshall Jefferson one more time, but every time I hear it, I go mad. It's amazing. But I've heard him play it how many times? Like, or I pick that one out randomly because I can just move your body. Like, I can hear it like as I'm doing it. You know what I mean? But every time he plays it, we'll go mad again. I remember some of the ones that stick out for me, Jim. I don't remember them, but one of the ones that really stuck out for me was we were playing at Carnival, and I was still working at the Harrow Club at the time, and some of the older boys from the club came into the rave.
Yeah.
And I remember looking up and it was my turn to turn around and we were playing a lot of old school commercially type stuff. And I remember dropping Take Flight, Bar Swat, Jam. And everyone went, this is Jam Hot. And everyone looked up and went, the beat dropped and the whole place went like it was Disco 87, mate. It went mad. And like, these boys come over to me going, oh my God, Eamonn, this is mad, bruv. Look at this. And later on, Spenny went, where did you draw that from, bruv? Because we never played that in our sets, really. And I just said to him, look, I looked around and seen what was going on and like, we were maxing out so many tunes and we were changing the thing. I don't know why, but I just felt, you know, that break that's in that tune is really like smooth and calm and or whatever the word is. I felt that would get everyone in that mind frame, and it did.
Yeah.
And I just thought, when I was explaining it to Spenny, this is the memory I have. It's like, what the fuck did I just say? Because you don't think of those words at all when you choose to play it. They're feelings, they're emotions that you know is the right thing to do. There's no word for that. Yeah. And I actually had to then re-explain to him why I did it, and it felt really weird to me. And probably when I listen back to this podcast, I probably won't listen back to this now, but I should do, because I'm silly like that. But I don't like hearing myself talk like no one does, right? Right, that's it. I've got to talk like that now. I'll be more of a man in it.
Well,
so
I have to listen.
You have to think.
I have to listen back to him just to make sure there's nothing in it that I need to take out.
Yeah. And like, thinking about that and having to explain that to someone was a very weird thing. Like, you don't do it, do you? You just think about what works in it. For me, it was looking at vinyls back in the day. It wasn't the names of them. It was, I know what that is. That's going. You know, I found that a hard transition across the CDJs, actually.
Yeah.
I've now got to look for names. There's no connection with the visual. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It took a while to get used to that. I'm not going to lie. To this day, I still sometimes think I can't make my mind up because I'm looking at words. Do you know what I'm saying? But what a time, Joe. What a time, memories. And like, do you know, it's never really gone away.
No.
we still always get asked to play gigs in places, even though we're not even trying to be DJs necessarily like that. Do you know what I mean? Like I say that with the utmost respect to the people that are trying to book us, because when we go there, we represent. Like for Jalen Sulphonics last year, it was amazing. For State of Happiness, they have a great idea of what they're trying to do down there. Like, I want to help them. Like for Dan Jolly and the guys doing the garage stuff, they're like House and Garage Boat Party. They're brilliant events. They are great events, and I will step up and I will show out for you, and people will come to see us, and that's great. But I don't know, man. I don't know why. I feel there's no energy in me to try and make this a thing anymore. You know, is it?
No, I'm the same.
Is it because we've been there and done it, or what? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've been the same for quite a while, and you know, I was talking off air after me and Steph finished recording the podcast last week. I was talking to him about it, and you know, I was just saying like. And I've said it before, you probably heard it when I was on Paul's podcast, and I think I've said it on my show that, you know, after we done the label and stuff, and I mean, we'll definitely do a part 2 to this podcast, because there's so much more of our music career, and I want to do the 2 of us stuff, and I want to talk about the label that all 3 of us worked on as well. But I think the label for me was like, I say the final straw, but not in a negative way. Because it was for me, I'd done so much. I'd spent so much time doing the parties, the radio is always my first love. You know that, everyone knows that about me. But the radio, the parties, the late nights, the this, the that. Like, I'm a very, very open and honest person. And up until just 2 years ago this week, I'd never been in a relationship.
Yeah,
I dated and done all of the silliness and everything else, but I'm in my early 30s now, and up until 2 years ago, I'd never been in a relationship. And not necessarily because I couldn't or wasn't, you know, for no particular reason other than never really had time or focus, never something I wanted in my life. Even when I met my missus, it still wasn't. But I knew that when I got to the stage with the label thing, I was like, right, this has to blow now. I'm like 28, 29. This has to come now, because if the music thing doesn't, I need to start thinking about my future, not just in the terms of personal life, but also my career. So I had stalled in my job for 5 years, and towards the end of the label thing coming up was when I was sort of like, right, I need to get promoted or leave. Do you know what I mean? So, and then obviously, as soon as the label finished, I got promoted, got a degree, and I left. So it was like, obviously, it worked.
Circumstances played more of a role in that than you probably know.
Yeah,
because post Grenfell, it wasn't a thing that I could pick up again.
Yeah,
it was one of the things I lost in that period, because, of course, in that summer there was no time for music, because I was 14 hours a day doing all kinds of shit, and like by the time August, September came round, you know, burnout was on there, you know what I mean? And then it was like, right, new kind of lease of life. And for that period of time, from the end of 17 through 18, I needed to change my life, because my working life, that is, because I felt that my time in that environment had run its course, and the stress and the pressure of it all was getting to a point where it was unhealthy.
Well, we'll go into that shortly.
Yeah, we'll get into
that quickly.
But just the reason I'm talking about that is I think that's important, because that was also why I haven't pressed at the same time. And the fact that we still have it there and it still exists is great for the future, because there are about 60 tracks on my hard drive that aren't finished, that need to be finished. There's loads of music there. We have the people around us, the know-how. You know, it's just for us finding that moment.
The thing about it is, though, is you can always go back to it. Do you know what I mean? It's one of them things, and I mean, I probably won't. I mean, I still enjoy, you know, like I've got like the controller down there and the decks. I still enjoy doing the occasional live stream from home and having some fun. And I did a few during the second lockdown and stuff, and it was great. But like for me, the new passion is this, what we're doing now. You know, and it's really working out nicely, and I'm really enjoying it. You know, I don't regret things, but I probably should have started this sooner.
No, but this is the journey, isn't it? You can't. But for me, but you shouldn't think like that. You know. Yeah, what I mean?
But for me, as I say, like when we were doing the label thing, I loved doing it. It was such a cool experience. Got to meet some really good people.
We met some great friends from that.
Had the residency on a legal radio station for a couple of months. Everything that came with it. But for me, I made a deal with myself that, like, right, okay, look, I've done everything. I've done a lot. I've not been interested in production. I don't have the patience for it. I don't have that mind where I can sit and focus on it. I'm too all over the place. So, like, obviously I was, you know, we were doing, I've mentioned it on the podcast before, we've done the executive producing thing, taking people's music, finishing it off and all that kind of stuff. But I sat there and I said to myself, right, if this label doesn't blow within a couple of years, like I can't just justify. And then, as you say, the circumstances changed for both of us. You know, I was trying to move on in my actual daytime career, your daytime career, which we'll touch on next, you know, for a little bit before we end. obviously, you know, a big drastic thing happened that took you away from it. So for me, yeah, I'm never not going to play. I mean, look, when the opportunity come up to do that party with our mate and Grant Nelson and everything else, obviously I've done it. I'm going to come and play at Soulphonics with Jalen and Si and everyone else. I'm going to do various little bits over the years. And much like Spenny, I still collect Soulful House every week. Do you know what I mean? I still spend money on tunes, on tracksuits and that every week. So like, I'm always going to do little bits here and there. But yeah, no, for me, I'm kind of like, I'm not that fussed about it anymore. Like, and I haven't been for quite a while.
See, I like a project. I like to be all in or all out. I like to know what I'm doing and why,
Yep.
you know. And that's sometimes to my detriment, because I learned to change my life. I had to get rid of chaos.
Yeah.
And having a project means there's no chaos. It's like there's a goal, you know, like there's
Structure.
Yeah. And that doesn't always work, because sometimes you just got to do what you got to do and live through it and get it happen. Do you know what I mean? And I've learned that since that time. But very much so in my life at that point, it had to be structured and organised because of the chaos that's going on around me.
Yeah.
Man. You know?
So look, I mean, we've spoken quite candidly and openly about the music and everything else, and as I say, we're definitely do another episode, and I want to do one with Spencer.
Yeah, man.
I want to talk.
There's
more.
a lot of two of us stories.
Yeah, I want to talk more about, you know, that sort of time. Also want to go a little bit more into what we got up to with the label and talk about some of our releases and things like that. There's so much more we can do with these episodes, so we'll definitely sit down and do another one. But
mate, you're just gonna have me on every 20 or 40 episodes anyway, just to chat shit, mate. About
exactly. Well, mate, as I said in the WhatsApp group the other day, if all of us can get together on a Zoom call at some point in the next couple of weeks and sit there,
I've got a COVID
and do a
secure
round table.
community centre that I run.
There we go.
You can come and we can sort the space out there, so you can do it all properly. I've got GoPros and cameras. I've got everything there.
There we go.
I've
Let's
got
get on
lighting
it.
rigs. I've got everything there.
Let's go on it. So speaking of the community centre, I wanted to get onto, you know, your line of work, and you know, we've done about 2 hours 15 minutes here, so let's crack on for about 45. You know, like years ago, obviously, so, you know, running parallel to the music stuff, obviously I met you at a time when you were making big changes. We literally, if you remember, the day we went to Major Notes' studio to record the jingles for the radio show was the day you told me you were expecting a kid.
You've told me that before, since then, and that's what made me remember that.
So that's what that to me is a very.
And it's made me remember that. I've just remembered it now. I've remembered the image of that happening.
Yeah. And it's just, for me, it's a very special thing, because it's like we were going off to create our new thing, whilst you also had something new coming into it. Like, that was like a moment for me. I was like, wow, this is.
I was slightly worried it might have been the postman's, but you know, no, I weren't. You know, yeah.
Brother, do you know what's mad about you? Do you know what's so crazy? And like, I've told my missus this story. I'm just like, you said it to me earlier when we were out in the car. You said it to me earlier, like, you always have this way of like things, you stress about things and everything else, but it would always happen like the right way that you always wanted it to, and then it was supposed to. And I remember years before, when we first got to know each other, you said, oh yeah, one day I'm going to have a son, I'm going to call him Ted, after my family friend. And then what happens?
You know, that I have, you know, it's hard to talk about sometimes in a forum like this where it's going to be recorded and listened back to.
Yeah.
But some of the greatest relationships I've managed to forge in youth work with older young people that have really needed that in their lives has come because of the candidness of how I speak.
Yep.
The rawness, the reality of it, like and I didn't really understand that at first. I was just being me, and over the years I've learned how to channel it. And I've read and I've researched and I've written and I've done all the bits and pieces academically around the work I do to kind of make my head really understand the power of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I used to do stuff, Jim, long before I met you, that made me think I was crazy. And it was when I started doing the youth work academic stuff, which was completely by chance, that I started to learn about concepts and ways of thinking, psychology and other stuff that made me realise it was actually really normal.
Yeah.
But I was able to name my world for the first time. So I've been on a journey ever since of doing that, of learning how to name my world, how to frame things, phrase things, understand stuff, and build on that. Do you know what I mean? And the simplicity of saying, I'm going to have a son and his name's going to be Ted, is as simple as the goal needs to be.
Yep.
But in looking back at all of that, it was me being positive in my affirmations of what I want to achieve, where I want to go, setting short, medium and long term goals, working towards them, being dogged in that thing. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to have a boy or a girl. I don't know, right?
Yeah.
And we never found out the sex of the child. We didn't do it for both of them. We were real old school with that. But I knew.
Yeah.
Like the day Lisa left my mum's house to go to have him, we came out the front door, and whoever was with me now, if my sisters or my dad or anyone ever hears this, or I ever go and ask them for the next pod maybe, they'll tell me. As we were leaving, my mum's front door, if you remember it, goes. You come out it and there's a big wall in front of you, and you go up the steps. So there's a bit of a sun trap at times, but only at certain times. And it was cloudy. We walked out the door, and all of a sudden the clouds parted and the sun hit that bit of the fucking world.
Yeah.
And we all just got lit up in sunshine because it was a sun trap, right? When it came, my mum used to sunbathe out there like proper, you know.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
But we're talking a bit of space that's what, 4 yards by 5 yards. It's tiny. The whole front door got lit up with sunshine. I said, "That's it. It's a boy." And people will go, "Oh, shut up! It's just some stories," and it is only stories, to be truthful.
Yeah.
But you know what? The point is, Jim, if you listen to those things and take those things on board and believe that there's actually something that is of purpose or that makes you feel like there's a reason or a rationale to this world, mate, that's powerful. It can make you choose to do things constructively rather than negatively. And it's about getting airy-fairy, because I don't believe in all of the things, the structures that I've seen this written up as, like the universe and the secret and the positive affirmation. I don't really believe in those concepts like that. But there is something that's extremely powerful in faith, or in the belief of, like, you know, that choosing to do things the correct way will really come for you. And that day, whoever it was that was with me was just devout in the belief that that was Ted looking down on us, and it's going to be Ted. You know, like, and that was really strange, man. That was a really... Those things are strange when they happen to you, aren't they? Like, you think about someone and they phone you and, you know, all that stuff, like... Something to it.
But as you say, a massive set of changes in your life, and obviously around that time you were undertaking, you know, you started on your career path really, which is youth work, and went to university, qualified and everything else. What, you know, you kind of said a minute ago you sort of fell into it accidentally.
Yeah.
Like, so what happened?
I couldn't get up in the daytime. I couldn't get up, and I've told this story 100 times because I use it a lot in my work to talk to people about ways that you can change your life and that. And not that someone should ever do what I did, or they should do their own life, but I couldn't get up in the morning, and I was making good money at the time doing what I was doing, like really good money. Like, we were on the first year I met Lisa, we must have gone on 5 holidays or something, or 4, you know, like we went everywhere and did everything we wanted to, because she had a really good job at the time and that, and we had more money coming in a month then than I ever will probably have for the rest of my life, to be honest with you. But I couldn't get up. Yeah. And the money, Jim, you've known me how many years now? What does it mean to me?
No.
Don't mean anything to me. Like, I've got to have it to do whatever I've got to do, but it's not... You don't see me being tight of anything. You don't see me...
You're very similar to me in the sense of, like, if everything's paid for, it's paid for, happy days, cool.
Yeah, because it's the moment, it's the memories, it's something that my dad taught me through the way he is. He's, like, going to live to 178 probably. He's just the happiest person in the world, like, and nothing... He's been to the hospital twice in his life. He'll never, you know... One of them people, and just to see the way he lives life and the things he's told me about memories and connecting with people and that, it was always his thing. And I just remember thinking, like, I need to do something in my life. I don't know what it is, but I can't get up in the morning, so I need to go see the doctor. Like, I had asthma my whole life. I knew the docs really well, unfortunately for me. Yeah. My boys used to call me Darren Anderton. They used to call me sick note and everything, because I always get all the sinus infections and fucking chest infections. A lot of it from the asthma related stuff and that. And I went in there and she just said to me, "You're stressed and depressed." And I'm like, yeah. I was quite fit at the time, like really quite fit, and I was playing semi-pro football. I it was one of the few times in my life I had a six-pack, mate, for fuck's sake, Jesus. I had my big Audi A4, I had loads of money coming in. You had all the things that your alpha male would think, yeah, I got everything going for me. But the reality of it was, most of the money I was making, I couldn't really use to do things with. And I'm still living in my mum's house at 27 or 8 or whatever it was, do you know what I mean? Like, there's more to life than this, surely. And that's where I was at in my own head. And I'd met my partner to this day, still Lisa at the time. And, the connection of all of this happened to me at the same time. The doctors basically said to me, stressed and depressed, we want you to try a new thing called CBT. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I ain't sitting on no shrink's couch, mate. Never. No, it's not that. Eamonn, it's something else. It's this. And I'm like, Doc, I'm not listening to this nonsense. Are you out of your mind? And what it was, why I told you about this, I had asthma and all that, was because when I got to know them, there was one doctor in the surgery that I really trusted. Just one. And our doctor surgery had about 15. And because she talked to me like she was my aunt, like she had a go at me, like, come on, you've got to do better with yourself. Like she was real, you know what I mean? Yep. And it was her that I'd seen that day, and I still know to this day, Dr. Alexander, and she said to me, you need to do this. I'm telling you now, you do it, come back next week on such and such a date. I still remember the woman's name, Juliana Mora. I remember her name, the doctor. It's mad, isn't it, right? I told you about this rote memory. When something means something to you, you don't forget it. And Dr. Alexander said to me, come for one session, try it. If you don't like it, just walk out and come back and see me, and we'll sort something else out. I was like, I can't be having this. This does not make any sense to me. Like, I feel great. What are we on about? Clearly I didn't, but that's the alpha male in you. Do you know what I mean? Can't accept things or whatever.
It's also a fact of like when you don't realise how good you're supposed to feel.
Didn't talk about things back then, you know. There was no social
when you
media.
don't realise how good you're supposed to
There's
feel.
no Instagram memes telling me that I'm, you know, our deepest fear is not that I'm in a, you know, there's none of that out there. It was like, you know, it was still that old school mentality, and CBT was brand new at the time. So I was like, sweet. I went into the first session and I fucking loved it. Oh my God, you guys didn't try and tell me anything.
Yeah.
You didn't try and pull no trauma from somewhere or some other crap like that. You know what I mean? Like, you just talked to me about like overcoming obstacles and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I can do that, can't I? Why aren't I doing it like that? You know, that was basically what it was. And that coupled with a conversation with my better half to say, well, what shall I do to change my life? Like, where? And her simple response to me has just rung in my head ever since, and I'll forever be grateful for her to the day I die. It was it simple. She said, you like helping people. I've noticed that in you since I met you. You like helping people, and you're good with kids. Go to the youth club and help out. Yeah. And that was April 2009. You know, that was quite a way after I went to the docs, probably like half a year or whatever it was. And I walked, and I didn't actually like go straight away. So it's probably before April 2009, she said it to me, but it was April 2009 I walked into Churchill Gardens Youth Club because I was just driving past Looper Street and Pimlico, and it's actually quite a concerted effort to park my car on Looper Street because you can't park it on any estate.
Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare.
And then to walk down past my old manor, past my old house and into the club to see who's there. It's like, it's daunting. Yeah. But I'd done this CBT and I was like, I need to change. You have to trust. If you know, I've learned all these euphemisms and all these stories now, like about if you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome, it's insane. You know, all that stuff. You hear it all now because we've got Instagram, right? And it tells us this every day. Yeah. But I decided, well, I've got to try and change something. Do it. What's the worst they're going to say to you? Amy, you can handle yourself. If someone starts something, you just have a tear. Like, what are we doing here? Like, you can. What are you scared of, you dickhead? Like, that's what I was saying in my head. And that day, randomly, the thought came in while driving. You know, like your high conscience while you're driving, you're not thinking of anything. It hit me in the head. And I was like, pull the car over. Let's go down there. Fuck it. And I remember walking down there, cap in hand, so to speak, saying, I didn't know who I was going to find in there even. You know what I mean? Just, can I volunteer? And it was a fellow I'd known my whole life called Jim Ball. And I didn't have a great relationship with youth workers when I was a kid. Like I weren't the trendy one or the in one because I like to fight and argue and play football and get angry and tackle people too hard and get hurt. And, you know, like I was a bit... like I said, probably autistic in some ways. Do you know what I mean? Like, the lads used to take the piss out of me for doing all kinds of crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like, it was just one of them things. And I remember his words to me were, like, he was shocked. As if, like, say, what? Like, what? But they knew I was the music man, Jim, and that was my in. Yeah. So it was like, that helped me save my life as well. Because I saved my life, you know. Yeah. Some of my friends, my closest friends, don't even realise that. But I really saved my life in that moment, like, because... my mind was going to a place that was very dark. Like, I was willing to do things at that point that were very, very dark. Like, and even my closest friends, I don't think were quite aware of that because I was moving in different circles at different times with different people, doing different types of things. And each one of them circles weren't really connected with the other one. So it was like, I still held myself in a place where I was respected or friendly in those circles, but they were different. And I was seeing copious amounts of things I shouldn't have been seeing really in hindsight. Do you know what I mean? So, and because I couldn't understand the world and why it was like it was and why I was thinking I was crazy, it was a weird time to... In hindsight, I can talk about it because I'm so far removed from it now and a different person. Yeah. I feel like I'm talking about somebody else, not myself. You know what I mean? And it was probably that coupled with the guilt of not doing something constructive with my life, having everyone tell me forever that I'm always the cleverest one they know. Everyone always said it to me when I was a kid, like growing up, everyone, adults, my mates, people I went to school with, like, you know, shocked. I remember 2006 going to a reunion from St Charles and everyone was like, well, what did we all get then? Because we all got our results after we'd left. Yeah. And when I told them I got a pass on our course, the whole pub was shocked because I'd helped all of them get distinctions. And they knew it. And they said, you helped me get my distinction. How the fuck? Because I didn't want to do the work. I just wanted to fucking chase women and fucking play football. That was all, you know, it didn't make sense. I was stupid. I wasn't having any guidance, Jim, you know. So I've gone in there anyway. And sorry for the big story. I love doing that. But it's important to tell it all. Yeah. And I did 2 years there at Churchill Gardens. And not once did I get offered to be paid. Not once. But what I learned real fast in that April was, well, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. Yep. And I worked every day of the 6 weeks holidays, Monday to Friday, every day there, kicking football. Because I was really good at football, I was taking liberties of football. I was really good at table tennis, taking liberties of table tennis. But what I learned early was, whilst I'm taking liberties with these things, I found these were great tools to get to know young people.
Yep.
Because they loved the fact that you were able to do these things, and they wanted to learn it themselves. And it showed me like a pure kind of connection between me and my youngers, because they were just my youngers at the time. I was in my late 20s. Like, they weren't that far removed from me, my ends. They weren't like my mates' kids or anything. They were my mates' little brothers and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And I still have relationships with some of them to this day. Actually, there's a really strange one here. I don't know if I've ever told you this before. I must have done. One of the boys from Churchill Gardens is why I got into THIIS.
Really?
Yeah. One of the kids in the youth club, Archie.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You met Archie?
Yeah.
Right? I was playing garage to everyone, and funky ass, and all my dub plates and everything, and the boys were coming up, and I was showing them how to DJ the records and CDs, and the girls as well. And just to go back to the point, I was there for like 2 years, and I realised I did that for the summer, and then I realised real fast that all these lads around me are talking in a language that I don't understand. Empowerment, this, every child matters, that, all these words, jargon words, I need to learn this shit. Because me being competitive at things, I can't have it that people can do this better. I've got to learn, what is the next knowledge thing? What is the next way to learn? Yeah. And I just went down and enrolled myself in my MVQs, which in themselves were a big battle to do, because I had no backing from my organisation. I had to do all the paperwork myself. It was a mad time. And in the 2 years I was there, I did my MVQ2 and I did my MVQ3, which meant that actually, I didn't know this, but after doing the MVQ3, you could technically run a small youth club.
Okay.
Right, you can run a program in a community space at the time, basically. And so while I was at Churchill Gardens in that period, I met Archie as one of the boys. He loved DJing, loved music. He still to this day loves music.
Yeah, he's very passionate. Yeah.
And he showed me this tune that was by Golf Clap. I can't remember what it is to this day. I've often tried to remember what one it was. We sat here long enough on YouTube, I'd find it. Yeah. It was 120 BPM. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Why is this so slow, Archie, man? What is this mad? Because he was showing me Ukrainian house music that was 120 BPM and that. And I was like, I like the music, but I can't get down to this.
Because he's Eastern European.
He's Lithuanian, yeah. Or Latvian, one of the two. Forgive me, he'll kill me now if I get the wrong one right. But it's one of the two. And I think Latvian. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, Archie, if you're listening, but, for the purposes of my stupid brain, it doesn't. He showed me this tune, and I actually fell in love with this one by Golf Clap, is what I called it? Yeah. And I get confused now because of clap tone and the words, and And I remember thinking, that fucking tune's sick. But I can't play that in any sets I'm playing or anything. Like, it's like out there, it's weird. And the more and more I was DJing and showing stuff, he's showing me more and more deep house. And this was 2010 now, because I've been there from 2009 to 2010. And I just fell in love with this genre. I was like, I have to do something with this genre. This music is sick. But no one knows about it. Like, everyone around me is like still playing garage and UK funky and whatever. And that's kind of a weird anecdote, right? Because I would not have gone down the route of two of us and all of that if it weren't for Archie. That's the truth.
That's crazy.
I wouldn't have fallen in love with that music. I wouldn't have taken on that kind of... as we burrow in the archives for things, I was doing it there for that music. And he was sending me shit. If I went back through my Facebook messages in far enough, if they were still there, or my Instagram, or whatever it was we were using at the time to connect, or maybe text, who knows. I'll probably see some absolute bangers in there, probably, that he was sending me, like, And, so that happened, like I said, by mistake, because I didn't want to be a youth worker. I was just trying to find something to do that was constructive. Yeah. My missus had said 2 words to me, and I listened to her, and I took the leap of faith for the first time in my life. I listened to what others were saying, and I wasn't worried about the outcome. And that was a big learning curve for me as a person, because I do that all the time now. Yeah. I believe that if my judgment of something is as good as I think it is, I've got nothing to worry about. I'll follow that instinct of what it is, and it works out, and it always has done ever since, to be honest. Almost 99 times out of 100, if not more, Yeah. And that journey to continue at J-Light became... While I was doing the MVQ2 and 3, and I often talk about this to young people now that are doing them under me. While I was doing them, I realised, as I was there, that I'm better than everyone in the room. I was doing my MVQ2 and everyone in the room was coming to me for answers and asking me how to do things. Moved into my level 3 and it was the same. And I didn't feel special or like I knew more than everyone else. I just thought, this is easy. This is obvious shit. Like, this is obvious, dude. It was just like another hustle.
Yeah.
It was just like, well, here's the circumstances and the way to make money. He has the best way to do it. Well, I know the best way to do it. I can see it. And just because you happen to be the head of a hostel or something, or some big job title with 40 grand behind your name, whatever it was at the time, don't mean you know better than I do.
Yep.
And it really started to chip away at something that I had when I was younger. And it was this perspective of deficit that I've come to learn about, research and read about and write about since. The deficit perspective of the child. Like the way the adult looks at the child and says, well, I know what's best for you. You know, when the truth is, you don't.
Yeah.
You really don't. They understand how education works from the peer now, not from the teacher necessarily. There's all kinds of stuff out there now that we've learned about over the years that's proven this stuff. Like, and I had that very much growing up because I felt like an estate kid who, again, I had two immigrant parents. No matter what way you break it down, my older sisters over the years, I said, no, you did have things. You had stuff. I didn't have certain things that I needed and they weren't there, and that's it, end of story. Yep. That's why my son's called Ted, right? Because he was someone who did look after me and did keep tabs. My mum and dad love me to bits, don't get me twisted. They're great people and they do anything for me and always there. But there's certain stoic parts of that old Irish person that didn't allow certain things to be there, certain types of love or guidance or whatever. I don't really know how to explain.
Also, as you said earlier, they're two hard-working immigrants that aren't around because they're working their bollocks off. So I've no ill will or bad feeling to those times. But just because of the reflective practice of my work, I look at it in depth. And now, rather than thinking that I'm crazy for doing that, I understand the practice of it. Like, I get why. You know what I mean? Like, so that kind of happened to me, and then I had a really weird one. So again, journey's been connected with music. There's some anecdotes to this that I might or might not have told you before. But we were playing at Blag one night, and Blaze come up to me after the set. Yeah.
And Blaze was like, I hadn't seen Blaze in years. For those that don't know, I went to college with Blaze and Stefan, and we played in a football team that won the London Cup. We won everything. We were mustard. That team was great, right? We went on to represent London in a countrywide thing. I was mental, like. So we became great friends, as you do, like sharing moments on a football pitch. I still play football with Steph, and Blaze, if he was in the country, would be there as well to this day, because we have this, again, when you were like symbiosis, where we just understand each other, you know. And Blaze come up to me and was like, "Aim, that set was sick. Like, I ain't been on it for years, but I want to get back into DJing." Like, and Blaze, if you listen to this, you little shit, you didn't fucking say this on your podcast, did you? Fuck's sake.
That's you and Steph.
He probably don't remember though, because to me it was a big deal.
Yeah.
To him, it was probably just another moment in his journey, but to me it was a big moment in mine, because of what he brought to my house that week was Lee Miller, a mutual friend of ours.
Legend.
And
big up Lee.
I hadn't seen Lee since one of the cup finals we played in, where, well, I had seen Lee since then, but the moment I remember Lee for the most, because I knew Stefan Blaze from the team and Lee was their mate, so I didn't know him that well, but we were respectful to each other. And Lee's funny. Lee's got more banter than I've ever had anyone have. He's just a character, right? And we were playing at Dulwich Hamlets in a cup final against Bacon College, which is one from over like Rotherhithe or somewhere. And it was tense. It was a close game, but I was playing centre half because I was a centre midfielder, but they never had a centre half. They could never find one that could do the job and keep the team together, and I could do that. I was a captain and all that, you know. Weird to think about it. I was a captain of that great team. They were great players in that team. If you're listening, Quasey, Pedro, Francis, Campbell, Russell, all these boys were mustard for. Blaze up front was, don't mate. Jamie Vardy, bruv. He's exactly like Jamie Vardy. Mental. Steph in the middle, of course. Effie, this big centre half I played next to, he was like 6'4", and I just swept everything because I got a great touch and all the rest of it. Like, and we had a great balance to the team, and we were there. Sorry to give that big kind of explanation, but every time the ball came towards me, I was trying to put it over the stand, because the first 5 minutes in, they had this tricky winger, and he was like Oriental background. I remember him. He was their guy, Nam or something his name was. He was their boy, and we'd known about him, playing about him against him before. So the ball kind of broke into an area where it was both of us going for it, and I was like, "You are coming home with me tonight. Some of your leg is getting stuck to my shin pad. Some shit's happening." You know, like, I was vindictive like that back then because I wanted to win. I was such a winner. Like, I was competitive. I didn't care about getting injured. I would have played that game with a broken leg. I'd have carried on. It wouldn't stop me. Steph will tell you what I was like if he remembers, or Blaze, like. And I went right through him, the ball, everything, and the ball went straight over the main stand at Dulwich Hamlets. And Lee got up and went, "Yeah!" there's like hardly anyone in the fucking stand but him, so you can hear him reverberating around the place. So because he did that the first time, the rest of the game I was trying.
Did he then turn around and go, "You want some? I'll give it you." You've got no fans.
Because of that, because this is me. You see me,
hell.
I'm stupid. Like, if I know something's going on right now, I might turn up wearing a fucking leprechaun outfit or something, or I'll do silly shit, or I'll, like, I just like that moment when I can share it with someone. So in that moment, I decided that's it. The ball comes near me and I've got to clear it. I am putting at one point, I'm sure the ball's rolling off. I flicked it up and volleyed it off. Just to try to get over the stand again. Like, anyway, that was the relationship I had with Lee.
Yeah.
So when I met,
it's just pure banter.
Yeah, Blaze, that night Lee wasn't with him, but what Blaze said to me was, "I want to get back into the music." And I was like, "Listen, come to my house this week some point. Excuse the terminology, but I won't say it. Just take what you want from my hard drive.
Yeah.
Take it all. Just take it all." Because he was a great DJ, and one of the DJs that he came to my youth club when I was a kid and DJed there with me. Like, we had previous, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We were mates, and him and Stefan got asked for years after. They were saying, "Where's them two bald boys that come down with you before?" Fucking brilliant. Oh, they were I got asked that many times, boys, by both the boys and the girls. But yeah, I want to give you big heads. And what was I saying? And when he came to my mum's house that Wednesday or Thursday, Tuesday, whatever it was, Lee came with him. And obviously Blaze put the headphones on and started taking the tunes off the hard drive, whatever he was doing. Me and Lee got chatting. Turns out Lee's a youth worker.
Yep.
Lee worked at Harrow Club up in West London, up near St Charles, where we'd been together at college and that. And I told him my story, and he just said to me, "Eamonn, look, man, like, they're crying out for youth workers over there. They've got some roles coming up. Why don't you come over and volunteer there and see what happens?" So that was like almost 2 years to the day that I'd started doing youth work and I had no work. So I'm like, yeah, man, new challenges, new things, fuck it. Like, jump on the train. It's going to take me 40 minutes to get over there, like, on the tube, because it's Tommy Devon Motor. But so what? Like, they were paying my fares and that anyway, and whatever, like them ones. Like, got to the May, and I remember the governor there, Defo, who I haven't seen for a long time now, but I'm great friends with, taught me a lot. Really, really, really learned a lot working alongside Defo. He's a great man. And he just turned to me one day and he said, we're opening a youth club at White City. You got your MVQ 3, right? I said, yeah, I'm just waiting for the certificate to come through, but it's done. He said, I want you to apply for it. But when someone says that to you in such a way, you go, I know what you're saying.
Yep.
I know what you're saying. And summertime 2011, I started my own youth club from scratch. Unheard of. Where do you get that opportunity to do stuff, Jim? And at the same time, what had happened was I was sitting there at the college.
But also, before you carry on, also, this speaks volumes to your character, because in an area like that, balls the size of grapefruits to go and do something like that as well.
Well, you see, I'd turned the corner. And like I said, I'm all in or all out, innit?
Yep.
So if I'm all in, I'm all in. Let's go. I want to create something. And I'd fallen in love with the fact that a lot of these youngers, I was able to connect with them. I was connecting with them because I was raw and real and I was good at things, and like it served my own ego at the same time. It gave me a purpose or a value to do things, mate.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it had filled a void in my life, and it had allowed me to start on a path that for once was righteous. It was like there's a value to what you're doing here, mate. Like, not really sure what it is right yet, but we'll get there, you know what I mean? And I just knew that I enjoyed it. I mean, how could you not enjoy going to work to play table tennis and football and talk to people, and when real shit hits the fan, I'm like sitting there calm because I've seen this a million times before. This is nothing. Like, you think putting a bore out on me now is going to scare me or something? Yeah, your mind. Like, yeah, I don't want to get stabbed, but it's not scaring me, bro. This is not new to me.
Yep.
And even some of my closest friends don't really understand that about me to this day, probably, because they're my closest friends who I've known for 35 years or whatever it is. But some of the shit and scrapes I've been through, they weren't really there for. I don't really talk about it with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of them things. Like, I could say open a podcast now because I talk like this in my professional world now. I talk like this.
It's the reality of the job. That's the thing.
Yeah. And it was very helpful because other youth workers used to call where I work Gaza. They weren't having it. They wouldn't come work. They wouldn't come near it. I loved it. To this day, I still know all of them boys, all of them crazy fuckers. Half of them like doing crazy shit with their lives. Half of them doing good things with their lives. It's just the nature of the world.
Yeah.
But I also know one of them from that period of time at White City when I set it up, who is now a youth worker who works for me, who has just applied for her MVQ level 2, and in the application form that I've seen says that my time at White City with my youth workers, where they spent so much time supporting me and helping me, and I was nearly crying. Because after all these years, I seen her come back.
She was a kid back then.
She's 23 now. She was 20. She was 13, 14 then. She's got a 5-year-old kid now and had life and everything else. And to see her write that, I was like, yeah, I've heard it before from people, but I didn't ask that convo there. I saw it like by seeing an application for something where I wasn't even technically supposed to see those words. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it really hit home. It was like, rah. You know what I mean? And now she's working for me. And like, you know, like the circles kind of, the first of many circles with them is completed because I've liked this person in my life for a long time. Great person. Like, they'll do great work with young people and they already have done for me. But the point is, I got to go into that environment, just finished my MVQ level 3, and I sat at the table with my external verifiers, the person that has to come in and look at your folder and pass it off. Her name was Tracy Brown, and my tutor, John Mahoney, who was a living legend. A man could walk into any room with anyone, say 2 words, and you'd be talking for an hour about them 2 words. Yeah. A real thoughtful, genuine, caring person that had an aura. And I say that to John to his face, like, he really has a big impact on my life, because not only the 2 years that I was around him did I feel that from him and learn about that from him, he's also introduced me to people that have gone on to become mentors of mine for the future. And I'm sat at this table, like, where she's supposed to be like externally verifying my work, chatting away to me like, yes, it's all good, I'll tick this, and then no problem. Oh, you ain't done that, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Like, it was a crazy environment to be in, because they were saying to me, we know how good you are, we know how good you're going to be. Yeah. And I'm there going, yeah, all right. Still in a deficit mentality going, really? Like, what do you mean? John come in and goes to me, yeah, look, go university. Do it. What's wrong with you? Why are you not going uni? Yeah. And I'm like, uni? Yeah. Like, uni, that word to me, not university. Uni is like fucking go up the country somewhere, drink a load of beer. These times you're like 30. Do some dead fucking course in something that you're not... Nah, fuck off. I can't do that. Like, I didn't want to leave my ends, bruv, till now. Yeah. And he was like, oh, look, the open day's today. What a fucking coincidence. He probably knew this shitbag, but you know what I mean? And I was like, no way, not going, no chance, man, I ain't doing that. And what happened was, a friend of mine, Lisa, not my missus, but another Lisa, Lisa Sharp, I still know to this day, she's an amazing woman, fully dyslexic, got a first class degree of 90% on a dissertation. Jesus. Yeah, the graft in that woman is unbelievable. But she was a little bit older than me, and she was like, Eamonn, look, if you go, I'll go. Like, I want to go. I want to go and see this. And I knew her for 2 years. She'd done MVQs for 2 years with me. Yeah. So I knew her. And I'm like, if dyslexic Lisa, who is a bit dotty and like, she'll say this, was like an amazing person, lovely person, but it's like all over the place with things. And if she wants to go and do it, how can I say, no, I'm not good enough? That's what I said in my head. How can I do it? So I said, fuck it, let's go. Got a few bob in my pocket. I got an oyster, whatever it was at the time, travel card, or I don't know what it was, 2011. Let's go over there. Let's go and try it out. An hour and whatever later on the overground across the Canning Town, and you know, like, we were in West London in the college. We were in Saltram Crescent up in Queen's Park, like. So to go all the way across there, it was a slap, and we did it. We got there, walked up a road. It was long, but mate, when we got there, it was a place of like, it was like the Garden of Eden. It was walking into a place where people just understood things, like they got it. It was a campus, you see, it wasn't a university. And it only had 75 people in it, max, at one time. Yeah. That was, the whole college was 75 people, and they were all youth workers. The staff were youth workers at the university, the college campus, whatever you call it. Even the admin clerks at the front desk were youth workers. Mad. It was mad. It was like if you want to go somewhere to learn about youth work, this was Mecca, mate. This was the gaff, right? And one of our tutors we had that year, we were the only year that she took from start to finish. And we were the last year on the fees that were lower. And we were the last year of the pure youth work course. And the day I went there, I didn't leave till 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Because like this podcast, the conversation goes on for hours and hours and hours. We didn't want to leave it. We didn't want to leave this thing, and I fell in love with it. And I went back and I smashed the fucking course to bits. And I've got some great friends of mine to this day. That was 2011, 2012, 2013. I've got some great friends to my day from that purpose. Some of them are like brothers and sisters to me. But like, the reason for that explanation is, as I've just opened a youth club from scratch in Gaza, in a place where we got given this place called the Fatima Centre that was run down, decrepit, like literally coming every week and there'd be another piece of plaster falling off the ceiling. Like, while I was doing my degree to really throw my life on the floor and rebuild it, it was the perfect time for a youth worker to do that. Yeah. And I was aware of it. The difference was between me probably and other people was I was aware of that. I was like, how lucky am I? But then I learned over the years it's not luck. It's judgment, placement, reaction. It's the way you carry yourself, how you do things, and everything else. Now, we talked earlier about NEP Syndicate. Iceberg, Linksy, Somalian. One of my oldest, greatest friends in this world, Khalid Yusuf, is Somalian. Like, I've known the culture my whole life. It's not new to me.
Yeah.
So when I walked into White City, I'm this white guy looks like a Fed, yeah? But I know the culture, I understand it, and then I had my boy, you've met Yusuf around me.
Top geezer.
Yusuf's like my brother. I haven't seen Yusuf in a long time now, actually, but because of the pandemic and whatnot, but he is my family. Like, he got to know my mum and everything. Like, he's part of family. And he then went on to even teach me more about the culture, the cliques, the hierarchies, the tribes, the skin, everything about it, the tones, everything that comes into the mindset there. Like, and we really made a difference in that state. I mean, I got accused of being a head drug dealer at least 3 times by different parents, because East African parents that were new to the country had never seen a youth club before.
Yeah.
So even overcoming stuff like that really taught me and helped me learn real hardcore lessons about what it's like to be in an environment where poverty is rife, aptitude is low, like things aren't really going to happen for people here, and how do we make the best of what we got. And it was a great time in my life because as a human, as an adult, I'd finally found a calling. I'd finally found something that was constructive. I was good at it. People liked me. It's like, wow, this is nuts. People like me. Like, I'm not an introvert anymore. They like me. Hey, like, you know, not that wasn't a truth in the past, but that's how I felt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a crazy journey of, like, as my academic life developed, so did my practical life, my experiential life developed at the same time. And I don't think there's much luck in that. I think that's to do with hard work and determination, because, you know, it was a crazy journey. Yeah. And then that culminated towards the end of 2015 with the degree finishing in 2014, and then me being offered the chance to apply for the role at running the Harrow Club, being what they called the senior youth worker at the Harrow Club. Yeah. Which, again, was another staging post in my life. One of the hardest decisions I had to make, actually, because I had fallen in love with what I was doing. But I had to make decisions of change where it's like, well, yeah, but I need to look at affecting my own life to move forward, and to look at bigger roles and bigger jobs within my sector, because as you do that, you end up impacting more people's lives. You learn more, you grow as a person yourself, and you take on new experiences, and you learn from more, good or bad, you know? And we did that at Harrow Club 2015. When I got there was a real transition happening. Lee was working there, but he'd started to move on, and he was a big catalyst for kids going to that club because they all knew him. Yeah. From the manor and that there. We changed the staff team around, turned things over, and the club got booming again after a while. Grenfell was a strange time.
I was going to ask, it came up on episode 2, we were talking, and BQ mentioned, it's funny that, you know, you don't know him and I don't really know him, but he knew where you worked and he knew what you were involved in, and he'd followed everything that, you know, you had been through, and obviously I was there with you for a piece, and like he knew. Got into, you've heard the podcast, you know, we got into a conversation, and we spoke quite candidly about volunteer work and things like that, and it's just, it's nuts, and people still bring it up to me this day, like people that we both know or that like haven't seen for you. Oh, how's Eamonn? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I really love what he did with all of that, and it's like it's a mad thing. And the first night when it happened, what happened when it all kicked off?
I got a strange story about that, because but before I tell you, youth work's a funny thing. People don't understand what it is.
It isn't just youth, though, is it?
How can it be? How can the life of a young person just be about youth work?
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's an important point to make, though, because people see it as like you're looking after just kids. It's like, no, the reason you're having to look after them kids is for what? Because they're part of something bigger, and that thing that's bigger is failing them. So what are you doing? You're trying to help them through that. So when people say youth work, it isn't.
It's youth and community work. It's not disconnected. It's youth and community work, and for it to be a thing, it has to be. In my opinion, it cannot be detached. Because the biggest part of youth work is giving someone a home, giving them something they're connected with and that they feel a part of. That's why, in my opinion, there's no such thing as detached youth work, but that's another big long story I'd have where people would argue the toss of me, because there's entire federations that look after that. Yeah. But for me, the whole purpose of a youth club is to give people an understanding of a place where they can turn to no matter how many mistakes they make. People that have taken it upon themselves to learn so much about the world and so much about the psychology of what goes on within their world, young people's worlds, that they don't get judged for it.
Yeah.
Because there's much more complex factors for the reason that kid's running across your youth club shouting the word fuck or cunt.
Yeah.
They're just fucking words.
Yeah.
Look at me on this podcast. I'm sweating trying not to swear. Because you know me all the time. I fucking swear all the time. I'm always at it. Right? They say it's because you're either scared of your environment or because you're so comfortable in it.
Yeah.
For me, it's always because I'm so comfortable. I don't give a fuck.
I'm the same.
I'm blunt as fuck. You know me? Like, I don't care.
Terrible with it at work. I have to watch myself because I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable when I'm in my office. I'm comfortable, bruv. My desk is set out how I want it to set out.
And it culminates in this thing that I say to everyone. And if anyone in my sector listens to this, they'll laugh their head off because I've heard me say it before. Is that I don't like youth workers.
Yeah.
And it makes no sense to the person at the first point of me saying that. And it's deliberate because I want you to understand that what you think a youth worker is, this fella that looks at his trainers and tries to come in all fly or talks about the time he got stabbed when he was a kid or makes cups of tea and plays pool, is not real.
Yeah.
People do that. It's rife in my sector for lots of reasons that are their fault and lots of reasons that aren't their fault because of funding and all the rest of these other bits and pieces. But or because of the belief of what we do is only a reactionary thing, and therefore it's kind of filling in the gap left by the state, so therefore it can never become a statutory thing because it's in kind of loggerheads with schooling. It's not.
Yeah.
It should run directly alongside. It should be in schools. The biggest example of it that I studied or came across was one of my tutors, Mark Smith, who's written a bunch of books on this stuff and coined the term informal education in the 90s, a term that I don't agree with, but he coined it and it works. He's got loads of books on it, whatever. He went and studied what schooling was like for something, either a paper he was writing or maybe this, I don't know what it was, in the 90s in Milwaukee, in America, and it was an American Indian school. So he was looking at the culture there, how it worked, how it was different to English schools at the time. And I went to school in the 90s in England, so I know what it was like. When he told me the stories, and I think he's written in one of his books to talk about this story, of what it was like in this school, it couldn't have been more chalk and cheese. Yeah. He went in there, was being shown around the school, as an academic. This is what we do here, this is what we do there. You've seen it. Everyone's seen it in their school or on wherever, yeah? When they were a kid. And he saw this old lady sitting out in the hallway and he thought, it must be the cleaner or something, right? Day's gone on, morning's gone on, he's come out of another class, gone down the road, and she's sitting in the hallway now with like a couple of kids. Oh, fucking hell, they must have been naughty or something, or on the way at the toilet or something, and she stopped them or... It looked odd, didn't think any of asking questions. Later on, he's come out again, more kids are out there with her. Eventually, he said to her, why are those kids... He said to the person, chaperoning them around, why are those kids sitting outside with that old lady? Like, have they been kicked out of their class? And the chaperone turned to him and said, kicked out of the class? What do you mean? He said, well, like, why are they outside of the classroom? Like, have they been naughty? Have they been, like, acting up or whatever, in his words? Why would kids do that in school? And he was like, hang on a minute, am I in a different dimension here? What's going on? Like, he said, what do you mean, Mark? I don't understand your line of questioning. Do you know what I'm saying? He went, well, look, this lady's out here on the side. He went, oh, what, the wise woman? He went, what? He looks at her and he said, like, well, yeah, she's out there, sitting out there with this bunch of kids. Why? He said, well, in American Indian culture, have you ever heard of the wise woman? It's an elder, a woman in their culture, who's seen as wise and know all, yeah? He said, yeah. He said, well, that's what she is. Like, the kids are allowed, when they feel upset, tired, boisterous or bored or whatever, to leave the room and go and talk to her. He was like, what? She said, yeah, no one's ever been kicked out of class here. I don't remember the last time that ever happened. Like, it doesn't happen. They get given the chance to remove themselves and they feel like it's not working for them. And they get to go and speak to this woman who they respect and trust because of their culture and have to and will not be rude or have not anything around her. Well, what do you think the wise woman's doing? Only the same job the youth worker's doing. Yeah. Come on, son, get back into school. You know what I mean? But I'm whatever the word is there, I'm generalising. They're talking to them about life, about Marianne Williamson, our deepest fear. They're talking about all these concepts of like, positive thinking. Come on, just get some energy. That's what she's doing to them. And then they get re-energised and go back into that environment, which is a very, it's an abnormal environment at school. It's not normal for us. People think it is because it's so ingrained into us, but it's not. It's 100 years old. It's 150 years old, whatever it is. It's not normal for us to sit in rows, look up at the man talking to us. And I mean the man, because that's what they look at as the alpha thing above you, telling you what to do. No. Wearing your uniforms, not allowed to do stuff unless you're told you're allowed to do it. Right? Getting you ready for the industrialised workforce is all it's doing. Right? But what she's doing is what's called an agricultural method of schooling, looking at the young people and seeing what works for them how you can get them back involved and engaged in the system. And that has always been what the youth workers' role has been. We've always been to pick up the delinquents after the war, or the boys' clubs to get the boys to stop them being on the streets causing mayhem, or some kind of reactionary or diversionary tactic, right? However, in 2003, they made the system made its biggest mistake, and they formalised our work by responding to, I think it was Victoria Klimbier's murder, and creating the Children's Act 2003, and in that it meant that we had to be organised. So for the first time in history, youth work was organised in 2003. You had to have safeguarding policies in place and health and safety and know your Every Child Matters framework and all this other stuff that I've gone on to learn about, right? And I say it was the worst thing they could have done because it meant that we started to professionalise. And when I got into the work in 2009, it wasn't long after that, and they were talking about then that by 2012, 2013, if Labour would have stayed in government, all youth workers would have had to be professionally qualified.
Yeah.
Which would have been amazing. Instead, the Tories got in 2010, broke the Every Child Matters framework, discontinued it, changed the whole game, cut everything, because that's the first thing you do when you pretend that austerity exists, right? Yeah. You cut all the arts, you cut the youth work, you cut the services that aren't needed. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And that ended up happening to us at that point. So
austerity was the fundamental belief that libraries in Wolverhampton were the reason we had a global financial crash.
Oh, mate. I don't want to get into that convo. Jesus, James. You want this podcast to end at some point tonight or what? But
we'll be leaving here and going down Westminster and burning it down before the end of the night. Babylon.
Eamonn Guy Fawkes James. Yeah, no, but I felt, you've asked me a question, but I felt that this is important to talk about first because I don't want to go into that conversation with people thinking I'm something else. Yep. They've got to understand where I'm coming from. That it's deeper than that, way deeper than that. Like
there's more. You're ingrained more into the community.
I wrote a thing about how community doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Because it only exists in the future and the past. I've gone deep. I've done home office resource packs. I've done all kinds of things over the years. Like they've not been the normal status quo youth work. Do you know what I mean? Like I had phone calls during the pandemic from big businesses, big London city businesses asking me to talk to them about what child poverty is. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm still the kid from the estate, you know.
Yeah.
And you don't realise, I head topped the conversation for 50 minutes and they couldn't believe it. This is one of the best conversations. I'm like, I don't know how. Why? The bottom line is I just turn around to myself to make sense of it and go, it's because you care.
Yeah.
Because you give a shit and you want to learn and you want to be the best you can be, so that when you enter those moments with young people that need to hear whatever it is you've got to say, you're prepared. Yeah. It's that thing about preparing for a speech or speaking in front of people, or us DJing in front of people. If we didn't do the homework at home, the 8 hours a day for days on end, we wouldn't be what we were, man. We couldn't be. Like, so Grenfell was crazy, man, because we approached it in the same way we approached everything else, and that was head on. And I'll go back to what your exact question was in a sec, but the hardest things to deal with Grenfell were what we call the layers of guilt. Because I didn't die in the fire. Yeah. I didn't have anyone I personally knew directly die in the fire. Family members of kids I knew and stuff, things like that did, yeah.
Yep.
Here I am thinking I'm important because I'm living in a shore guard, delivering food, nappies and toys and buggies and to people. Like, mate, we had, we'll get onto that in a sec, but like, why am I important? Why is anyone... these mad questions would come up. I felt the grief of everyone's death because it was talked to again and again and again to me every day, all the time. I've got people telling me I'm a legend and people telling me I'm this and that. I'm like, what for? Why am I anything? I'm not anything. I'm just here doing what I remember one of the boys, Ish, saying to me, Eamonn, man, what you're doing is amazing. I said, Ish, listen, I'll be straight with you. I get paid my salary at the end of the month. I'm here because I can be here. Yes, I care vehemently about those people. I knew loads of them by proxy. I knew some of them, like I said, not personally, but I knew them. Like I knew who they were. They'd come into my centre before, or it was my brethren's cousin, or like it was stuff like that. And
it was the old Asian Donny that was always in the bookies that got pulled out last.
Yeah. And it was like, but some of my boys were in there and got out. Some of them, and I did have to deal first responder with some of the casualties. I did have to do things like that, and it's not normal, but there was that you can't feel guilt for yourself because somebody else's guilt is more than you. Oh. And that was really strange and hard to deal with, and it affected me over time. And again, I don't want to tell people that it affected me because I feel like, why am I complaining? Grenfell United still haven't got justice.
Yep.
I was fucking... It gets me upset.
They're standing in court. They're still in court this week. They're still in court this week trying to fight nearly 4 years later.
Yeah, look.
It's absurd.
grown men. You know what I mean? They're not supposed to behave like this, but they get me upset because they still ain't got justice. They died for no reason. Like, it's fucking bollocks.
It's nuts. And it was important for me to be there because I was asleep, woke up because it happened, dead of night or whatever. Woke up first thing in the morning, and obviously we've got so many mates from the area that like to ease the tension in the room. I'll make a joke. I got up, I went to go and have my morning shit. I sat on a carsy and I done what I always do: open up my blower, start flicking through the Instagram stories, see where I go on for the day. Do you know what I mean? So I'm having a look on my phone and I'm seeing people that we know. I won't name them, but people that we know that can see it from their window.
Yeah, it's fucked.
And they're putting it on their story, like, what the fuck is going on? Help. Like, what's that? Like, I know people, like that
morning was crazy.
Like, this is nuts. And I'm like, and then it dawned on me, I was like, fuck, you're already going to be there. And it was like, I had to go work. I couldn't cancel that day. But as soon as I went into work that day, I was like, look, tomorrow I ain't coming in. You ain't seeing me for a couple of days because I'm going to be there. Because I knew that even though you had body, bruv, the effort there was incredible. I needed people
you could trust.
Yeah, you needed people that you knew were going to be on the level, but you also needed people that you could turn around and say something to, and I'd get it. Like, we talk about that relationship that me, you, Spenny, and everyone else has.
Just the pure understanding of the way life works.
So you can turn around to me, like Lee's another one. Lee was there as well. You can turn around to certain people and be like, right about now I just need this done, or right about now I just, do you know what I mean? So I knew I had to be there at least for that. But if not for anything else.
There's so many questions. Or why was that my role? Why did that not be? Whatever. But to answer your question finally, what happened that night? I actually only left work at midnight. I've been dealing with something at work with some of the older boys. I left the club just around 11:30. I dropped one of them home. I don't know why. I can't remember why now, but it was a reason we were there late. And I did it with some of the boys because some of the olders.
It happened a lot though. They were nice that we were there till late.
Some of the olders there needed to be dropped back home and that because of the gang shit or, just walking road in the dark and all them other. It was just problems there in them times, So I did that and then I went home and I got home about 12:30. So again, this is right around the time it's happening, But it was a weird one. When I got home, Neve was only a year and a half old. Yeah, a year and a half. And I walked in the house. What the fuck's going on here? She'd been projectile vomiting everywhere. Lisa had black bags all over the house trying to catch it.
Lovely.
I've never seen it before since in any of my kids. Yeah. Not full on everywhere. You know what I mean? And she said, Eamonn, she's been sick all night. I didn't want to bother you because I know how busy you were at thingy, blah, blah, blah. But please, can you take her for a couple of... Just let me go and get some sleep, please. And then I'll come and take her off you. So I got in, like yourself, I would normally go to bed looking at my Twitter or my Instagram, whatever, because that's what I do before I go to sleep, to just wind down and calm down. And because you know me, I'm hyperactive all the fucking time. I can't sit still, right? And that was one of my mechanisms at the time to cope with that. And that night I didn't, obviously, because I had this boiling hot baby that was vomiting everywhere, lying on my chest, on my sofa. And what had happened was when she gave it to me, it was the fucking cartoons that were on the telly. Yeah. And the remote went with me. So I watched cartoons falling in and out of sleep for 2 hours. Right? And then she came into me and said, look, it's all right, you go and get some sleep now. I know you've got to be up in the morning for whatever, yeah? So I've gone into bed about 2 o'clock and obviously hit the pillow and gone straight to sleep because I was fucked from whatever. And I get this phone call at 4 in the morning. And it was Malik. What the fuck's Malik ringing me at 4 in the morning? I'm dozing, I'm asleep in it still, yeah? Hello? Because I always answer my phone. Another problem with me maybe, but I always answer my phone, right? You seen the thing? See, Grenfell's on fire. I said, Mal, why are you ringing me to tell me a tower block's on fire, bruv? Because what had happened to you before that is one of the blocks on... Trellick had been on fire.
Trellick, yeah, literally.
But also Sharecroft had been on fire. One of the blocks in Sharecroft on Bush, the one that Mocker used to work on, the red and white one, thing. One of them had been on fire. That's all that went into my head was a house fire. Why would you phone me at 4 in the morning for a house fire? What the fuck? I was like, Mal, man, why are you ringing me for that? What's wrong with you? He said, no, bruv. You could hear in his voice it weren't right. And I don't remember the convo because I was up asleep.
Also, it's something like that's not going to dawn on you. You're going to think, of course it's on fire.
Of course not. Yeah. So I sat there, I lived there. You know, what was that convo? What the fuck just happened? Because I'm still up asleep. what's he mean Grenfell's on fire? And what I knew the way, like I do to this day, if I want to know about news, I type in a word and search it on Twitter.
100%. Comes up before any other TV or anything else.
So I went on Twitter, I wrote Grenfell, and before I read the first article, I had bolted into the front room, and Lisa had the television in the front room, but she was asleep with Neve.
Yeah.
And all that was on the TV was the building on fire on my 55-inch telly in the front room. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? In my head, I'm going, what do I do? And Lisa kind of woke up because I was in a frantic. She goes, you better go down there. I was like, what? Really? Like, what can I do? And it dawned on me, in the morning, this is what I thought. In the morning, all of the survivors, because everyone's going to survive, right? Who would die in a house fire? You got dry risers, you got the fire brigade, which like, they're concrete. They're supposed to hold the thing off.
Which is exactly what happened.
Mate, I had this thought. I never forgot I had this thought.
In Trellick, that's exactly what happened
So what we need to do is go and provide respite for people.
Yeah.
Bruv, I went down to the fucking Tesco's on the way in and spent hundreds of pounds on fucking cornflakes and shit. Thinking everyone would need to come and have breakfast. You know, like, yeah, and lunch and shit. And we'd have to provide some kind of food service or something.
Like a burst water main.
Yeah, for a few days or something like that. Because obviously,
Yeah.
I could see obviously some people ain't going back to their hours, but the government will have this in hand, obviously. You know, like you don't think what was going to happen was going to unfold. When I got there, mate, the building smoking on fire, chaos everywhere, services going everywhere, people going everywhere. I didn't even, you don't even know what to do. It got bright by this point. It was like 5 o'clock by this point.
Yeah.
Middle of June, of course. So it's like mad bright at them times. And I was shocked. Everyone was in shock. And all of a sudden, I got there, and as I got to the Tesco's, the big one on Cromwell Road, Defo walked in the same time as me. We hadn't spoke. Into the same Tesco's.
Mad.
Got the same idea, and it went, yeah, right, let's go. Like, and we did the same thing. Like,
I bet he wasn't expecting it either.
no, we got there. Steve Williams had opened up, or someone, Steve, and a couple of bods had been there already from the club. And we got there, and we were like, what do we do? And we were like, open the centre up, bring in anyone we can. We'll deal with whatever comes. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, because you can see Grenfell from the club.
Yeah.
You can just see it at the thing, right? And mate, I remember helping people up that ramp into that club. One fella wouldn't stay with the day I die, because he reminded me of a Moroccan version of my dad. He was just like my dad, the same stupid fucking ways of being, but he was North African and he had his quite fancy red robe on. I never forget it. And he said, thank you, something like, thank you for helping me up. Like I said, we were asking questions like, where did you live? Like, we were trying to find information. So like,
Yeah.
we started to realise as things were developing in those moments that people are getting pulled away from people.
Yep.
And losing people, and people are not got their phones on them and shit because
Chaos. Just total chaos.
Yeah, because of what's going on. What's your name? Where did you live? Like, I came down the stairs with my wife. Like, I got to the 13th floor and she wasn't there anymore. What's her name? There's a nurse on site by this point, and I'm saying, nurse, he needs help. What I'd realised, he sat down, his foot was all cut open with blood and that. I don't know if it's glass or what the fuck it was.
Yeah.
It was all cut open and that. I had noticed because he was walking up with the robes on and all that beforehand, and he weren't moaning about it, Called the nurse over, and he goes, fuck, what about the fucking nurse? He said, find my wife. And I'm like, what's the story? What's her name? And I remember walking away from him and having to say to this worker from the NGO, wherever they were from, which was the housing association that ran Grenfell, they'd got there with a clipboard. And this woman was saying at the top of our thing, saying, do you live there? What's your name? What flat do you live in? Mate, she lasted till about 7 a.m. And that was it, she was gone. Didn't see her again. Because people were just saying, what the fuck are you doing here? Take with names and addresses and that. They fucking want to make sure they're alright. They're fucking half of them got injuries and sickness and no clothes on and, this kind of stuff. And, that was that morning, man. Like, you asked me there the question, like, what was it like for me? That was what it was like for me. It was like, we knew we had to respond in a way that helped people, but I had no idea of the gravity of what was going on.
Yeah.
Because we started to hear a couple of people had died, and I thought, well, that makes sense. They're going to fucking stay at the thing. I mean, Jim, one thing that stuck with me quite a lot was that 3 or 4 days later, it was still on fire.
Yeah.
I remember walking under the Westway with something. We were moved because we got asked to do weird things.
I turned up Thursday morning, and it's still it was a Wednesday night. It happened. I turned up Thursday afternoon because I left work, and I turned up, and it still was smoking.
There was like gas. No, but if you look,
and it stank.
If you look from certain areas into it, you could see fire still where Maybe there was a gas pipe or something, or I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
But you could see it.
Yeah, well, I think it was a Wednesday night, and I turned up Thursday afternoon, and I just look. I remember getting off the tube at Latimer, obviously standing right next to it, and just thinking, it smelt. It was a horrible smell. I'll never forget that smell to the day that I die. And yeah, I could still see flames. I could still see it there.
I have a difficulty. This conversation going to bring up a few things, but I don't mind. It's just life, man. I have difficulty talking about it in ways that like are unusual, because why did it affect me? Like, and you start doing that guilt thing again. But I had visions and memories and dreams of like being in the building and stuff because I'd heard so many stories.
Yeah.
Like, I got to know Olu after that, who had tried to abseil down outside of the building with his kid strapped to his back. What did I just say? You know what I mean? Like, how in this day and age, in this country, in a place like this, does a person have to think of that as their only way of surviving? And he got pulled back in by a fireman and saved and all that. He didn't go out. He would have died if he'd gone outside, like, properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, just being able to give him a pair of trainers because he didn't have them on him was, like, handy. Giving him some clothes, giving him bits and pieces and helping him through things and that, like. And, yeah, sorry, I'm going off on bits and pieces, but, like, the visions of, like, the stories I was hearing. I heard a lot of stories, Jim, in the days. I'm sure, like, hundreds of people did.
Yeah.
But, like, they were harrowing, man. They were, like, people talking about realising the floor was too hot to stand on.
Yeah.
And telling their friend on the phone that, and then don't hear from them again. You know, like, I visualised it as if I was there. Like, Ollie's story, I shouldn't talk about other people's stories, but his story was indicative of what it must have been like for those people. Like, his has been told on Dan's, what's the documentary Dan and Ish did, I forget now, Fell by the State.
Fell by the State, yeah.
I think he talked about it on there. Like, a family came into his house and he went to go out the window and the fire brigade came in. No, get in, get back in. At that moment, if they didn't come back at that moment, he's jumping out the window and trying to abseil down sheets that are tied together like a fucking Indiana Jones film or something. You know what I mean? Like, fuck me. Can you imagine having to make that decision, Jim? Yep. Imagine having to make that decision. That's what I kept thinking about.
Yeah.
But then his second decision harrowed me more, was that he said that when the fire brigade came, get out, his family left and ran for it and the other family didn't, and they died.
Yeah.
So they died in his house.
Yeah.
But that's your house. It's your place where you lived your whole life that you know. And somebody else came into it and died in it. Like, it's not. That's one of the weirdest things, because it's like, why wasn't it us? Yeah.
You know, that would.
I mean,
honestly.
So there's the layers of guilt again, because how can I be upset about that? Imagine him.
Yeah.
Imagine what he's going through. You know, but we are going through it. I am actually dealing with weird, harrowing. You know, but I must take positives out of it, because the community came together like I've never seen anything before in my life. The people that lived there, the co-location, not the community, right? To get back into my thing I said before, right? But they did. They came together like I'd never seen before. Most of it was self-centered and narcissistic, in that they wanted to serve themselves by being shown that they were doing things.
Yeah.
But a lot of people did stuff that was way beyond the call of what was necessary. There was one lady in particular I must big up that will be a sister to me for the rest of my life, and that's Hanan. Some of the stuff Hanan did connecting us with families that were in the tower, because her son was in the tower, Paul, who you know.
Yeah. And
some other family members of hers were there and stuff like that. And died in there. I think Paul's uncle died in there, and so on. Was without her, we wouldn't have been able to do what we did.
Yep.
And Matilda and I ended up basically running what was like Amazon stroke the Red Cross for about 6 weeks. To a point, Jim, where we even had to have a coded system in place. From her dealing with all the conversations about what was needed by people and where they were, to get it to me, so that I could get those things ready in the warehouses of stock and stuff that we had to get it out to people. And I had about half a dozen trusty lieutenants at that time. 2 of them were kids, Safwan and Dylan. Dylan I still know to this day, Safwan I still know to this day. They will be brothers to me for the rest of my life for that moment.
I really bonded with those guys in the days that I was there, and I remember
Callum as well.
Yeah, I remember coming down. Obviously, I was there for a few days, and I think on the Saturday I had to go into work, but I brought down people from work. My friend Chris, Filipino Chris, his missus, Nick came down, a couple of other people, and I remember, I just kind of remember there was a couple of other people there as well, like famous people even turned up, like. And we were there on a Saturday night, and I remember we were in the self-storage centre, and they were kind enough, well, I say they were kind enough, they gave us a couple of bits, but there was a lot of people locally that actually paid for the storage centres, and other people that paid for the storage centres, but we had so much stuff, it took up so many units, to me, Saf, Callum, and a few of the other boys. I remember you saying to me, look, I can't be here right now, you know what to do, deal with it, and you went, and I remember standing on the back of a fucking van and just saying, right, these ones need to go here, this needs to go here, this needs to go here,
and they did it, and the boys that were there from day one
smashed it. They literally looked at me and they were just like, right, you speak for Eamonn, that's cool, boom, and they were so
Jim,
good.
It was one of the first times in my life that I felt my importance, because it felt like if I walked away from that place for more than an hour, everyone went apart, and I was like, fuck, man, that's like, I wore the weight of that on my shoulders for a long time, because we were doing things that were very important. Like, at one point, I had a woman's number on my phone. I won't mention her name. And she's a multimillionaire. And she just said to me, whatever you need, you call me, you tell me. My nannies will deliver at the end of the day. But how I met her was, I was giving a lady a cooker and a toaster and a kettle and some pairs of trainers that they needed. Just as a one away, because we had big things stored and set away for families doing things, but sometimes someone would come in for just one odd bit of piece, and if it worked out, we had it there, we got it for them, you know. Because
what people need to remember with Grenfell is always not just the people that were in the block.
No,
it's all of the surrounding buildings were emptied. Like they moved everybody out.
Some of them were flooded because of all that. Like
damaged. A lot of the people had stuff that all the cladding had fallen in their front gardens or in their windows and all kinds of shit.
Until a week and a half later, one of the grass parts next to it didn't get cleaned up.
Yeah,
and we were allowed to walk next to it and go in it if we wanted to, and they didn't clear it out. Like, ridiculous, some of the stuff. But anyway, to tell this part of the story is quite interesting because it's never been told before, really. And you were there and you saw it.
Yeah,
and it was quite weird. It was like.
Even
Matilda would find out where they were and where they were in, and she'd code a message with the name of the hotel without telling me what it was with its name and the number. And do you know why we had to do that? Because ITN and BBC were trying to infiltrate what we were doing to get information for stories. Yeah. And one ITN reporter ended up in the office up at the top by lying to say he was some kind of council worker.
Yeah, I remember that.
Was doing some kind of health and safety, something like
parasites. They're fucking parasites, mate. Absolute scumbags.
Once that happened, and we'd found out it started to happen in other places, the media weren't welcome.
Yeah.
On the ground, if you were media, you were in trouble.
Yep.
People weren't having it. Them olders that were there, that, like the wig man and that, fair play to you, Wigs, Double O, all them, man, I see them regulating people.
Yep.
And I was so proud to like be around these guys.
Yep.
Specialist Moss, like Amos and that were there. Like they were regulating people at times. People coming down being silly about shit. No. Not acceptable, not happening. It was like having your own enforcers in the gaff. Like, not only are we doing this properly, but you can't come in here and do. Like, there was no old bill on the ground till August.
No,
nothing. They circled the building.
I didn't see. I was at the Harrow
no
Club.
one came and dealt with anything with us. Or
I was at the Harrow Club for 3 days straight within the storage centre and everything else, and I did not see a police officer on that road, not on that street.
They couldn't be. See, they were. What's the word? They were. Embarrassed.
I saw Krypton Conan 3 times. I didn't see an old bill.
You know, embarrassed.
To see like
Ryan Bertrand turned up with stuff.
Yeah,
Adele was a godsend. There's things Adele done that I can't talk about to this day because I promised not to.
Yeah.
But you can put 2 and 2 from some of the stuff that I said. She is a legend.
Yep.
Mate, you can take the piss out of all you want because she's famous. People doing whatever they do. But I got to know a bit of her as a person. And she put her money where her mouth was. Let's put it like that.
Scarlett, that used to be in EastEnders, she was there with me on a Saturday night. There was loads of people.
But the one lady that I go back to the story, the millionaire that I said, was she saw me give that stuff to the lady that day.
Yeah.
And said, hello, I believe you're Eamonn. Yeah. She said, Eamonn, I'd like to help out somehow. I said, well, I'll tell you what I need right now. I need men's trainers, sizes 8 to 10. Just get basic Nike ones from Sports Direct. They're Nike, they're nice, but they're not crazy expensive. Because you can't be asking people to buy pairs of trainers at £100 each when you can get a nice pair of Nikes for 50 quid. Like, they'll do for now. You know what I mean? Like, and some women's between, and I told her size. She goes, no, you're not listening to me. I asked you how I could help. I've just bought out the entire women's wear department at Marks and Spencer's in Westfields. You tell me what you need. Okay then. I was like, that's how you're moving, love. Jesus Christ. So I was like, all right, I need this, and this. And I told her the list. Mate, her nannies turned up in their Jeeps 3 hours later, all of it.
Mad.
She was like, you need anything else at the end of the day, anything special or specific, don't bother me with, I need tins of food and biscuits and that. You need something special, let me know. So whenever someone came to me for a buggy or a pushchair or a pram, when they got 2 kids with her, I called her up, she delivered it next day. Like, wow. They're a bag of sand each, mate. They're like, you know, some of them prams as mums.
Because again, I go back to it. There's people that lived in them flats around the block and everything else. They had to leave everything in their yard.
There was one lady. I wish I knew her name to this day. I'd love to borrow a present. A French lady. She was posh and she lived just over the road somewhere there in St Anne's Villas or somewhere. And she said, "Look, I can come over and give you things and that, but I can do better than that. I'm persuasive," she said. She's in her 50s or whatever. She was like a character, proper character. I never remember her. She looked like Hyacinth Bucket, mate. Hyacinth Bouquet off the fuck. She looked like that. But she had this right French-English accent, and she was like, "I'm going door to door, and I'm going to put pressure on all these people that I know that have got loads of money to make sure they pay for these storage units and for these boxes that you guys are using every day to deliver and store their stuff in." And she fucking did.
Yep.
She kept coming back with checks, with cash, and just paying the shore guard, the bastards. But these big organisations, it wasn't the people in the jump. They could do nothing. They did everything they could to help us. They were brilliant. The
people that actually worked,
they were
amazing,
brilliant. They were mustard. They did everything they could. They gave us things for free that we shouldn't have given. They gave us stuff where we just paid
access for entrances and stuff that they're not supposed to open. All of that kind of stuff. Yep.
And
that's the thing. Like that's the thing with the effort that was involved in that, and it wasn't just Harrow Club. It was all different community centres across the area. But down to little things, and people don't even realise that there's something that you put me in charge of. Was even down to little things such as stacking the stuff that we had. We had to make sure it was done in a safe way. Because the last thing you want is one of the people going in there to get some stuff out for the people that need it, and they're falling boxes on their fucking head.
What is the point of collecting stuff that you don't know where it is?
Yeah.
That's no point.
So that was the biggest. I felt that was the biggest task facing so much of what happened.
Do you remember the Xboxes and what that meant? So an X on a box meant stuff that wasn't usable.
Yeah.
And we had storage units full of that, and people would look and go, we'd have new people come and join the team, and then not be as ruthless as us, and start collecting shit, and we're like, this is why I can't have people on my team that are new. I need the old school. I need all you bods that have been here from day one. Yeah. Who are just going to go, no, that's an Xbox, off it goes. Yeah. Because just because someone doesn't have much doesn't mean you give them shit. Doesn't. You can't take someone's value away from them.
Because a lot of people were turning up, and I get, there's probably some sort of good sentiment, but I think a lot of people were getting rid of old clothes and stuff like that, and people were bringing in trainers with no laces, like things, mate, silly things.
QPR, they told me that Pablo Blackwood over at QPR, or one of the boys there, unbelievable people, great people, told me one of the boxes they got delivered had a dildo in it. What the fuck? The amount of individual shoes I got sent or given. Yeah,
it was crazy.
There were people on the second day going, "Hi, we wanted to drop some stuff off to you." So we've got no room. Yeah. But I've come all the way from Dagenham. So, go fucking back to Dagenham. Like, what? We're not ungrateful for what it is. Yeah. We're not the fucking UN. Yeah. I'm not Amazon. We can only do so much.
Do you know what?
When we are doing a good job, people are getting things.
Outside of the destruction and the fire.
It's not you we're here for. We're for them.
Outside of the destruction and the fire and the death itself, that for me was the most disgusting part. The fact that there was absolutely no one, and I mean fucking no one, on the ground from the government, the council, or anywhere else to organise it.
They'll argue that until the Red Cross were there. You ask one of us.
Fuck off.
You ask one of us that was there on the ground when the Red Cross landed whether the Red Cross was there or not.
Fuck off.
Sorry, can't help ya. Eating their sandwiches. Yeah. Or you got nothing.
Yeah.
Honest to God, mate. They was hard. The stories that I kept getting back from people that were having to go there with their passports and shit that had been burned in the fire, because who thinks, I know, I'll go to my kitchen cupboard and get my passport before I run out of the house to save my life. Fucking idiots. Like, without no knowledge of the local area, like some bird from Norwich eating a fucking prawn sandwich while you're trying to tell her that I lived at number 47 and I need some help. Like, you know what I mean? We heard the stories come back to us first hand, Jim, at the time. Yeah. I don't remember the individual stories, but I remember every single one was negative. There was not one positive feeling towards them at the time, and that really soured them for me, because I'd always thought they were a great organisation before. Like, you see their name everywhere, and you see it, doing this humanitarian aid work everywhere. You just think, are you doing it? Because that's an awful lot of money you're investing in what you're doing for lads to stand at tables eating sandwiches doing fuck all day. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And
but even then, it's not even necessarily their responsibility. Like, the fact of the matter is no one came down from local authority. I didn't see a
there was funds set
apart
up
from
at the
some
time when
cunt
money
standing
went
outside of a
missing.
clipboard trying to measure, like in the midst of a fucking fire, trying to figure out who's who. I understand that needs to be done, but Jesus Christ, where the fuck were you lot for the rest of the time? That's mad. That for me was the thing that pissed me off the most, because I saw how much effort you guys put in. And when I was walking home, you know, me and Nick walked all the way back, like through fucking, we had to go to meet someone and drop something off somewhere, so we walked all the way back through the ends. You go past Maxi, you go past all these other places, and bare people were doing bare shit, but I didn't see anybody that didn't look like they were from ends just helping out. Do you know what I mean? There was no one there coordinating. Everyone had to do it themselves.
They did.
And that for me is, obviously won't go into too much detail about the fire itself, because there is a case and they are talking about it and no one wants to jeopardize anything like that. But outside of all of that stuff, that for me is the biggest joke.
Can we talk about what my experience was? Do you know what I mean? Everything I'm saying is what my experience was.
Yep.
My experience could be different to other people's experiences of things, and I mean, they did an exercise after 2 or 3 days in the shore guide I was in there, some of the guys that were from the manor, where they got some boards and they figured out who should live in what house and how many people lived there and who survived and who didn't. And it was more than 72.
Yep.
And I didn't question them, because it's not my place to do that. And I just remember looking at it going, this is corrupt. Whatever's gone on is corrupt. Yeah. Before we knew what was happening. This was like the Saturday, I think. Yeah. Because I remember it was a bit of a low in play, so to speak, and it was like, I mean,
I remember being there with you and Dan on the first day, and Dan came in and said a number, and it's like, listen, there's a lot of things that have been said that weren't. I know, well, a famous garage MC was one of the firefighters that day, actually, weirdly enough. But
I know stories from in the tower from firefighters.
You know people from firefighters. My friend's sister was a firefighter in there. I mean, she's actually pictured in the newspaper as being one of the people.
I don't want to talk about their stories because,
of course,
on air, because it's not fair. No. I'm talking about stories that I could get wrong and I could try and whisper. But
and I wouldn't. But I would literally. The only thing I would say is I think, from what I heard, from what I saw, and from basic fucking feeling, there's some bullshit. Like some numbers are some bullshit.
Obvious there is, we don't, there's
some numbers are some bullshit.
Numbers are, I mean. Some of the gas pipes in that block went over the front door. Just think about what that means. Yep. Just because they couldn't be bothered to do it a different way because of the way it was set up. I've been in there. I was in Grenfell many times doing different things, whatever. I was under it especially, actually, dropping kids off to go home there and stuff like that. Because it's basically put a car in underneath where the stairs go up, right? Yeah. And stories. There was one story I got told where lad had a load of plant pots outside the house, and some of them were built in with like wood and whatever, and when they come to run the gas pipes outside, they just built them right through the plant pots things there without telling them. It was like, you don't matter. It's
fucked, isn't it?
It was as though they were saying like, you lot don't matter, we do whatever we fucking want here and you're going to just do it, and that's it. And that was the feeling that I got from the stories that I heard at the time. Yep. So I can't say if that's true or not, I don't know, but that's the feeling that I got at that time from what went on. And it was just indicative of the state, as they call it, against the lower class. It's just an unfortunate paradigm that exists because of capitalism that we're never going to get rid of. Don't try to, because it won't. Yep. It's just the way, if you accept your paycheck at the end of the month, you've got to have understanding that there has to be have-nots in this world. Yep. And that's the reality of it. And another podcast one day we'll talk about that maybe or something, but that's a big convo.
Yeah, no, it is a big convo, but it's just, I always feel the need to touch on it and point it out, because if you don't speak truth to power, nothing will ever change. The thing is, it's not. There's a phrase I've loved to use over the last couple of years, and I think it's something that so many people do. Is they, even friends of mine, like you let perfect be the enemy of the good. Yeah. So rather than just have something that's a lot better than it currently is, or it's as good as it will ever be, you try and make it perfect, and in doing that, all you're doing is pushing back on the people that you could possibly get on your side to make things better, because you're unwilling to compromise from your end from perfect. Yeah. So I have a lot of socialist... I have a lot of socialist ideas, but I understand that with that, there will always be some prick that is greedy and will fuck up that system. So I understand that we're never going to achieve the socialist ideal. So what I then think is, right, let's try and find ways to make the current shitty system a little bit fairer, and have caps on things, and let's try and make things more balanced rather than it has to be this way, it has to be the way I want it. It's like,
but it's a romantic idea because fair doesn't come into the world of money.
Well, of course not.
Capitalism doesn't equal fair. Fair's not in there.
This week's proven that.
The pie chart, you break it up whichever way. Fair isn't one of the options. That's not there. The money doesn't come with morals, and it's just the way it is. And I'm being very blasé how I say that because it's a massive convo to really pick apart and make a person understand how that exists.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I hear that.
But mate, Grenfell became that chapter of my life that I wish I didn't have, but I'm glad I had at the same time because
that makes perfect sense.
I was able to make my own little difference, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And so were some other key people around me, and in my head, I would always have a fondness for those people forever. And I'd have a gladness that I was able to do what I did because I would argue there were very few other people that could have done that at that time in those circumstances. Just because of who I was and where I was and my ability to do that because of my job and stuff, The resources that my club were willing to put into what was going on there were unique. Yeah. So,
well, mate, I appreciate you sharing the chapter, but won't end it on that because I want to end it on something a bit more positive and upbeat than that. So as for Harrow Club, obviously, post Grenfell, another opportunity came up for you. What is it you're up to now with regards to the youth and community work?
Yeah, I decided that things have run their course. I did a project with some of the kids with them talking about what Grenfell meant to them, and I've got some footage that never actually got released in the end product, but I've got the film that they made, and it was like the close of a chapter for me.
Yeah.
The young people never got to speak about it. They never got asked what it meant to them.
Yeah.
And I made this track with a couple of them. I helped them make a beat for a tank and did some bits and pieces, and just to hear their side of the stories, their stuff about, and it's for me the most important because they will carry the scars of this for the rest of their lives. They will be the community leaders and the young, the adults of that area for the next generation. And some of them can eloquate themselves so well. Some of them are so clever and smart about what they did. They did a film that they wanted translated into an audio book that would then get made into an actual written book, which is done and finished. Adrian did it.
Yeah.
All right. And it is, you have to show it to you one day. I don't really want to show it to anyone, I want it to stay there until they're ready to release it, maybe when they're older or something.
Yeah.
But the reason these kids said they wanted it in a book was so it can go in a library and stay there forever.
Yeah.
And I thought that's so powerful. In a world of YouTube, in a world of media, they said fuck media. Put it in a book so that when the generations come afterwards, it will find it in the library.
You know what I do for a living? Say the word. You got the connection there?
We have to then because it's done and it needs to just be printed out and done properly. And it's fascinating because it's not pulled, it's not edited, it's just their words.
Yeah.
And it's on video, so it's like it's moving at the same time. Like the video should have been finished. It wasn't because I left.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I tried to keep it going. I went back and volunteered for ages after I moved on, but I needed to move after that, and the opportunity came up to go and run a youth club. Well, to apply for the job for, but in my head, being who I am, is to go and run it.
Yeah.
Called the Masborough Centre, Youth Club, which is in Shepherd's Bush. Good friend of mine, and I call her a good friend of mine because whenever we talk to each other, there's a connection that I think is born from good youth work, where you both know you're in the same journey, maybe in different dimensions at times, or different places at times, but you're in the same world. And the custodian or the guardian of it, which was her, being an older person, needs to nurture me and bring me into the places that can help me develop and really help young people. And that's Julia Walton, who's ironically AJ Tracy's mum. Yeah. Right? And we talked about that a few times in conversation. And an amazing person. Just gets the game inside out. And I see her as almost like a mentor to me at times. And haven't seen her since back then now. I haven't seen her in quite a while. Obviously, he's blown up and she's got a different life. Last time I see her, she said, I'm not letting him buy everything from me. I'm not having it. I'm not doing it. I can live my own life. I don't need anyone else's money. He's just bought me a house in Chiswick, so I think I was cracking up.
he's as real as they come.
Yeah, he is. I've been around him a couple of times when he was younger, around her.
Yeah.
And I've seen him put police commissioner to task when he was like 16 or something, and he just hammered him up at Phoenix School one day, and I remember thinking, rah. This kid's got a voice. Yep. I didn't think he'd be a rapper. I didn't know that at the time, but I knew he had a voice. Like he would talk and he would do something with his life. Mum being who he was, I thought he might go on to be some kind of a, like a Carla's become, I suppose. Like someone who talks, and he kind of has. He does represent and all that kind of stuff, but he found his fame for a different route. But Going back to that, Julia told me about this job, and it was just the right place for you. You go there, they will back you. They will take a person like you and let you be.
Yep.
And you will grow what at the moment is nothing into something. And I went, I did the application, I did the presentation, I did the interview, smashed it, walked through the fucking thing. And my governor said, welcome. He said, I've just signed Lionel Messi from Barcelona, and you come. He's a big football fan. I was like, what a fucking thing to say to me. Like, no pressure, Andy. Like, you know what I mean? No pressure. But my ideas of going in there were real simple. You're going to give me free reign. I'm going to make this work, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to come in here the first year. I'm going to do some stuff. I'm going to get all my relationships together. I'm going to get to know who's who, what's what the status quos are here, who the power players are in this organisation. It's a big organisation. There's like 15 to 20 managers there running projects across 6 sites from cradle to grave. It's a big operation, right? Millions of pounds involved in this, not pennies. Like, these are big players.
Yep.
And they're dying for a youth programme. So I'm like, first year, I'll go in there, I'll build these relationships, see what's going on. Second year, I'll build my relationships with the community. After I've done the relationships with the young people and the projects have happened and stuff's worked or not, the second year we built with the community. By the third year, I want to start working towards more youth clubs. And that was a real simple business strategy in my head that's much more deeper than that, without getting into it all, to bore everyone to death. 2019 came. I knew I needed people around me that I could trust. We changed the staff team over at the end of 18 because I felt the skill sets weren't correct for the people that were there. Basically, 4 kids were attending the youth programme, and you guys have been there for years, so this ain't working. Whatever this is, I don't know, but it's not working, right? Rather than me try and fix something, I'm going to rejuvenate it. You guys can be a part of it still, but you got to show me you're going to step up and be part of it, so I'm redoing everyone's job roles, restarting from scratch. And one thing I'll never do is take a youth worker from a place where they work if they're doing good work there. No way. I'm a guardian of youth work before I'm anything else. I've said that to people my whole life, my whole youth work life, whole career, if you want to call it. I don't like calling it a career, but I suppose it is. Like, I won't do that. I can't do that as principle to that. Because you are engaging in someone's life and you can't be taken away from that no matter what.
And we see it happen time and time again as well.
Of course. But until you're ready, till you need to for your life, that's different. Yeah. And I scouted around for who I could bring in to do the stuff. And I left Harrow Club in September. An old colleague of mine, Holly, who was a young person in one of my youth clubs, came up, got fully qualified and did project work for me in the past and was excellent in my opinion. Left in October. So by December, when I'm putting out for these roles, I'm like, hi Holly, how are you? I want you to come and work for me. I want you to apply for this job. You know, I'm doing what Defo did to me years before. I want you to apply for this job. Apply for this job. You'll be all right in this job, trust me.
Yeah.
And long story short, the reason behind that was I knew I could trust her. She had the same language as me. She understood it. She cared about it. She wanted to do it the same amount as me. You know, like, there's a desire for this work. And where we'd worked together for so many times in the past, I knew I could trust her to do things, complete stuff. Not pull at me when I'm in my grey areas. Because I work very much in the grey areas of things sometimes, you know, you have to. And that year was just impeccable. Like, the project work we got done, the amount of different cohorts that were coming to the club, we were 30, 40, 45 kids a night sometimes.
Yep.
Which for a staff team of 4.5, because there was a 5th one that didn't always kind of make it, and, you know, is a lot, you know, for us to have food on all the time for them as well, sports, activities, things happening. But then also residentials at the end of every year. I learned a lot from Harrow Club in terms of how to lay out my year with working with kids and how to work towards a pinnacle of something. I had a youth committee set up from the beginning, something that I didn't know wasn't normal in youth clubs until I started to go about the London Youth Quality Marks that they have. And they say, do you have a youth committee? And I'm like, oh, in 2011 when I joined Harrow Club, we were the first club that ever did the Gold Award at London Youth for their quality mark. First ever in history. That's why my youth clubs have a youth committee. I always wondered why I'd always thought this was a great idea. And I remembered it was because of my involvement in that process. Do you know what I mean? So the youth committee is the young people decide everything that goes on in the centre. They might not know it sometimes, and sometimes I have to give them a little steer in the right direction. You know, the MP's greatest trick is to tell everyone they have loads of opportunities to choose when really they're all choosing the same thing at the end of the day anyway. And a lot of that went on for the first year. We had a great year. We built some great relationships. The thing went swimmingly. The kids really got engaged. More kids were coming to the club, and that's what you want, right? Then I got one of the olders who was really involved with everything, an internship with us, and that kicked it on a gear. You know, that came in 2019 into 2020. And for those few months between the two places, between when the pandemic hit, we were flying. Young people everywhere, stuff going on. Pandemic hits.
Yep.
Well, what we do as youth workers is we go, okay, what can we do next? We don't go, we're going home and we're not looking to face it.
Yeah.
We're like, well, what do we do then? Instead of youth work, we have to do something. We can't go home. And we didn't. We ended up running a food bank. Like, out of nowhere, just running a food bank. Like, because what had happened was the Felix Project, City Harvest, what was the other one? Oh, my mind's gone because I haven't done it now for a year. It doesn't matter. I had connects with them because of the youth club before that, where they were delivering bits of food to us, like a crate here and a crate there, or 5 crates here and 5 crates there of bread that's going out today and just shit.
Yeah.
Sometimes though, it might deliver us 25 smoothies. We just sit and give it to the kids for free or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, or sometimes it'd be baking ingredients. We can make cakes, or it might be cakes. Girls' Bakery often gave us cakes and things like that. You know. I rang him up. I said, "What's going on with your food at the moment? If the schools are closed?" He said, "Mate, Eamonn," because I got to know him in it over the years. You know, I do that. Greek fella. I haven't spoken to him in another year now, so I've forgotten his name, but it's standard Greek name, whatever it was, right? Zani or something, or you know, like you know. And I remember saying to him, "Mate, we'll take what you got. What you got?" He said, "Well, we normally give you about 20 crates, some like the biggest orders. Can you do 20 crates?" So we do a lot more than 20 crates if you could do it. Me being a cheeky cunt. He goes, "Well, I'll level with you. I've got about 6 pallets of food here that I can't get rid of. Can you take 125 crates?" I said, "No problem." Because I just thought, let me take that off him, see what it is, and find a home for it at the end of the... Because we've got there's no other way to do it, right? We need the food, innit? Like, if we're going to do this food bank idea... My governor's gone out and spent $5,000 on fridges for 3 of our sites, and the next thing you know, this 125 crates of food turns up. My God, you could feed 5,000. It was like, is that not? Have you stopped yet? Like, it was mental stuff. And in the end, we did what we do with youth work. We pay attention to the detail, Jim. We got to know what people we were delivering to liked what. Like, I would go and buy a tin, I was going to call it, a jar of orange marmalade every week from the shop next door for £3 to put in some geezer's bag. I bought it myself. Because he loved orange marmalade, this old boy. Like, those little things people don't forget. This is how you build your community links with people. Because he'll come look at me, "Eamonn, thank you for that orange marmalade you got me that time." Or he might not. He might pass away before I ever get a chance to meet the geezer again. Who knows? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's good. It's nice to do. It's just nothing, innit? Like, and the 2020 was supposed to be my year to build into the community. Well, I'll tell you what the pandemic did. It times that by every steroid in the world, mate. It times it by 100. We got to know every family for everywhere, from everything. Like, at the moment, we still have the food bank to this day, and like, families come in now who know the nursery staff, who know the youth club staff, friendly with the elders staff, who know our top management staff, who just feel like they live in the gaff because they know everyone now.
Yeah.
And that's what community work is. That person now knows any crisis point in their life, or any bit of information they need, or any bit of a leg up, or sometimes just to feel connected with some people in a different circle of friends, or whatever you want to call it. It's there.
Which is important in a time like now.
Oh, mate. Especially when you've got little kids who now need to come to my youth programme that you didn't know existed before. Or because you don't have English as your first language and you need some support with that, and now need to improve the way you do that. Or now because you realise you can have a birthday party here. Or now, whatever it is, that connectivity with the centres is something that is lost across London in a lot of places. It's there in a lot of places, especially in the States and stuff, but in centres that aren't really in the States and that, or there are any tiny estates that don't have these halls and stuff, mate, this shit's missing massively. And the houses around my centre, a lot of them are multi-million-pound houses, lots of rich people with Range Rovers and that there. But like everywhere else in London, those things come hand in hand with council houses. Yeah. And they almost sit opposite each other. And
most cases around the area, they actually do.
Over the last year, it's been a real eye-opener for the reality of what we already knew, that there are so many people that need support in our local area.
Yeah.
And 2020 worked in that we got connected with the community, but in a way that we never thought we would. So we've had to adapt to all kinds of crazy rules and legislation handed down to us by the government around youth work since then, and we've adapted excellently since. In 2020, when I did the paperwork at the end of the year for different bits and pieces, we actually did an exercise where we counted up everyone that we could think of that did come to the club. And me and the intern got through No, that was in the summer when we did that. So that was a different thing. But we did a count up and got... Oh, I'll tell you what it was. Sorry, beg your pardon. Let me go back to myself. When the pandemic hit first, I said, we have to stay in contact with everyone. The bodies die on the street or not, because that's what we were being told at the time.
Yeah.
We've got to stay in touch with everyone because, one, if we believe in the purpose of the youth club moving forward, we've got to have our connections with people so that they build a long-term connection and want to be part of it and all that. But two, because people are going to get isolated and they're not going to know what to do and where to turn and, you know, what resource is there for them if they get a bad day or they feel suicidal or they need food or whatever. We need to be a hub for that. So I created a project. I needed to create something really quickly and I needed to have, you know me, with marketing, Jim, things have to be quick and clever. So I created a project called Contact, Connect, Care. So you've got to contact people, you've got to connect with them and care, basically. You know, show them, you know, give them the information, show them what they're doing, where they're going, you know, whatever. And we sat down and thought, right, how many youth club members? Because we've got data on a computer, but some of the data on a computer will have stuff on there that's 5 years old and not relevant. So where someone before me or whoever hasn't deleted it or can't delete it or whatever, and we counted up over 100 members that had been to the club between Christmas and March, offhand, without even looking at paperwork. In the end, it was 110. So I was like, rah, that's mad. Like in a 3.5 month period or whatever it was, 3 month period, we'd had, well, 2.5 month period, right? Because it was January, February and a bit of March.
Yeah.
We'd had over 100 different individual kids come to the club that we knew had come there. Wow. That was a lot. So we ended up on a programme of hitting them up individually, all from home and that, you know, connecting with them all, finding out what was going on, supporting them. When we did it at the end of the year, from that point to the end of the year, we realised we'd had 150, exactly 150 individual young people come through the club and be regular in one of the cohorts, the projects we were running.
Wow.
If you can get to that type of number of kids legitimately without bullshit going on and number crunching and that, right, you must be doing something right. And I stand wholeheartedly behind the process or the practice of what young people don't come to the club for the club. They come for you. They come for Eamonn and Holly and youth worker A, B, C and D. They come for who you are and what you bring to their lives. And you are an extension of the place that you are representing. If you respect the place that you represent, if you respect the people that you work alongside, and you come across as an entity or a team or something that connects together like that, right? People like that and want to be part of that. Especially people that are in need. People that need to find something that helps them. Me that day when I went into that youth club. If Jim wasn't there with Jackie, the admin clerk, with Danielle, who was working as a junior, whatever, and Janine, I'd known from when I was a kid and whatever, I don't feel connected with that, and I'm not going to go in there and become part of that and put my life on the line and my heart on the line, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And to this day, I know how it works. It's difficult to explain because it sounds so egotistical, but it really works. It really works as a practice, and kids want to come back at that crunch moment in their life when something is really needed or is not happening or is they're scared of. And Jim, they come to me for everything from help me sort out my CV, which is standard shit, to Eamonn, I'm feeling a bit rough or a bit down, or Eamonn, I've just had a kid, look at this kid and I'm coming back to see you after 5 years. Oh, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But in individual moments, and one of them happened this year, without mentioning names of course, I've been made homeless the day before Christmas.
Wow.
Which is illegal because of Coronavirus Acts,
Yeah.
but they were by their hostel with no pathway to anything, no referral, nothing. I've been through a process with a kid up until just lately where he's now been offered a job at Coca-Cola. The same kid. He went homeless for over a month and a half, slept under a bush one night, he told me. Shot in every type of everything you could think of to try and make ends meet.
Yeah.
Carrying what you could think of to make ends meet. But he's now got a job at Coca-Cola, or he's been offered a job at Coca-Cola. Now, there's so much in the grey area between those 2 points that needs to be explained to fully understand it.
Yeah.
But let me tell you now, if anyone listening to this, if you had to spend a night living under a bush as a 19-year-old boy, right? Do you think within 10 weeks you could be going off to work for Coca-Cola? You think about what that takes. You think about what you have in your life, what allows you to go and take your job, your stability, the people around you that care, your value, the way that you think you can do something, that you are able to do it. You're not in deficit to the man, so to speak. You're not like, I'm not good enough. Imagine what your self-esteem would be like when you live under a bush for a night.
Yep.
not knowing where your future's going, to be 10 or 12 weeks later, to be offered a job. Imagine the change that child went through, that young man went through. And do you know who did that for him? Him, not me. And this is where the youth workers fall down. All I did was provide opportunity. Sometimes that opportunity is done through my voice, by making him believe that he can do things.
Yep.
When I know he can, I can see it in him that he can. Sometimes it is me putting that paperwork on the desk. Sometimes it is me delivering some food to his yard. Sometimes it's me having a good enough relationship with him where I can say whatever the fuck I want to him and he respects me and listens. Because he knows he don't like it, but he got to hear it.
Yep.
And he respects that. And that shit's powerful. That shit is what our mums and dads do to us. It's what our big brothers do, our cousins, our best mates we grew up with do to us. And the youth workers should be like that wise woman and in a role, in a position, lauded enough by our culture to have that role. Because if that day ever comes, which I don't think it ever will, because I've not come across people like me in my sector. They're very few and far between. Very few and far between. Because who the fuck wants to become a youth worker? There's no life in it.
Yeah.
I made one. I got a very good job with a very good salary and I've got very good prospects going forward, but I'm the anomaly. And I know that, and it's unfortunate. But what am I doing about that? And I am doing something about that. And I am training a breed of youth worker that is underneath me, that works under my tutelage, and the way that I work, they work the same. So my senior youth worker came into work for me on a 16-hour-week contract. She now has a 37-hour-week contract and works full-time alongside me. Right? She will, in the next year, take everything off me. Yep. And I will move up and on to open other clubs. We've just done an Easter program where I didn't work in the Easter program for the first time ever. It was run without me, and I got glowing references from families saying, I can't believe what my children's been through. They were kicking and screaming and crying, did not want to go. And then after the first day, were asking me to open on Saturdays and Sundays. And that's honest. One of the mums was saying to me, like, while I was getting my haircut by her, because I connected with everyone, right?
Yeah.
And like, it blew my mind that I could achieve that with these workers, with these people that really want to make the differences to these young kids that are coming through, right? Because what you need is an institutional space that's there forever, Jim, so that cultures believe in these places, and not just you, with your little microcosm of people that are around you believing in it. Yeah. The whole fucking culture around you needs to believe in it. And you know what you need for that? You need the charismatic leader. You have to have the Brian Clough, is the person that I studied for this for years.
Yeah.
You have to have the Mourinho. In some respects, when you read about the history of someone like Hitler, it was the same thing. Yep. He was able to sell his ideals because of the way he carried himself and the way that he used the circumstances in those times to his advantage. Well, someone in my position has to do the same. And the people that are getting into my positions are usually either middle class, Tom, Dick and Harrys that have never been on the ends in their life and don't understand what it is working in them, who can pencil push and go home at 5 p.m. till their cows come home. Or they're bound by statutory red tape that stops them doing stuff because, oh my God, you've broke a safeguarding rule. Well, guess what? I've never broke a safeguarding rule and I broke every one of them in the book at the same time. What? You with me? Yep. Because I'm not doing this because I want a job in this. I'm doing this because I care about this fucking shit. Our kids are killing each other on the streets just like they were when I was a kid. But it's unnecessary now because you've got this little thing in your pocket that tells you everything about the world. Jim, I didn't go on my first overseas holiday until I was 28, bruv. Yeah. I didn't go Mali, Cos, Crete, Iron Up, and I was scared. Yeah. I was afraid of change. I can't go overseas. I ain't got a passport. I ain't got no money for that. Like, my boys are going on holidays and shit. I'm booking them up and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm dying to go. Not really. Because I'm not. Because I was introverted and didn't want to do these things, even though I wanted to, because I wanted the boys and all that. You know what I mean? But, yeah, the point being, like, this is where we're at now. And I'm realising that I'm talking with a lot of passion as I'm speaking, but it's real. Like, it's like, I'm going to make that fucking centre become a legacy space for them people forever. And I would do it there and I would do it wherever else I'm given an opportunity to do it. My goal is the Borough Youth Service. My medium-term goal, not even long-term goal. My long-term goal is books, is one-stop shop for youth clubs. So when you want to open a youth club space, I've got the thing on SharePoint, on my Microsoft Office, that I can just send you in an email. Yep. And you have every document you need, every way of working you need, like a manual. Because every fucking youth club in this country is run differently. They're all run, some are run as football clubs, some are run because the geezer's been there for 30 years and he's old school. I'm sure someone listening to this right now go, remember Fred, he's old school. Fuck old school. Old school didn't do fuck all because they're still running around with knives and guns and shit. Yep. Old school didn't get, didn't make much of a change. Old school let us have great times and a bit of fun and getting the odd grease play, if you see my Facebook lately, right? But what did it actually do? Who remembers their youth workers where they go, actually, I've changed as a person, and I'm actually out here doing unbelievably constructive shit with my community because of what they did when I worked with them. I listened to some of the morality or the morals of what that person talks about, or I've listened to the rationale they use and they make decisions, and I now,
Instead, do you know what happens? Is they go on to run as Tory candidate for mayor and talk about what a great youth worker they were.
That fucker's not even a youth worker.
Talk about what a great youth worker they were.
Don't even get me started with that. That guy worked in a cabin up in Grove, and his idea was to have everything. I know all about him.
Yeah.
This guy's idea was to have everything structured and organised in a timetable. He basically wanted to run a cadets.
Yeah.
Not a youth program. Get out of here with that. This is what politicians do. They lie.
But this speaks to the thing you're talking about with these kind of mad characters. But mate, listen, like, we've done 4 hours.
Wow.
And yeah,
told you I can talk.
Yeah, bruv, it's been great. We've covered everything, almost everything. But there's so much more we still have yet to cover.
It's not quite pirate radio, so I hope you lot listening still enjoyed what's being talked about. And I will be back. Unfortunately for Jim, too many times.
No, but yeah, we'll do it again. As I say, I want to sit down with Spencer. I want to do round tables. There's all kinds of stuff we're going to do.
Very much looking forward to that convo, that 2 hours convo.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do all of that. But mate, massive big ups on everything you've done in the last year with the pandemic and the community centres and everything else. And yeah, listening to the ideas you've got, I am so fucking hopeful that you can achieve all of your goals moving forward. I know you can. I believe in you. You've done everything you've set out to do so far, so why the fuck not this? Tell the people them where they can catch you upon the socials.
Yeah, Eamonn James, man. I'm on all of them as that, it's my government name. I decided Mr. E was, too old school, and then I fell back in love with it again. So it's all Eamonn James on the socials.
So do you know what's funny about Mr. E? Is I remember one of the first times John met you, we was at Fat Beats, and he went to me, "Oh, Mr. E, I get it, like mystery," and I was like, "You fucking penis! Like, what is going on here?"
Do you know? Just the last thing of all the journey in the story, you never said why I'm called Mr. E.
Why are you called Mr. E?
Because no one could ever fucking say my name, and they always call me by my initial. Imagine you lot of fucking dumb bastards out there couldn't even say Eamonn. Bruv, I got a thing at home, they call me Ammon. On a play.
That's how far society's progressed. Racist white people never used to be able to say Irish names. Now they can't. Now they still can't say like Mohammed.
It just became a thing, and then it was like DJ E sounds shit. So let's try Mr. E. That's better.
Yeah, no, it works.
That's how it happened. Yeah.
So yeah, Eamonn James across the socials, and as I say, I'm gonna send you
Centre on the socials if you want to look up what the community centre does.
Absolutely, especially if you're local to the area, and if you've got anything to offer and get involved, then get in touch and do some volunteering. You never know, it could change your life.
Or if you're a youth worker or an aspiring youth worker,
yep,
and you want to spend some time with someone who will talk to you about the reality of it, please hit me up. Absolutely. I have all the time and all the ears for that type of stuff, because our development and it's not just me talking to you. I learn from you. I learn from people that want to do this as to why, how, where, when, and what. And those conversation dialogue that comes from that's amazing. So please, if anyone's interested in that, please contact me.
For sure. And don't forget to follow and subscribe on Spotify, iTunes, and everywhere else. Make sure you tune in on episode number 11. I've got no idea who the special guest will be, but I'm sure it'll be someone fun. But thank you guys so much for staying tuned today. It's a really long episode. It's been my favourite conversation so far. Big up Eamonn for coming down. And Over the Hill podcast, episode number 10. Special guest Eamonn James, aka Mr. E. We're over and out.